Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After the lunch break, guess what? It is time for the big one. This is the important one, and having a look at the successes of Team Singer Motorsport Thailand for 2024. In 2023, they were running around in a Ferrari 488 GT3 entry. At the end of 2023, support for that car internationally started to wane as the new model had come out, the 296. And Team Singer Motorsport had the opportunity to reassess what they'd like to run. Well, they brought into a couple of Acura NSXs, the new GT3 entries, and it's led to a lot of success in 2024. First time out back at Chang at the start of the year, first race win to start things off, and it's been just about success right throughout the year. Podiums at different opportunities, all the rounds at Sepang, and the street circuits as well. How about the introduction? Tail end of 2023 when we went across to Sepang as well, the Team AAI Motorsport cars. We saw the first times that the BMWs were taking to the Thailand Super Series. They came out, they had a boatload of fun, and here they are back once again for 2024. And it's been such an awesome sight to see. You know, GT3s is a category that's all about variety, mid-engines, front engines, rear engines. And it's just been good to see the growth of the category, not only in Thailand, but the support of the international teams throughout the Asian region as well.
Without a doubt there, Scott. I mean, one of the great things for us to watch is GT3 being an internationally renowned category. We are seeing some internationally recognizable names and faces. As much as it's great to learn about the local Thai competition and talent, it's really cool to see. This weekend is a little limited. It is Jesse Cron in the number 91 Team AAI BMW alongside Sack as teammate in the number 91. That's a different lineup than we're used to seeing in that machine. And the other international name, perhaps of note, there being Marcus Winkelhock alongside Henk Kicks in the number 27 for B-Quik Absolute Racing there. So there's a little something which is cool to see as well, part of all of this weekend. And yeah, this hopefully we'll see it continue to stay strong going into the years forward, which would definitely be cool, I think, above all else, because and the way we see it here in the TSS rounds, we do see it race on its own, which means it is small fields, yes, but we still see good racing from a small field impressively. And then, of course, going to Sepang, where it's a part of the Malaysia Championship Series weekend, we get to see a bunch of our Thailand supercar GT categories all combined together on track for a real big field experience, to contrast what we see here at Chang and the Bangsin Grand Prix.
Yeah, and you know, the big thing I think about when you look around internationally and you have a look at all these successful categories that are run right across the world, is that when you start to get a little bit of recognition, it attracts those international names. It attracts people that want to come and race in different sort of countries, and that's just such a big part of the Thailand Super Series GT3 category. And you know, you're starting to see that in some of the other categories as well, the GT4s, GTMs, you know, GTCs, you know, particularly the Trans Ams. They're such a popular category. Big, you know, V8s getting around the tracks. Of course, Australians like us are going to be, you know, a lot more interested in seeing the V8s and seeing the success of anything with a little bit of growl. It's part of our nature. Sorry, there's not much we can really do about that. We're just big fans of big V8s. But to me, that's a part of car culture at the lower end. But again, the point that I was sort of going back to is when you start to see success in a category, it's going to attract a lot of those international personalities. In terms of the broadcast feed, it's not just us doing English language commentary anymore. No, it's not just the Thai feed as well. There's now a Chinese feed. There's now a German feed. So the appeal for the Thailand Super Series, whilst it might have started out as, you know, a little bit of fun and a series for the rich and the famous within Thailand itself, it's more than that now. And I was actually just having a conversation with some buddies off air. They were asking me, oh, what's this series that you're working on? And one of the things I said is it's car culture. It's a celebration of car culture in Thailand. And that's what I love about it. You know, we're here and we're certainly trying to put on a good show and a professional show, but at the same time, it's all about fun. We're letting our hair down and enjoying the racing action as well. This isn't super serious. We're not here, we're going, oh, here's the stats, here's what this guy needs to do. It's a celebration of how much fun car racing is, not just from a viewer's perspective, from a perspective, from a fan's perspective. And that, to me, is the real essence of the Thailand Super Series. It is a celebration of everything racing.
I mean, yeah, 100%. There is a
ช้าง
lot,
International Circuit จังหวัดบุรีรัมย์แห่ง
a
นี้
lot to
นะครับ
this that, is more than just, as you said, more than just what we see on the track. Whilst we only get to, in a sense, we do see it's a small snippet we see and interact with as well, due to the way our remote operation is configured as well. It's one of those things where it's like, we're hoping one day that the stars will align and we can actually be there in person and see it all for ourselves and do that. And that would, and I guess, yeah, see more of that culture that makes up the whole of the event, as you say, Scott, and surrounding things that we'd look forward to see.
And is this Kantasaka series actually talking to Goody? I think this will be in Thai, this one. Sort of looking at and listening to in the background as well, I think is really, really important, is that when you have a look at this, Kantasaka and Pity are quick, 2 Thai drivers. You know, again, challenging yourself against some of the better drivers around the world that want to come and interact with the series. It's a new challenge, you meet new drivers, you learn new things racing these guys, you learn about their aggression, you learn about their driving styles, you learn about what works, you know, you challenge yourself. So again, it's just all growth. All I've seen out of this series over the last 18 months that we've been a part of it, going on 2 years now, it's just growth, and the series is getting bigger, it's attracting more teams, you know. So for 2025, I think we're going to go to new heights in Thailand Super Series, and I'm really, really excited by
อยาก
that.
ให้พี่กี้ได้พูดคุยกันหน่อยกับเจสซี่โคลนนะครับวันนี้เป็นยังไงบ้างครับพี่กี้
ตื่นเต้นครับตื่นเต้นตอนนี้ยังไม่ตื่นเต้นมากอีกสักพอแข่งไปสัก5 รอบ
Turn that up
ผมก็เริ่ม
there
แบบ
thinking we
ปวด
might
ท้อง
get
วิ่งเข้าห้องน้ำตลอดเวลา
ได้ด้วยเหรอพี่
เป็นแบบนั้นครับ
Sack
ก็ได้ด้วยนะ
first.
แบบฉี่อะไร
See if Goody talks to
โอ
Jesse
เค
Con in the car
เดี๋
here
ยวฝาก
real
ถึง
quick.
แฟนๆหน่อยครับพี่กี้ครับไหนๆวันนี้ได้ลงมาอยู่ในสนามแล้ว
ก็ดีใจนะครับที่ได้กลับมาแข่งในบ้านของผมในประเทศไทยนะค
ครั
รับ บก็จะพยายามให้ทำให้ดีที่สุดครับแต่ก็เพิ่งขับครั้งแรกในรอบ10 ปีนะครับก็จะพยายามทำให้ดีที่สุดครับ
ครับขอบคุณครับพี่กี้ครับ
ขอบคุณครับ
โอเค How are you Jesse Cron
Very good, thanks. Looking forward to the race. Should be an exciting one.
All right today how to prepare for this race
Sorry?
preparing for these races
Yes, very well.
Okay just leave a comment to Thai fans
Yeah, thanks everyone watching the show. Super happy to have all the spectators here, and we're going to try and give you a good show.
All right best of luck
Thanks.
โอเคเอาละครับคุณผู้ชมครับเวลาเหลือน้อยแล้วนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นมาติดตามกันให้ดีนะครับว่าใครจะเป็นแชมป์ประจำปีในรุ่นนี้นะครับกับรุ่น Thailand Supercar GT3 กับ B-Quik Thailand Super
And by the
Series
sound of that there, Scott and Goody is signing off there from the grid. And indeed, looks like we'll be getting ready to head out for the formation lap in a couple of minutes' time now as well. So not too long until we hear the engines fire up. And so that was a chat with your front row starters for that one there as usual. And then in behind have the remaining 4, I can count 5 cars. So you saw there the number 37, the win here by B-Quik Absolute Racing, Audi of Seni Stubik and Yideng. That there, Akash Anand and Ashane Pyrrhus. Also an international lineup, but it's a bit of a different lineup, you might say, from Malaysia and Sri Lanka there in the 62 car. Then Voravud, Biron Bhakti and Carlo Van Dam in the number 89, the second of those Singer Motorsport Team Thailand machines. There's Marcus Winkelhock starting the number 27, B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi, and sharing that one with Henk Kicks. And then Douglas Koo, our only solo entry in TSS Supercar GT3 this
He
weekend.
does so well.
In that Viper Nizza Racing Lamborghini Gallardo GT3 rather than his usual Mercedes GT3 we've seen this year, as we've already mentioned earlier in the weekend, Scott.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but I'm a big Douglas Koo fan. He's been in 3 separate cars. He's got so much variety going his way. Interesting to note as well, Marcus Winkelhock. I mean, you know, he's been a series regular over the last couple of years, and he's been quick, but not at the pointy end in qualifying yesterday. But qualifying session was sort of run in the middle of the morning yesterday. Not quite the peak heat of the day, but the conditions are very, very similar to today's race. Yesterday afternoon was quite quick, was the fastest of the race cars. But the thing for Marcus is whether or not they just couldn't find the qualifying setup for that car. It's going to be very difficult to cut his way through in this field here this afternoon, because you've got all the pro drivers out there at the moment racing on together, but work to do for Marcus Winkelhock. The other thing that went through my mind was thinking about that qualifying session, going, maybe they just banked a set of tyres for this race. They might have fresh green tyres for all the race sessions and just didn't use them up during the qualifying session yesterday, which might explain a little lack of pace from Winkelhock.
Yeah, It might indeed, but we're going to have to wait and see about it. And we'll then sort of piece together from there. If you haven't seen it before, this is what the Chang International Circuit looks like from the top down. 4.5 kilometers of FIM grade 1, and I do believe it'd be at least grade 2 for four-wheel action here. A mix of high-speed, 90-plus degree turns, and then that infield sector of twisting and bending to get yourself around this place. As we've seen with other categories like the Thailand Super Compact, we are on the Hankook Ventus F200 slick tyre. At least that's what we're expecting to be staying on that tyre, because there's been no sign of rain at all this weekend. And for the final race for our fastest cars here in the Thailand Super Series, it's going to be GT3, of course, getting us underway here. As you see, Kanata Kasiri on pole position ahead of Jesse Kron to his outside in the Singapore Team Thailand Honda and the Team AAI BMW. Yi Deng for win here by B-Quik Absolute Racing there out of third place, with fourth going to be in the hands of Eshan Pires to make it B-Quik Absolute Racing locking out a second row. Carlo Van Dam alongside Marcus Winkelhock for an all-European row number 3, and Douglas Koo there in the number 65 for Viper News Racing to round the field out. Having a quick flick through the race results from yesterday, Scott, just to get my head around things, because unfortunately I did miss GT3 action yesterday, but to see that it was Akash Nandi, Eshan Pires taking the win yesterday, but by 7/10 of a second over Sandy Stuvik and Yi Deng. Like, the fact that race goes to a sub 1 second margin after a full hour of racing, that will be interesting to watch there indeed. In fact, here we are. How about this? Some championship standings update for GT3, and 20-point margin means that for Sandy Stuvik and Yi Deng, they did trim the margin down, but it's a two-car race between Piti Bironbaki and Kanata Kasiri, and basically the only way that the number 12 loses this championship is indeed they're going to have to retire from the race.
Yeah, so and that'll require them not to score points, so they'll basically effectively have to miss out on 75% race distance, depending upon, you know, what the regulations are. But safety car is going to peel off your final GT3 race for 2024 Thailand Super Series. Action is going to be led away from Kanata Kasiri, and Jesse Kron are going to lead the race away from the front end of the grid. Red lights are on. We are green, green, green for your Thailand Supercar GT3. Here comes Kron around the outside in the BMW. Had a lot of issues trying to get past Kanata Kasiri yesterday. Wasn't quite able to do it. And have a look at the Audis. They're going to go the long way. Is that Marcus Winkelhock trying to go 4 wide on these guys? Have a look at them. Audi R8, Honda NSX, BMW and Audi R8 on the outside. The long old run down to turn 3. They're still looking to go 4 wide, 4 wide. There's 7 cars in this field, and half the field is side by side on the run down to turn 3 on lap 1. Jesse Kron says they were going to try and entertain everyone, and they've really tried. Out and in the dust, the 62 machine. Eshan Pires trying to cut his way through. Teammate Winkelhock looking for a bump draft. Here comes Kasiri as well. Stuvik to the race lead. So that's Yi Deng who's managed to take that one away. Kron loses the spot, and how wild is lap 1?
It's a 1 hour race, gentlemen. You can keep yourself calm and control, but no, it is all guns ablaze there. And as you said, all of them throwing caution to the wind at turn 1, throwing it out way past the track limits there to try and make moves. And yeah, the Singapore Motorsport Team Thailand Honda NSXs drop to the back of the lead pack here and allow Jesse Kron, as you said, the lone Team AAI BMW against the trio of Big Absolute Racing prepared Audis there, making it look like it's an absolute stoush. But as you said, Yi Deng gets through at the right time, jumped to the race lead, and now got a small margin over Eshan Pires. But Jesse Kron, actually no, for one change, we are going to go single file right at the front. But he's slow. Eshan Pires said Kron actually does try for the inside line there, but has to tuck back in line, focus on a clean exit. First lap checked off the box, but it looks like apparently we're going to go for quite a few more like that.
Well, they're all chained up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As the entirety of the field just about all single file as they head their way down onto turn number 3 once again. Kron is right attached now to the rear bumper of Eshan Pires. He's going to have a crack at them side by side on the run into turn number 3. Kron tried to go the long way round a bunch of times yesterday. Now there is contact down at turn 3. Here comes the AAI Motorsports BMW. Still leaning on him. Elbows him outside the track limits, and Winkelhock spies an opportunity. He's never going to shy away from that one. Pires is going to try and box him back in. Here comes the AAI BMW once more, still trying to cut his way through. Are you kidding me? $250,000 race cars, and they are banging spinning wheels like you wouldn't believe.
I think 250,000 is probably an understatement in the...
Yeah.
probably undervaluing a couple of these cars here. But my goodness, they're not afraid to bang doors. The fact you saw there on the runs of the turn 3 hairpin, Jesse Cron trying to pinch Champiras there in the 62 and force him onto a narrow entry into that corner, but then had to open it up, and as a result, then got pushed wide on the exit and opening up a chance for Marcus Winkelhock, but then no dice by the time they get to turn 4. And as a result, indeed, all of this, Yi Deng says, I will take all of this advantage. Thank you very much. I am happy to lead this race by a bigger and bigger margin that you'll give me. As here we go, Kassiri trying to have a crack back at Winkelhock and start pushing back forwards up the order here as the doors open for Jesse Cron at the final turn as well. And the AAI BMW up into second place finally, but the gap is now 3.7 seconds to Yi Deng out in the race lead.
And correct me if I'm wrong, was it Carlo Van Dam he was racing with yesterday? Was it Cantisat Kassiri, Jesse Cron? I think it might have been Cantisat Kassiri. Big old wiggle on the run of the turn 1. I reckon there's damage to the 62 car with that side-by-side contact.
They're free down.
For the 62, he had a big old wiggle. When they got down to turn 9, that car was just all out of shape down at turn 9. So he's leant on it, and eventually it's cut that tyre down. And that is what repeated contact will do.
There's a quick shot there with Sandy Stubik in the pits, but big troubles there. Now going to do a full lap, slow to not rip the guard up and the bodywork attached with that, but there's the price of leaning on the car on your outside, and the driver didn't want to give it up. And it looks like in that particular instance, the fenders on the BMW just protecting Jesse Cron's tyres a little more than the fenders on the Audi of Champiras did. So unfortunately, your race winner from yesterday's TSS Supercar GT3 event are now basically a no-show for this one here, unless we happen to get a safety car later on that gets them back into the fight.
Think about points. Whoa, let the tyres explode. They'll have to deploy a safety car. That's right on the line at 10.5. Turn 4, 10.5. They're going to have to deploy a debris flag, a heavy debris flag. Someone's going to have to be talking to them, letting them know everything that's going on down at turn 4, 10.5. And this will be the replay of exactly when that one's let go.
Oh, yep, there goes the
shredded bodywork. That's going to destroy. There's no choice. Yeah, safety car's been deployed. Safety car's absolutely been deployed.
Yeah, we look for the yellow boards to confirm that one here as the drivers rip around turn 1. As you said, there's no way you can deal with this because, as you said, the worst thing about it is it's happened on the racing line too. You can't leave the cars to come out of turn 3 here, power up over the crest of turn 4, and then suddenly come upon the debris. So there is the confirmation that the B-Quik Thailand Super Series safety car will be deployed to clean up that bodywork and tyre carcass. But that should now the question is actually, does that allow them to get back out without going a lap down? I don't think they've. I do think they've actually gone a lap down in the process of trying to get back to the pits in limp.
Well, they're still in sector 2, and they were slow in sector 2. We're still not showing a sector 3 time, but for my mind, they should be about that last corner. In fact, we've just got a pit lane entry tracker. The 62 car, so they're into the pit lane and they've grouped that field back up, so they're all crawling around. Look at that! Look at the body damage! Yeah,
it's going to be a painful race there for the 62.
Is the wing end plate? Have a look at the right-hand side.
It shattered the end plate on the left side of the rear wing. The debris has flown up and smashed the edge of the ring, as you said. That is nasty there. They're even going to, so they will go for a tyre replacement on the left rear corner. Let's see here. They have a quick look, and they're going to have a look, inspect that there. They've got some time since they have gone to the lap down, and you get the feeling they sort of look at them all and see, is this viable to keep going? Is there any issue? Yeah, they're going to rip out the inner guard as well out of there before they fit a new tyre on. Just watch the time tick away, and I get the feeling at this rate there, they're going to be more, might even threaten going 2 laps down if they're not careful here, because timing has me showing the leaders on the start-finish straight. Actually, we had to pass these guys by whilst they're stuck in the pits.
Well, you can hear them in the background. I think they've just gone by. So, not they've just gone by there, they're going by at the moment, but they're definitely in that sector of the track as well. So, fairly extensive time, unless you reckon they've had a look at a control arm in underneath the suspension here, and that's what they're working on at the moment?
I think part of this is, yeah, this is a very close inspection of the car. So there you go. Live pictures there splitting the field. So we can now see the safety cars all the way down in turn 3. And so whilst the B-Quik Opposite Racing team, again, actually ripping more of the inner guard out, so getting the entire inner guard out is one whole piece. On goes a replacement tyre now. And looks like that's about the extent of the works they'll be doing on this car. So rear guard, barely there. Inner guard's been ripped out.
That's rubbing. Did you see that? That was backward rubbing on that tyre again. That's gonna put another hole in that tyre. What's softer, rubber or carbon fibre? And carbon fibre is quite sharp, so.
I actually missed that there. I think as I'm looking at a smaller window compared to you.
Have a look.
Most likely as we look at this.
There's a small piece of carbon fibre that's flapping about on that tyre. Now, if it plucks it off, they'll be okay. But how much damage is going to do that left rear?
Not looking too promising there, as you said. So, the biggest problem is you got a hairpin here. You've got a couple of loaded right-hand turns in the back half of the lap as well, and those will be the ones that'll put the biggest issue on that tyre as the field. In the meantime, it's going to round out of sector 2 towards sector 3. And what this is going to mean is we've got confirmation as well. Yeah, the safety car will be in at this, and we actually have an onboard angle, which will be fun to watch, I think, although unfortunately it's quite a... we're mounted up on the top of the roll bars to keep it out of the way, it seems. And it means we've got a good look down at the center console and the dash somewhat. Here of the number 12 of Kanisaki, Siri and Pity Bidon. But we actually can't see much of what's going on outside the car. Squint if you can see out the right side passenger door.
That's a driver cooling system, I think, down just next to everything. But the big key I was sort of looking at was they've got the camera. Have a look at down through the center console, just above the netting in the center of the car. That's a rear view camera. So no mirror for these cars. The problem is they're quite tight with visibility. I think we've just gone back to green flag racing. That looks like that might be the run down to the last point. In fact, we've already launched. So the big thing about these cars is, and I've sat in a McLaren GT4, no visibility through the rearview mirror. So the reason they actually run cameras is because the visibility is so low, particularly when you've got a big old wing out the rear end. The best thing you can do to alleviate that is stick a camera in. The camera's not obstructed by anything until you get touched up at the rear. And now Jesse Krohn is certainly trying to get quite close to Yi Deng. And the speed, the straight line speed of that BMW compared to the Audi of Yi Deng. And now Deng's going to try and cross him back over. And go the long way around. And look at the braking performance of Yi Deng. He is not afraid to send it in and around the outside down at turn 3. He'll get the drive back out the other side and takes the spot back. That's phenomenal racing. Round the outside at turn 3. Bravery of the utmost.
Well, Jesse Krohn wants it back though. The outside turn 4 is where he's going to have to do it. And he does! On the entry, he'll get ahead, but then again runs out of grip. And then wriggling away on the run into turn 5 there as we get into the corner, and Yi Deng hangs onto the race lead as we then head back out for this left-right chicane of sorts in the middle of the lap here. But green flag, restart, and these guys have been given a fresh chance to latch onto the back of Yi Deng's Mercedes Stubex number 37 Audi R8 and not let it get away. And Jesse was, he decided to take no prisoners on that attempt, but as you said, fantastic by Yi Deng. Learned that, or realized early on enough there that he'd lost the run into turn 3, but he could outbrake him by going over to the racing line where there'll be the most rubber, and just trusting in his Audi to have enough tyre temperature and on the line to be able to pull it up as late as he could and make it stick.
Wow, really, really good driving from Yi Deng to go round the outside of Jesse Krohn's BMW. That was bravery. And the biggest thing I'll say, Dan, as well, have a look at the difference in where the wheels are laid out in terms of the BMW versus the Audi. The reason why Eschenpieres might have walked away with a little bit more damage is that those wheels stick out just a little bit more. They're a little bit more accessible. So the guard of the BMW is probably just a little bit more able to lean on that tyre. It's probably why that tyre got cut down.
Also a fair comment in our TSS YouTube chat, the canards might also really have played a part there in slashing the tyre in particular. Well, yeah, the main protection that would have been needed to be afforded is just how much wider the guards are than the tyre. and how much they can be pushed in before the tyres are at risk. I think also part of this is the way the rear guards are a little more exposed, it looks like, on the Audi than the BMW. So, or the rear of the rear guards and all of that. So, thankfully though, Etienne Pieris, whilst a lap down, appears to have gotten back up to racing speed, although his lap times are still a little off, I think. We'll have to see if he's having to manage that car carefully or if he can push at speed.
And Race Control making a request to see team manager of the 62 car after the race as well. It'll be something related to releasing that car to stand in, double checking that everything was okay. Boxes checked, I'm sure. Part and parcel of it. I'll also contact the AI Motorsport BMW with Jesse Krohn as well. So there's some back and forth and discussions about the racing standards right there. In the meantime, though, Yi Deng leads the way. And whilst the opening lap was extremely strong for the Audi defenders all the way over to the inside of the road, on the first part of the run down towards turn number 3, the kink at turn 2, flat out kink, not even worth thinking about as a corner for these cars. And in fact, most cars wouldn't even consider it a corner these days, but it is the kink on the run down at turn number 3 that is labelled as turn 2. And Jesse Krohn might have been a touch slow on that opening lap. Well, the pace has come back to that BMW as the tyre temperatures started to climb as well.
And he's also dropped Marcus Winkelhock, relatively speaking. And look at them all kicking up the dust on the apex of turn 4 there. All these drivers leaning into that corner as much as they can and dragging a bit of the dirt back to the track with them there. So that's going to be interesting. And same there at 6. They'll kick up a bit of dust as well there. So shows you for these drivers here, they're pushing the track limits to the very edge here. And we're barely 1/4 distance into the race. And that 1/4 is 15 minutes out of a full hour, plus the whole other lap after that. As split view here of Stanny Stuvik down in the B-Quik Absolute Racing garage whilst we watch his teammate Yi Deng work the track here, try and keep the race lead for now.
Yeah, he'll have a lot of responsibility later on as he's going to be handed this race car in the lead of the race, and there'll be pit stops to come, including success time added to those pit stops, which will be quite crucial. I wonder whether or not Marcus Winkelhock might just be sitting back a little bit, just looking after the tyre as the BMW starts to close back in on the Audi of Yi Deng. The win here by B-Quik Absolute Racing. Again, covers all the way to the inside of the road. It is quite clear where Yi Deng wants Jesse Krohn to attack him. And once again, as we've seen many, many times this weekend, he's been getting forced the long way around. The last time he tried to go around the outside of an Audi, there was contact. Well, the BMW is still running, but the Audi in that exchange is now off the lead lap. And he's still showing a whole turn of speed. There is millimeters between these two guys, and finally there was a hole left to the inside. Yi Deng's going to have to go the long way around once again. He went the long way around a couple laps ago at turn 3. Krohn to the inside. Krohn's going to try and sneak the race lead down here. 2 left-handers in a row down at turn 5 and 6. Gets the job done. Finally, the Team AEI Motorsport BMW to the lead. Stuvik nods along and says, yep, that's a good move. And now here comes Winkelhock, sensing vulnerability from Yi Deng.
Well, that was also a little bit of a different story there. Unlike Jesse's attempt on the outside of turn 4 where he ran a little wide and ran off the road. That time there, Yi Deng was able to keep it just inside the track limits, but then eventually at turn 5 couldn't keep it up there and had to yield the spot. So he pushed it as far as he could in that 37 win here by B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi. But as you said, now under some pressure from Marcus Winkelhock, what can Marcus do? Because I think for him, he'll be wanting to go with Jesse and race in this stint before they hand off these cars to their other drivers. The AAI BMW and the 27 B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi won't have any additional compensation time for their stops. The cars that will have to stop for a little bit longer than their minimum times, obviously being the 62 B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi, the 37 win here by BQAR Audi, and the 89 Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Honda NSX. So for me, the main one there is, the 37 Audi, which, speaking of which, has actually just picked up a black and white flag for exceeding track limits, although they're not the only ones. That also applies to the 91 BMW and the 27 Audi. Top 3 are all pushing a little too hard for race control's liking. Keep within the white lines, please, gentlemen, they've been told.
Play within the playing surface would be sporting terminology. And Winkelhock just not quite able to keep up with the straight line speed of Yi Dang, but Dang leans on the tyre quite, again, picks up a little bit of dust through this sector, down through 6 and 7 on the racetrack. Definitely take a look at Winkelhock and say he's being held up a little bit. That was a little bit of tyre squealing just then as well. I wonder whether or not that might have been the front tyre of Yi Dang. It was just being asked a little bit more than it necessarily would have liked, because he's certainly been struggling the last couple of laps. And Jesse Krohn gets free in the first sector and immediately goes purple in the first sector, sets his own fastest sector of the race in sector 2 as well. So there is speed in that BMW, and he is trying to disappear into the afternoon in Thailand. Just wow this weekend, Dan. So today in particular, it's just... Did they feed them an extra round of sugar at breakfast this time? They just strike me as if all the racing car drivers are suddenly driving like kids on cordial, or with a whole bunch of lollies fed to them.
As you said, last round of the season would appear that all of them throwing caution to the wind. Thankfully, they haven't quite thrown the cars completely out the window. That would be slightly problematic for all the teams, I'm sure. As we now add Candice Akasiri to the list of drivers with a warning for exceeding track limits. So, 4 down, 3 to go when it comes to drivers who have been driving a little too fast for the track.
Well, Dan, all the cool kids are driving outside the lines, and Candice Akasiri wanted to be one of the cool kids.
That's one way to describe it, I guess. Sure, yeah. Wanted to race against his compatriots, although they've all been told to stop doing that. So, not sure if that completely holds water. As we check in here, Etienne Pierres in behind Carlo Van Dam on the road. Unfortunately, you can see there on the timing tower within our feed, currently about 2 seconds a lap slower than our drivers out front. Whether that's due to managing the car now, whether that's actually pure pace loss from the downforce, the bodywork, it's all been lost from the tyre as it delaminated and fell apart in that left rear corner, because as you said, it's ripped off the end plate of the rear wing. That'll have compromised the downforce and the flow of that, as well as any airflow over that left rear guard. So if it's all aero loss, that really shows you how much he's hurting.
I would say that end plate's actually probably one of the bigger factors. They do generate a lot of under-car downforce, so a little bit of ground effect, but it's not really massive. You know, it is enough to be quite a significant amount, but you know, there's enough of that car still left that it would still be operating at a reasonable amount of efficiency. But losing that end plate, that sort of steals the air off so that it travels really nicely up and over the wing. And losing that is sort of like creating a surface at the end of that wing, because then when the air gets into that section of the car, it just can't stay on the wing. It can't slick down to it and really do the job that it's supposed to do. So that actually does a lot more, that end plate, than you really think.
That's a fair point, yeah, to make all that. Because, yeah, this car is designed to work as best it can within the regulations. When it's still in one piece, is the only words that I can use to describe that. And yeah, if any part of the car falls off, it then will be suboptimal, as you can see there on our screens, and it's also on our timing as well now. Update from Race Control, not just a warning for track limits, but for your top 2 cars in Jesse Krohn and Yi Deng, we are less than, well, just over 1/3 of the race complete, still 2/3 to go, and they've now been given their final warning for track limits abuse.
Yeah, so I'll have to be extremely careful from here on. So race now starts to settle down into its middle period and stabilize out again. You can just see Yi Deng's just starting to fall off a little bit and trend back towards Winkelhock, but he's saved a little bit by the straight line speed of that car. And when you have a look and you compare, well, actually, Marcus Winkelhock was faster. It was the fastest car at the speed trap on that lap, on the current lap. So there's not really a major advantage in terms of straight line speed. They're very even. The problem, I think, is that Winkelhock's actually following and tracking a little bit more downforce. So even in the toe of Yi Deng, he's only just matching him in terms of straight line speed.
It does look like, though, yeah, as you said, even with clean air, the 37 win here by BQAR, Audi in front of the 27. B-Quik Racing Audi is the faster car in a straight line, because otherwise Marcus would be pulling up behind him and then getting closer and making the move stick. As you said, it is indeed a fair point to note there that on that last lap around in the speed trap, the AOI BMW, the 27 B-Quik Racing Audi, and the number 12 Single Motorsport Team Thailand Honda NSX, all recording the same speed through the trap to the 10th of a kilometre, to 249.7 kph. So let's watch for the updated numbers here as they come down past the trap into the turn 3 hairpin.
So pressing on for this group of drivers. And now the 89 car, by the way, will join the list of drivers warned for track limits. So Carlo Van Dam also buying into the equation. Have a look. See that from Yideng? First of all, when he got to the middle point of turn 3, the car just sort of wanted to rotate around on him. And in the second half of the corner, he had to straighten it back up again. The car just went straight back to understeering. So he is struggling for drive out of these corners now.
They'll probably change tyres at the pit stop when they do the driver swap. But that really tells you either Yideng got given the authority to just go crazy, and he may even gone a little bit too crazy as a result. Or there's just something fundamentally different, as you said, about the way these two Audis have been configured. And it's keeping Kawasaki right there in the equation, but he too hasn't found a way past either of the Audis in front of him since the race start here. As we're coming up to 40 seconds before the pit window will open, so these drivers will have to do at least one more lap before they can come in if they want to do so. But as you know, these drivers here probably looking to go a little bit longer in this race than put the second driver into the car, because these are the higher rated drivers in every one of the cars. As there we go, more run for Yideng. Does Marcus Winkelhock finally take the opening into turn 1? He's going to look to the inside here. Scott lunges in on the brakes, place taken on the run into the first corner.
I think Yideng just sort of took one look at that and went, yeah, you know what, I'm going to respect that one, let it happen. And happen it now has. The problem he's got for Yideng is Kantatak Kasiri is right behind him, and that will be what he was thinking about. He's probably looking at Winkelhock and going, I kind of can't hold him off any longer. I'd rather lose one spot and hang on to the second. And now Kantatak Kasiri all over the gearbox of the 37 win here by B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi. And that battle continuing to just get insanely tight.
As apologies for that one there, guys. Looks like we had a bit of a moment there with the signal sent to us. So, and it would appear our backups have also had a moment. So, hopefully get you the action here in just a couple of moments. We do have our timing screens to work with. I can tell you, Jesse Cron's just coming around to finish lap number 15 of the race. I can confirm, yes, that the pit window is open at the moment for the drivers, if anyone wants to take it. So far, top 4 have all gone through, stayed in the car at this stage. Same with Eshan Pires, he's staying in the car at this point. So, no change there. As I can hear race cars in my ear once again. Hopefully that means Scott will have the on-track footage for you in just a couple of moments. Well, you and everyone along watching with us here across the TSS and Speed Cafe channels.
Well, we're just waiting for more racing action live from the circuit. Well, one driver has jumped in the pit lane to get their service out of the way. It is going to be Akash Nandi, who climbs aboard the number 62. And Eshan Pires will jump from that car. After all their trials and tribulations and the drama, what's going on? Job now done for Eshan Pires' Thailand Super Series for 2024.
Pardon us here whilst we continue to just await the return of our signal from the track to go along with that on there. She was. Yep. Throw that one up there in the meantime, and I'll let you all know when we've got footage back.
So racing still coming in from the circuit. Douglas Koo continues on. No real reason for him to pit early or late. He'll be staying in the car regardless. So he'll continue on, just keeping half an eye out. So Jesse Crone continues to lead the way. His margin now over Marcus Winkelhock out to 3.5 seconds. At start-finish line last time by 16 laps now in the book, by the way. For our racing action, and there we go. Return to live pictures from the circuit. That is Akash Nandi now behind the wheel of the number 62, still sitting in pit lane as well.
Alright, so have a look here at how things have changed. Now, actually, if anything, as you said, it's the only car to pit has been the number 62 B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi. Our front runners are all still pushing on here, but critically, there was we were had that moment there where we were stuck waiting. You can see there the gap between the 27 and 37 B-Quik Absolute Racing Audis has opened up. 1.8 seconds at the last sector split that we have available on timing. And we'll wait to see how that changes. Whether perhaps Kanizak Kasiri can make a final lunge to get a spot up here. It's just Cron's trying to negotiate the traffic at Douglas Koo. He's actually going to just come into the pits and get his stop out of the way, and that conveniently gets him clear of all the cars that will be coming behind in the next couple of corners as well.
Just see it in the background. So 3.5 seconds once more as they cross the start-finish line for Jesse Crone over Winkelhock. Winkelhock will take a couple hundredths of a second out of him on that lap. Now it's nearly 2 seconds back to Yi Dang. Kanizak Kasiri is starting to come at Dang quite quickly. Last time of asking, though, a couple hundredths of a second in favour of Yi Dang. So that margin's starting to stabilise between those two. 8 seconds distant in the rearview mirror, though. Carlo Van Dam now behind Kanizak Kasiri.
How's that there for a warm-up routine from Sandy Stuvik? In comparison, I didn't quite catch who that was that we cut to there for a moment. Alternatively, that there, I'm gonna guess might be Sack. Yeah, Kiki Sacknana there. It's on the helmet. So there you go. Found the name. So how's that there for comparison? Sandy's there trying to warm up, keep himself feeling, keep the feeling in his hands and legs, and Sack there is just standing almost dead still for a moment before he looked at the camera just to say hello there for a second. So how's that for a different approach from the drivers as they get ready to jump in their respective cars? So the final corner. Nope, Jesse Crone wants a couple more laps around the Chang International Circuit, so he's not coming in just yet.
Do you blame him?
No, I don't.
Yeah, that's the thing. Particularly whilst you're out there and you're leading the race as well. For Jesse Crone continues on. Who's going to feed back into this race? We'll be receiving updates from his team at the moment that they're all the traffic's sort of feeding in and around him, but he'll get the opportunity out the rearview mirror just to keep an eye on things. And navigates the traffic, and that is Kanizak Kasiri, who's managed to pick that spot up and away from Yi Dang.
So there you go. Picking it off on the racetrack is also pretty handy too in many respects, because don't forget, as I said, success compensation times to affect the pit stops as well. On top of that, there as well. So finally releasing the number 12 to try and maybe close down the margin to the 27 machine ahead before they all dive into the lane. Looking at where we are, just under 28 minutes remaining. So, and we're doing 1 minute 37s at the moment in the front of the field. I would suggest they've probably got another 2 laps. So if you come in now, come in on the next lap. Actually, that's it. You've only got this lap and next lap to pit. Otherwise, you'll be coming in too late and you'll be outside the compulsory pit window. So keep that in mind limited options left for these drivers here on the lead lap as they all cycle around the circuit, as it is going to be eyes on. So I presume it'll be Pity Bironbakti we're looking at in the pit lane.
I was going to say Vorovud.
I was going to say, is it Vorovud or is it Pity? Because we're looking at the number 12 machine on the track, and in comes the number 12 to the pit lane. And he appears to be one of our first takers. Yideng comes in directly behind.
Just wait, I thought I saw another shot of a car in the background there, so I think we've actually got 3 entering the pit lanes. Yesterday, 2 NSXs entered the pit lane at the same time. Indeed it is, which will be the only car that was in behind. 89 entries, so...
And it was Vorovud there that actually had the Singer Motorsport red helmet on, so good call.
Righto, so pit stops now underway. There's only 2 cars left to come in, that of Jesse Krohn and that of Marcus Winkelhock, who will both be in at the next time of asking, or they'll be outside the pit window, in which case that'll be race over for them.
I'm sure a team like AAI familiar enough with the rules and regulations here in the B-Quik Thailand Super Series. They'll know they have to come in next time around. As one final check in the cockpit there with Pity Bironbakti as the number 12 and has to sit here and wait. Although he's gesturing for something there. They want... Oh, I've actually got to push him back as the 89's in front. So just give me space, guys. I've only got so much steering lock in this car.
Yesterday, the 89 came into the pit lane ahead of the number 12 as well, so that's sort of very, very nice and easy to look at in terms of the pit lane. They turned in and turned out of their pit boxes basically in unison. It was very synchronized pit stops from Team Singer Motorsport Thailand. That was the AAI Motorsports BMW that's into the pit lane, and Marcus Winkelhock's Audi has also driven into the pit lane as well. So all of the drivers and teams now, final pit stop for 2024 is now in and done. That means for us, we will get an update on exactly what our race looks like in just a few minutes' time.
Noting that the number 12 came out quite a bit in front of everyone else. As it looks like as the timing updates. As there goes the 89, Carlo Van Dam, having handed off to Vorovud Bironbakti. It's just now a case of which of these 2 cars here comes out first. It should be the 91. Well, they did have a nice advantage there before coming into the pit lane. But flying past, Sandy Stuvik now aboard as the pit window closes, but that's okay. Everyone's done a stop. So we'll also wait to see here. Hank Kicks, when is he given the all clear to fire up the number 27 Big Ghost Racing Audi R8 and head out to the track. Still waiting on that stop time. And yeah, don't forget, with drivers like Marcus Winkelhock being rated FIA Platinum, I think the same for Jesse Krohn. They have quite a lengthy stop. As there we go. Lights and electricals fired up on the 91 machine. Waiting still though. And there we go, finally rolling. And so Isak now head out towards pit exit. Looking at a pit stop time, which is going to be approaching 2 minutes. Minute 59 from cone to cone there.
I wonder whether or not they're supposed to be... Oh, well, I think there might be a minute 58 in that car, actually. They might be okay. But the other thing for the BMW yesterday was, I believe they actually finished in the podium. No, there was an incredible battle at the tail end of the race for Jesse Krohn. And I think it was Kantasat Kasiri he was chasing down at the tail end of that race. So it was very, very tight between those cars yesterday. It just couldn't find the way around the outside. He tried it so many times on the run down to turn number 3, just could never get it back across to driver's right, left-hand side of our shots on the end to the run down to turn number 3. There was just never a hole in that section of track for him. Just couldn't get the job done. 22 minutes, 45 seconds remain on the timer for 2024. And now we'll keep an eye over on our timing sheets. And you know what? I have a sneaking suspicion that number 91 machine has popped back out with the race lead.
Well, Saknana, Jesse Cron, their minimum stop time coming into the weekend, the race 9 stop times from yesterday. Oh, that looked like that was a little close there for Sandy Stu because it got up on the curve and the exit in turn 4. 117 seconds, 1 minute 57. And as you said, given that the 91 car finished down in 5th place at the end of yesterday's race, that means they kept their 97-second minimum time, because Jesse is rated FIA Gold and Saknana FIA Bronze. So they've hit that one nicely there. Is on track. Is it going to be a pass? Yes, it will be. Pity Bionbaki was 3rd. Henk Kicks was 2nd. That'll now change next time we get to a timing interval. So it's an 8-second margin. Can Pity Bionbaki go and catch Saknana and take the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand car from a expected championship win to a definite championship win with a race win here today? That is the question now left to ask in this one. Also looking at pit stop times, Henk Kicks Marcus Winkelhock, 1 minute 58. They're right on the money. Pity Bionbaki and Kansek Kasiri had a shorter time at 1 minute 53, and they did 1 minute 56, so they're okay. Unfortunately for Sandy Stubik and Yi Deng, their stop time is a lot longer at 2 minutes and 10 seconds because of being FIA silver drivers all around, plus another 10 seconds for finishing 2nd yesterday. So it's 2 minutes 20. That's why they've dropped back in behind the 89 Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Honda. How's that there from Borowood Scott? Cuts hard to the apex turn 5 to protect against Sandy Stubik, who wants absolutely none of it and is trying to line up a run to pass him as soon as possible.
Yeah, these two are going to go toe-to-toe for a little while longer as well. They're a little way off the race lead, but there is time available if they can start lap time together. The last time by for Sandy Stubik at 37.631 would have taken about 2.5 to 3 seconds out of our race leader at the most recent time of asking. Way off the race lead, but there is time, and with that sort of a margin, the overall pace, where are they when they get back to the timing line? We just sort of watch and we wait for them to come back through and get to the timing line at the end of the lap. I think they're about 27 seconds off the race lead, so if Stuvik can get through, only about 9 laps or so at 3 seconds a lap, he will catch the race lead.
There you go, looks for the crisscross in turn 1, but the car doesn't like it, gets too much on the apex curb and bounces a little awkwardly there. We'll watch here if he's got enough power and slipstream to motor on past here, but the Honda NSX looks good here in clean air in the straight line. Borowood Bionbaki defending the inside there from Stubik. We've seen this win here by BQAI Audi do it before. Bait and switch there from Sandy Stubik. Gets to the inside at turn 3. But going to be a drag race at the turn 4, I think, Scott. Once again, you get to the inside, it's all good and well, but you then sort of cramp your exit a little bit there, having to leave space for the car on the outside.
Look how even they are on the run down at turn number 4, and this is going to take some bravery again. The outside appears to be the place to be overtaking here today. Around the outside for Sandy Stuvik will take that spot away. And he will move himself up into 4th spot now overall, and he will have work to do. Last time I've asked him was about 19 seconds behind the next driver, which is Henk Kicks. But if he can get a motor on and start to take some time out of all those cars ahead, remember Sandy Stuvik, one of the faster of the drivers running in the AM session. There is every opportunity he can get back up here and challenge for position.
And you look at that there, Saknara's just gone through and set a 139.8 for that flying lap. But previously he was doing 1 minute 30, 1 minute 40s versus 38s for Sandy Stuvik whilst trying to fight Carlo Van Dam. So this lap here as he crosses the line might be a little bit unrepresentative. No, it's still a 38.35. So it's still over a second and a half faster than Saknana. But other drivers to watch out for apparently on track at the moment. Pity Bionbaki, 37.983. And your fastest driver on track last lap around, Akash Nandi, 37.298. Just pulled a casual 6 seconds out of Douglas Kill on that lap.
Yep, and he's only about 14 seconds behind him. So 2 to 3 laps, he'll be right on top of him as well. So still something to race for. In the meantime, now we watch and we wait. What is Sandy Stuvik capable of? now that he's in clean air.
I think the big one to watch here will be, is first up, need to watch this battle here between Sark-Nana and Piti Bhirombhakdi. Because it really feels like you've got the 91 of Sark and the 27 here of Henk Kicks. They're sort of racing at comparative pace. And then you've got Piti Bhirombhakdi and Sandy Stuvik. They're doing their own thing on pace. And that there is the big challenge for Sandy. It's all good and well, catch Henk Kicks for third, but beyond that, going to be an uphill struggle, I think, to be able to go much further, unless there's a big degradation in pace. So 39.6 for your race leader, 38.1 for Piti Bhirombhakdi, 1 minute 40.7 for Henk Kicks, and to the line for Sandy Stuvik. It's a 1:37.0, fastest car of the top 4, actually, so there you go. Pull 2.5 seconds out of your race leader on that time by.
Yeah, margin, remember we were talking a couple laps ago, was out at 27 seconds. Well, Borovu Bhirombhakdi is running very representative towards the race leader. Not much difference there. So he's stayed at about 27 seconds, 23.5 seconds. Margin now for Sandy Stuvik. So he is absolutely coming back at these guys. I think that was Henk Kicks in the background, just giving a bit of a flash towards Douglas Koo. Let him know, hey, I'm here. You can let me through when it's most appropriate. Unless that might actually be Akash and Andy catching Douglas Koo from position.
It is. That's how quickly he's caught up there. Now, for those who are wondering, so what's the deal here with Douglas Koo being basically running his own pace? Well, not to dig on Douglas too much, but Douglas is one of our gentleman drivers in a sense. And also now this weekend in particular, also now running an older spec GT3 car in the form of that Lamborghini Gallardo. So not only is he at a sort of a driver pace deficit, he's now also got a car pace deficit that he probably has to be dealing with as well. Then again, he is racing by himself in the GT3 AM subclass here this weekend, so I guess at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter all that much. He still gets to call himself the class winner for this weekend.
So he is out there as the AM entry, and he is at least putting points on the table. Like I've said right throughout the duration, he's doing more laps out there than you and I certainly have the ability to. And Douglas Koo is a veteran driver. Last time I'm looking, he was 65 years of age. I'm not 100% sure what the go is or when his birthday is, but I believe we were checking that about the middle of the year. As we're seeing, there'll probably be a track limits violation or at least a warning. The 89 car to say, hey, you're on your last warning now as well. So Borovu Bhirombhakdi will be just a heads up of, hey, stay within the white lines, please. A 65-year-old gentleman who's still out there, still competing in GT3 racing is a phenomenal effort.
Don't get me wrong when the fact that yes, I acknowledge there that he's not the fastest driver here. It's certainly not meant to be a dig at Douglas Koo. And whilst it means he's not able to compete with other drivers here today on this particular weekend, there are times where he's able to put up a fight amongst the other GT3 AM drivers when we have a bigger field of them. And I mean, also think about the fact that out at Sepang, he had a teammate in the form of Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim. Usually known for racing with Johor Racing and their alliance with 888 Race Engineering, although that's no longer going to be a continuing partnership for the Asian region and racing in GT competition in Asia. So, but that was an interesting little change of events there when they raced at Sepang like that. As battle for the race leader is about to kick off here, by the way, whilst we've been talking about everything else. Scott Sark-Nana, unfortunately, is being hunted down and rapidly caught by Piti Bhirombhakdi. By the way they're going, if it's not this lap, it'll be next lap that Piti has a proper crack at him for the race lead.
I'll tell you what, Sandy Stuvik's down to 18.9 seconds back from the race lead as well. So he is starting to really track these guys down. He's only a couple of seconds away. And in fact, on this pace, he might even catch and pass Henk Kicks in the current lap. And to make things better, he's just set the fastest Sector 1 time for car 37 on the race as well as that fuel starts to burn out of that Audi. So, keep our eye on the battle for our race lead, but we'll also be looking in the background, trying to keep an eye on where the progress of Sandy Stuvik gets him up to. Conversations over in YouTube land about points as well. What are the point standings? Well,
I'm working on that actually.
Oh, you're already over it. Yeah, so Pity Birabaxi just needs to finish the race here today, and he will be crowned champion alongside of Kentasak Kasiri in the number 12 Honda NSX. First time of asking. Debut race for that car, won the race, and it looks like that's going to carry on and translate to a championship. The Thailand Super Series last year went to Turigazu Racing Team Thailand in, I believe, one of the Lexus GT3 entries. And they won it in the final race of the season, and I believe it was Breakdown in the last race of the season that won them that title as well. Well, they're not here this year. And that means that's opened the door for Singer Motorsport Team Thailand to bring a new fleet of Honda NSXs to the fore. I guarantee it'll be celebrations in Buriram tonight.
Also noting here with the standings, they are tracked per driver in the Super Series by B-Quik, so just keeping that in mind that whilst the driver pairings are usually pretty solid and consistent, the fact that, for example, Jesse Collin this weekend is racing with a different co-driver in the form... mental blank on I've literally seen his name now mentioned several times somewhere, and I've just now completely blanked on Saknana. Sorry, there it is for the race lead. Here we go to the final turn. Pity Birabaxi looks to the inside, but he can't get the doors left open there by Saknana. That should be the race lead there for Pity Birabaxi, and it will be the race lead before they cross the start-finish line. And now, as they work their way up to turn one, Bimbo's got the straight line power, but Saknana backs off, preserves the car, will slot into second place, and it will be Pity Birabaxi, championship leader, now in first place.
Yep. Now for Pity Birabaxi, he will try and run away as best he possibly can. An update on Sandy Stuvik has managed to get the overtake done, so he now moves into third place overall. 14.5 seconds back from our race lead. So, race not over and done with 10 minutes on the clock as well. We'll be looking at in the realm of 67 laps before we crown our winners for this afternoon's racing action and indeed the championship. I tell you what, wouldn't it be a way to win a championship for Pity Birabaxi and Kentasak Kasiri? Bookend the season, win race 1, win the last race of the season, race 10 as well, take home the title.
Yep. For those who've seen my numbers I've just put in the TSS YouTube chat, those are live points predictions. So based on if the race was to finish right now, Pity Birabaxi, number 12, Singer Motorsport Team Thailand, Honda NSX, wins the championship on 173 points. The win here by BQAR Audi would finish second in the championship on 153 points, and the Team AAI number 91 BMW finishing third on 139 points, which would be a swap. Actually, I think after yesterday's results, the 37 and the 91 swap positions, and then once again here today, because they're currently running second and third, it wouldn't be enough of a change to reverse the order back to the way it was before they arrived to race here at Chang for the final time this season. Eight and a half minutes here to go. Scott, say there.
That's the 37 Audi that's cutting its way through as well.
Yes, it is.
So they are still coming on through.
And also noting last time around 139.820 from Saknana versus 137.198 from Sandy Stuvik at nearly 3 seconds a lap. That would indeed mean 12-second margin. He could do it, but he's going to have to keep up this level of pace difference the rest of the race.
Well, it's going to be tight when he gets to the last half of the race, and for Sak, he's got to make sure that he can maintain the pace. Last time by 39.820, dropped about 2.7 seconds to Sandy Stuvik. So we'll watch and we'll wait for that time to come through. At the line, 7 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. Is going to be about, I think, 4 to 5 laps. And from there, we'll have the 1 extra lap. So it'll be probably a minimum of 5 laps to the end of the race here. From now, Zach's managing to hold. He's actually, since being passed by Peter on back, his pace has actually come back up a little bit. 38.710. This is the 62 car tracking down and getting quite close now to, I'm pretty sure that's Carlo Van Dam, although I get the feeling Akash Nandi is exactly 1 lap behind that car.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that is a 1 lap difference on track together, but yeah, gap of 1 or interval of 1 lap between the 89 of now Vorobov Bhakti and Akash Nandi. So I get the feeling if the 89 is aware, there's no need to race 62 too hard, because you've only got 6.5 minutes plus 1 more lap left in this race. They'd have to then go find about 95, 96 seconds to close down the margin there. So move is made, although it looks like for Vorobov, he wasn't back letting off the right foot there out of the turn 3 hairpin, Scott. But Akash says, I'm passing you. I don't care, my car's damaged after the incident there at the start of the race. And I will go on my merry way.
Really interesting, actually, thinking about the psychology of race car. And you can just see it as well from Esham Pierres. After he had that incident, his confidence was just really shaken, wasn't it? Or whether or not there was mismatched tyres, there was some more drama going on with that as well. But you could just see his confidence was really shaken, because Akash Nandi and Esham Pierres are very, very close together in terms of actual out-and-out lap speed. Well, since Akash Nandi's got back in the car, that car's recovered dramatically, back to down into the 1 minute 36s in terms of lap time. So that says the car was actually okay. And for Esham Pierres, it was actually all in his head.
I mean, yeah, in his head, or just trying to preserve the car and make sure that it was reporting everything okay. A whole bunch of possible ways that went there. But I think also, as you said, there's a fair point there also, the fact that they only changed the left rear tyre since it was the one that went down. So maybe, as you said, the imbalance there, just meaning they decide what they really wanted to do there was just manage that a little bit more carefully. Or just it felt weird to him as well behind the wheel with a right rear that had some running in it, and a left rear that was new or old. We don't know the tyre allocation situation at this point of the weekend, so there is that there too.
Yep, so checking back in with Vorobov Bhakti, runs around in 5th spot at the moment.
Could catch Hank Kicks there. He's only 4 seconds
Yeah, he is
behind.
actually. I was just about to say that. I was just looking at the margin between them, and that's Hank Kicks. No, that's Esham Pierres there.
But Hank was like
Sorry,
in shot for a fraction of a second beforehand. There he is, red.
Sandy Stuvik's down to about 8 seconds now behind Sack. And he will continue to try and track him down. 36.815 in the most recent lap. So we're getting about 2.5 seconds out of Sack. The margin is coming down. The margin of the race lead. So at the start of the stint for Sandy Stuvik, the margin was about 27 seconds. He's driven that down to just over 10 seconds behind the race leader. So he's taken nearly 20 seconds out of our race leader. That's a phenomenal drive, and it should be stated that is a really, really good drive for the 37 car.
Which also means that at this point in time, if there was no such thing as success compensation times in the pits, if all had gone about the same in the second, Sandy Stuvik would be crawling all over the back of Piti Bhakti for the race win. And yeah, last lap around 38.215 was the 37.233. For Sandy, he must be hoping like, oh, why can't I have a few more laps to reel this all in? As track limits warning has come up for the 89 machine of Vorobov Bhakti, as he pulled in nearly 2 seconds on Hank Kicks, so he should get there just in time to have a tilt at 4th place and take one of the Audis off the out of the top 4. But we are currently a Honda, a BMW, and an Audi for the podium. Now, yes, you could argue that the compensation times based on the driver pairings might sort of influence that there a bit, but manufacturer representation is currently on the cards.
overall, it's been a very, very good season. I mean, I think at times what you had, about 13 GT3s at one point back at Sepang, which was really, really good to see. And how about the all-in dog pile as well? It was the racing from Sepang where we had the GTM and the GT4 categories out on track all at the same time alongside the GT3s, which created a unique opportunity. I believe it's the first time that the GT3 class has actually gone multi-class racing, at least it has in the last couple of years. And,
since we've started commentating on it, TSS Supercar GT3 has always run standalone at the Thai Thai race weekends. So here's a little bit of an onboard view here with Piti Bhirombhakdi. And there you go. So down to first gear for the turn 3 hairpin, and then has it still fighting the rear a little bit as he tries to put the power down on the way out, Scott.
Really good. So I'm really interested to watch this on board when he gets down to turn 4.
Nope.
And when I could get that opportunity. So that is your race leader. Margin's now out to 4.5 seconds. Margin down for Sandy Stuvik to 4.5 seconds. And that is
on
battle
for 4th.
The 4th spot as Hank Kicks goes toe-to-toe with Roravu Bhirombhakdi.
So, also seen a question there, where is Winky? Number 27, that's Marcus's car this weekend. Hank Kicks trying to hang on to a 4th place position, but he's out wide in the dirt at turn 4. And the door could not be more open for Roravu Bhirombhakdi to the inside by the time they get down to turn 5. He will take away 4th place from the 27 Big Absolute Racing Audi. Promote second of the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Honda NSX GT3s to 4th place. And with the way they've been going on pace, that is likely not going to reverse itself any time sooner in the race. Of course, noting all of your fast drivers that we saw at the start of the race, they've all had to jump out and switch over to their co-drivers, which in this second race of the weekend is usually the slower of the 2 drivers, although some of the pairings, that can be a bit of a coin toss.
Yep, there's pairings are quite close together. So that's Piti Bhirombhakdi on the run into turn number 3. So there'll be one more lap left after he finishes this lap. And I tell you what, Dan, that might just be just the amount of time that Sandy Stuvik needed to get to Sack and take away
True.
3rd spot, the 2nd spot. So that was, I believe Sackett was in the back of that shot, 5.2 seconds behind race leader Piti Bhirombhakdi.
Yeah, just a hint of the Team AI BMW there in the background of the shop. But then we should also see the Audi R8 of Stuvik come flying through as well. Just curious, on this particular lap, Piti Bhirombhakdi and Saknana, pretty similar times to the first 2 sector timing beams, but then half a second faster was Sandy Stuvik through the middle sector, 2/10 quicker through the first sector, so up 7/10. The gap was 2.6 seconds at the start-finish line, which means that we should be looking at sub 2 seconds by the time he gets to the end of the lap. It just depends on this 3rd and final sector as to how much more time he can make out of this car. As time has reached 0, Piti Bhirombhakdi will see the final lap board there at the race control line. As there you go, Saknana versus Sandy Stuvik. Gap is 1.1 seconds. Last lap time difference was 1.6 seconds. It's on for P2.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be on. And the lap time for Sandy Stuvik last time by, a 1:37.590, 1:39.153. So that says that Sack is going to have to find something on the final lap of the race. Stuvik has been coming ever since he climbed aboard this car. The pace has been there for the 37 machine. And now he'll have to go the long way around if he wants to climb his way onto the podium. The difficult part is he's coming into the back half of the lap, and the problem will be is that the overtaking opportunities are few and far between down here. He's not really closing in that first sector. It'll be sector 2 and sector 3, whereby Stuvik is quicker. And have a look at the light flashing that's going on from Sack as he tries to get Douglas Koo to move out of the way. And he'll want to do that. Great job by Koo. Koo just gets right out of the way. But now it comes down to there's nothing between them. The sector 2 timing beam showed a gain of about 7/10 of a second, which means there's nothing between these guys. Down to turn number 8 as he'll tip it into the right-hand side and trying to go the long way round to Sandy Stuvik at turn 9. Gets alongside. Is he going to run him out of real estate? Yes, he is. Stuvik will try and cross him back. The slide for the rear end of the Team
He's still
AAI
gonna pin it.
BMW. And the long way round at turn 10, the bravery, but it's not going to be for your series champion. Pity Biron-Bakti and Team Singer. Thailand are your 2024 Supercar GT3 champions.
And Sandy Civic will hang on to that spot after clinching it around the outside of turns 10 and 11. That's a move we don't normally see in any car here with the way the track gets loose and dusty there offline. But well done to Sandy Civic. Didn't want to wait for the final corner and jamming up the inside at the last corner there. Gets a move sorted through turn 10. For Sak Nana and Jesse Con, they'll have to settle for third place as they finish the race. And that will definitely confirm that your championship top 3 finish in that order on the road as well. Singer Motorsport Team Thailand, the number 12, Pity Biron-Bakti and Kansas Akasiri are your race and drivers champions here in TSS Supercar GT3 for 2024. Your runners-up for the year will be the win here by BQAR, number 37, Audi R8 Ascenti Stuvik in the Deng. And then, due to the driver swap here this weekend, it will be the 91 Team AAI BMW, but only Jesse Cron in that car will come home third in the Drivers' Championship, as he has otherwise raced this season with Chunhua Chen. And that will mean that Chunhua Chen has his own point score as a driver in this series. But there is your classification of the race results. And yeah, 36 laps completed by your race leader and the top 5. 35 laps complete by Akash Andier Shampiris, and 34 laps complete by Douglas Crew to round out the racing here today. Fastest lap time by your race leader, 36.5, but I can actually see that right towards the end, Akash Nandi slipping in a 1 minute 36.318 as the absolute fastest time of the race weekend. And yeah, feel free to pick up some marbles on those ones there. We'll have to see if he has to bring that one back in. Looks like he will be heading up straight back to pit lane, so no championship donuts here today, unfortunately, Scott. But with that, one final highlights package for TSS Supercar GT3 here to recap what we just saw in this afternoon's race.
Can you believe what happened about an hour ago when we started this race? There was a lot of debate and discussion in and around the grid, and how good was it to see once again the Thailand Supercar GT3 take to the racing circuit. The final time for 2024 was probably the most exciting time for 2024. The elbows were out in race 10 of the season, the grand finale. They were 4 wide on the run down at turn number 3. On lap 1, through went your race leader, who immediately tried to set sail off into the sunset. Such was the pace of the 62 early on. And then, right there, it was that last hit whereby the rear tire of the 62 was banging on the front left guard of the Team AAI BMW. That is where the tire started to come apart and went flat as he went down into turn number 1. For Eshan Pieris, out the window went any opportunity of a strong race result. The wing end plate was on it, and then it was off it, as that car shredded itself and left a whole bunch of debris on the racing line. Safety car was called, we re-racked them, we restacked them, we went back to racing once again. And once more, it was the elbows out. This time, it was number 37 with Yi Deng behind the wheel, who was in the lead, and it was nearly like round 2 for Jesse Krohn as he went boxing with an Audi the second time today. Finally got the job done, and he was able to set sail. It took Marcus Winkelhock a lot longer to get his way through on Yi Deng. And Carlo Van Dam was lining up, Kansas Akasiri was lining up for his opportunity to have a crack at that Audi as well. Driver swaps came through. They got the 62 in nice and early. They wanted to have a look at that car. They did start to find some speed and recovered in that one. Sandy Stuvik as well was one of the earlier driver swaps to come in. And the reason for that was because the pace was so similar between both of those drivers. Down off the jacks to number 91. Handed over to Sak, and he would be in control for the run to the flag. Pit stop window closed. The race for the lead heated up. And job done by Pity Biron-Bakti to the race lead. How about the celebrations from all of our pro drivers who were out of the cars and watching the AMs go to work. Then it was this little battle as Sandy Stuvik cut his way through the field. First he picked off Rorovu Biron-Bakti. Then he sets the sights on the next couple of drivers down the road. And it would be Sak who he would go in pursuit of. It took a long time for Pity Biron-Bakti to get close, but eventually he'd get the job done. He'd put himself on the top step of the podium. And finally, the battle for second place would kick off as well. How about the gentleman driver, Douglas Koo, getting out there in an older format BMW? This right here would be where the battle started for the race win. A little bit wide out of the final corner for Sackett, unfortunately. Through went Piti Birambakti, took the race lead, never looked back. Disappear into the sunset. Then it was time for Sandy Stuvik to go to work to see if he could hunt him down. Vorevud Birambakti would try and hang on to the spot, and in fact, he would actually go in pursuit of Henk Kicks, lose that spot later on in the race. Change for fourth spot. How about the onboard shots that this championship leading car was giving to us all race long? The final lap, the final run out of turn 10 and 11 was where Sandy Stuvik would get the job done. But none would catch him. 2024 championship winners in his Supercar GT3, Piti Birambakti, Kantasak Kasiri, and Team Singer Motorsport Thailand. Take your 2024 Thailand Supercar GT3 championship aboard the Honda NSXs. I cannot believe they picked those cars up, they took them racing at the start of the year, and how successful they would be. They're going to be stoked with all the efforts from the year-long performance out of Team Singer Motorsport.
100% did. Making a car switch like that, which is quite a radical shift there, is important to note, as it looks like we are going to chat to Saknana and Jesse Cron here first. So we'll listen in here to see what Goody has to hear from the drivers given. And of course, we'll talk to Jesse in English in just a moment here. But let's also listen in to Saknana.
เป็นสิ่งที่น่ายินดีในการกลับมาของพี่ในวันนี้
ครับขอบ
ถูก
คุ
ไหม
ณค
ฮะ
รับขอบคุณครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับพี่เล่าให้ฟังหน่อยครับ
ก็ทั้งมีอะไรใหม่ๆให้เรียนรู้เยอะมากครับวีคนี้
ครับ
แล้วก็ถึงผมจะเคยขับสนามนี้ไปครั้ง2 ครั้งเมื่อ 2013-2014 เนี่ย
ครับ
มันก็จริงๆแล้วสนามก็เหมือนเดิมแต่เพียงแต่ว่าความทรงจำผมมันก็คงตามอายุนะครับ ผมจำไม่ค่อยได้เท่าไหร่ก็คืออาทิตย์นี้มีเวลาวันพฤหัส15 นาทีวันศุกร์15 นาที2 รอบอะไรเงี้ยแล้วก็ได้เรียนรู้ไปครับ
ด้วยเวลาที่ซ้อมน้อยด้วยนะครับ
ครับ
แต่แน่นอนปีหน้ายังไงดีครับ
ปีหน้าตั้งใจจะมาขับ3 สนามก็คือสนาม 1 2 3 4 กับ 90 ครับ
หมายความว่าช้างเสร็จแล้วบางแสนต่อ แล้วก็
ใช่ครับช้างเสร็จบางที่เหลือจะแข่งที่เนอร์เบอร์กลิงที่เยอรมัน
ครับโอเคครับ just good congratulations how about you
Yeah, it was a fun race. You could tell it's the last race of the championship because there was a lot of contact. Nobody wanted to give an inch, so there was a lot of exciting rating. But in the end, it was good. We got podium. Kiki did an amazing job. He's new to the championship. He doesn't know the tires. He's here very limited testing, so with what we had, he did an amazing job, and fighting against the guys who've been driving the whole year was really impressive to see. So good job.
You too.
Thank you.
I'm not that good. He do amazing job.
yes what was amazing stuff and all the season they had the result you have to happy about the result then
Yeah, obviously we came here to win the championship. Unfortunately, I had to skip one round because I had a clash with my other program. So missing a round in such a short championship is no good for the championship hunt. But we were still there in the end. I don't know where we ended up finishing.
but think that is almost close that about next year maybe you have the championship
Yeah, next year maybe.
all right
We always
just
go there to
leave
win.
a comment to Thai fans yes
Yeah, thanks a lot for all the Thai fans. I love the country. It's always nice to come here. The people are so friendly. I like the track. I like the food. The weather is amazing. So I'm grateful to be here and thanks a lot for everyone.
ครับพี่กี้ครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับเป็นตัวแทนของทีมด้วยครับ
ขอบคุณมากนะครับที่ให้กำลังใจมานะครับก็จะพยายามทำให้ดีกว่านี้นะครับ
ครับ
แค่นั้นเลยครับ
ขอบคุณครับแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งนะครับไปต่ออันดับ2กันเลยดีกว่า
There
ค
we
รับ
are,
เป็น
some
ของ
words
Team
from
Absolute Racing นะครับ
Kiki
Sandy
Saknana
and Andy
and
นะครับ
Jesse Cron
ตามมา
there.
เลยครับ
Third place finishers here tonight, and as he said, Jesse not even aware of his championship situation there today. But there's a chat with Sandy Stuvik and Yi Deng in a second. That will be held in Thai. And what we might do as a result, folks, given that the remaining field is, I believe, all Thai, we might just see here if Yi Deng will speak with Goody in English. But we've also to say farewell to Scott Rankin here. I will be joined, though, by another voice who's been listening in otherwise this weekend, which will be familiar to, and I'll welcome in here briefly before we take a short break.
Congratulations
It will be in English, so actually I'll do that in a second. We're just listening to Yi Deng here
I'm
first.
very happy that I could compete with this professional driver around the world. And Sandy and I did a great job today. We fight it in the last sector, in the last corner.
All right.
So I'm really appreciative with about our team and my teammates and my company behind. So yeah, thank you all.
โอเค thank you congratulations again โอเคครับและแชมป์ประเทศไทยของเรานะครับแน่นอนเป็นของสิงห์ Motorsport ยินดีด้วยครับแน่นอนเป็นแชมป์สนามนี้และเป็นแชมป์ประเทศไทยด้วย
And with that, as Goody will now talk to Kansaki Siri and PDB Rombakti, will now introduce my new co-commentator for today. Now, you heard him yesterday, though, if you joined us for that broadcast. There was, apologies, just lost pictures there for a second, it seems, from the circuit. But we will welcome in Reese Gardner to join me once again. And Reese, got a chance to obviously listen to you and Scott work yesterday during the morning segment of the show, and good to have you back here once again. We've still got one 1 hour long race and 2 30-ish minute sprints to finish up for the weekend. So there's going to be plenty of racing action still to come our way here shortly to wrap up this weekend. So still plenty to catch on, despite all you've had, you've let us take care of this morning so far.
Yeah, indeed. Massive weekend here for the final round of Thai Super Series for 2024. We do have the GTM and GT4 race coming up in, I'd say, about 15 minutes' time. And then we're going to round things off with the Super Pickup races. What a nice way to cap off this weekend. Chang International Circuit going to be consumed by a cloud of diesel smoke, as it should be.
Yes, it is the sort of one of the true iconic looks for this series. And yeah, with that, we'll take a very short break here on the English production feed here, Reese, just to get ourselves reset and back in the groove, as the final hour-long race of the weekend will be TSS Supercar GTM and GT4. You can see them now heading to the track. So give us a couple of minutes here, folks, as the cars make their way to the grid, and then we'll be ready for the green flag to fly in about 13 minutes' time is the scheduled start. So we'll take 5 here on the English broadcast for Thailand Super Series and speedcafe.com. We'll be back with you in just a couple of moments.
สุดท้ายที่ไหนเซปังก็ที่มี3เรสใช่ไหมครับเราก็ได้ที่1กับที่3แล้วก็ที่1ก็ทำให้สนามนี้เราจะโดนพิทสต็อปเนี่ยเพิ่ม15วิก็ต้องมีลุ้นครับว่าเราจะตามขึ้นมาทันหรือเปล่ารถก็มีการเตรียมพร้อมเพิ่มขึ้นนะครับก็คิดว่ารถมาได้ดีที่เหลือก็เป็นที่คนขับนะครับแต่ก็ค่อนข้างพร้อม 100% ครับแล้วก็อากาศเย็นครับลมแรงลมมีผลไหมไม่มีแต่อากาศเย็นก็อาจจะมีผลทำให้รถที่ดีขึ้นก็ทำให้นักขับไม่ฮีทนะครับถ้าสำหรับผมบางแสนที่ได้ที่1ที่บางแสนเป็นสนามที่ท้าทายมากนะครับแล้วก็ต้องบอกว่าเราทำผลงานได้ดีแล้วได้ที่1มาก็ชอบมากครับขับบางแสนอยากกลับไปอีกเลยเป็นที่ดีนะครับบางแสนเพราะว่าเป็นปีแรกของผมด้วยที่ได้ขับบางแสนแล้วก็ได้แชมป์เลยก็สนามที่สนุกครับท้าทายเลยครับเป็นชาเลนจิ้งในตัวผมที่สนุกเลยครับแล้วก็ดีใจที่ได้ความที่บางแสนปีหน้าคิดว่ายังคงการติดตลาดการเล่นนี้อยู่นะครับที่จะลงในรุ่น GTM เพราะว่ารถก็ยังคิดว่ายังสู้เขาได้อยู่นักแข่งก็แก่ขึ้นปีหนึ่งครับแต่ก็ยังสู้ได้นะครับฝากแฟนๆชาวสิงห์ Motorsport ทีม Thailand นะครับติดตามเชียร์พวกเรานะครับมี3คันนะครับ GT3 เบอร์89และเบอร์12 GTM เบอร์25ครับ Ferrari 48 Evo อะไรครับมั่นใจไหมก็อย่างที่บอกสนามสุดท้ายมั่นใจก็ระดับหนึ่งนะครับแต่ว่าสุดท้ายเวลาของทุกคนเร็วขึ้นคิดว่าก็ไม่ได้ง่ายนะครับเราต้องสู้ต้องไฟท์
ที่ได้ที่1ที่เซปังนะครับก็เป็นอะไรที่เมมโมเบิลมากเราไม่ได้คาดว่าเราจะได้ที่1นะครับเราก็ที่ชนะที่เซปังก็เป็นอะไรที่เราก็อยากจะทำใหม่ในปีหน้าเหมือนกันนะครับ
แน่นอนครับผมคิดว่ารอบสุดท้ายที่เซปังที่เราได้ที่1 overall อย่าลืมนะครับเราลงเป็น GT4 AM แต่ว่าได้ช่วยที่1 overall นี่เป็นอะไรที่เราแฮปปี้มากแล้วก็ได้ไปแข่งต่างประเทศ ก็อีกประสบการณ์หนึ่งนะฮะก็สนุกต้องติดตามทีม GW Zoom East ต่อนะครับแล้วก็รอดูว่าปีหน้าเนี่ยเราจะออกมาคันไหนบ้างอะไรยังไงบ้างนะครับนักแข่งคือว่าน่าจะสนุก
ครับผมก็ถึงแฟนๆนะครับเบอร์ 95 ของวอร์เรนนะครับก็ฝากเชียร์สนามสุดท้ายครับตอนนี้เราก็นำอยู่แค่4คะแนนอาจจะต้องไปบูนนิดนึงอาทิตย์นี้ก็ฝากเชียร์พวกเราด้วยครับ
เอาละครับคุณผู้ชมครับยังอยู่ในรายการ B-Quik Thailand Super Series 2024 นะครับซึ่งรุ่นที่อยู่ข้างหลังผมนี้นะครับกับรุ่น Thailand Supercar GTM และ Thailand Supercar GT4 ทั้ง 2 รุ่นนี้นะครับยังคงต้องใช้สนามนี้เป็นสนามสุดท้ายในการตัดสินแชมป์นั่นเองซึ่งแน่นอนว่ารุ่นที่อยู่ข้างหลังผมนี้คือรุ่น Thailand Supercar GT4 นะครับผู้ที่ทำเวลาได้ดีที่สุดนะครับเป็นมูฮัมหมัดนาควิปนออัสลานวันนี้จะขับเป็นไม้แรกนะครับขับคู่กับเอเมอร์แฮร์ริสเจฟฟรีย์นะครับเวลาที่เขาทำได้ดีที่สุดคือ1 นาที 42.644 วันนี้เราไปคุยกับนาควิปกันว่าเขาเตรียมความพร้อมกันอย่างไรกับสนามนี้สนาม
Welcome back, folks. As Goody is going to walk through the grid here in TSS Supercar GTM and GT4 as we're getting ready to go to that race here, folks. And going to be joined here by Reese Gardner to bring home the commentary for the rest of today's racing action with these final 3 events. Reese, just asking and talking about the champ situation, the fact that in yesterday's event, whilst unfortunately I wasn't here to see it, a bit of a dramatic moment there with the championship leader coming into the weekend, and still the championship leader today, the number 25 Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Ferrari 488 Challenge of Kitapole and Superkit running out of fuel and falling back to 4th place, has tightened up the championship fight between the 2 drivers that are in, or 2 cars that are currently in the championship contention. But it is going to be interesting to watch how that plays out in the GTM category. We'll have GT4 points for you here in a second as well. I'll run those in the numbers. I'll also hand to you here, Reese, as we also watch Goody chat to some of our GT4 drivers up and down the grid.
Yeah, indeed. 7.5 points the margin for the GTM Championship, and well, I've noticed, yesterday it tended to be a bit of a pattern, didn't it? How the championship leaders in a lot of our categories had something happen to them, some sort of mishap yesterday. The only championship that really escaped that unfortunate sequence of events was the Super Pickup categories. The championship leaders had pretty smooth races in those categories, but for now, that number 25 Ferrari still on pole position next to the number 17, the Porsche, which ended up taking the victory in yesterday's race. Looking forward to seeing what the GT4 battle is going to turn out like as well. We've got another 60-minute race coming up. That's 60 minutes plus 1 lap after the timer hits 0. And pit stops will be a thing. Driver changes in many of the cars. And of course, that number 25 Ferrari having to refuel. It's the only car in the field that has to take fuel in the pit stop. It's just got too small a tank. And that's what unfortunately caught out the team yesterday. Yes, as Dan said, they were able to limp it home. However, they will want to try and avoid that here in this race. Guaranteed championship win for them if they finish 1st or 2nd. That's going to put some extra pressure on the garage.
Yeah, it will indeed. And also noting here the standings in championship for GT4. As Goody's actually walking through the GT4 field. We've had a change in the championship lead there as well after coming home. Is that your class winners in GT4? It was indeed yesterday. Cantidi, Kassiri and Vutikorn. The AES Motorsport number 18 machine currently stands out as leading classes. We're just listening here. Hayden Harkellen behind the wheel with Goody. He can speak here for a second as well.
In the season, how do you feel that?
Yeah, last race of the year as well. The team has worked well all year. We've worked hard. We're P3 in the championship. We're still fighting for, I think, P2. But yeah, anything can happen in a race, so we'll see where we can go.
Yeah, so yesterday you had a championship, about another class today, and you hope so to win the championship too?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I want to win the championship as well, but at the same time, we got to think realistically. We've done so well all year, and just head down, full push, see what happens.
Yes, okay. Let's comment to Thai fans here to share you.
Oh yeah, for all the Thai fans, you know, do support me and the team as well. We work hard all year, and yeah, last race of the year, we'll try to do our best. That's all I can say.
Best of luck here.
Thank you.
โอเคเฮเดนก็บอกว่าแน่นอนนะครับเขาก็ทำในเรื่องของการไม่ว่าจะเป็นทีมเวิร์กหรือตัวเขาเองที่พยายามจะผลักดันตัวเขาเองเนี่ยให้
Well, there we go. Another little chat to GT4 and Goody continuing his way on down the grid here as we get going for this final race of the season for GTM and GT4. It's been a long and hard-fought championship in these categories. Certainly interested to see how the Mustang does as well. It's going to be a massive boon for them if they can grab a podium in the final race. The GT4 contenders after race 9. It's the number 18, which is in contention here. If they win, they get the championship, but it's only 6 points the margin back to Prakun and Warren in the number 95. 124 points on the cards for them so far. Hayden Heikal and Peter Hackett sit in P3, 19.5 points behind the championship leader. So they'll basically be hoping for a disaster for the number 18, Dan, if they are able to make that happen somehow, or allow it to happen, more like.
Yeah, that is part of the play there, it seems, as well. Also knowing that there's various subcategories and divisions here in Supercar GTM and GT4. Now, we've just talked points-wise about the overall driver standings in both of those divisions. Yeah, just noting, particularly in GT4, it's a little specific that, yeah, Kentity Kasiri is the only driver of the number 18 sitting second on points. Leading the class on points. He does have a co-driver this weekend in the form of Vutakorn in that number 18 car, but Vutakorn not a full season competitor. And in fact, actually, when he last race for him was classified as a non-series championship competitor. So he's in that car and sharing that car with Kentity, who's, again, consider this, Kentity has just jumped out of the Supercar GT3 field, and he's now jumping into the GTM or GT4 class car. So pulling double duty here today, and also with two completely different teams in the process here. So going to be he's a busy man today here at the Chang circuit, especially when they're running back to back like this.
There's Natavude sitting second in the GTM championship. If the number 25 does not finish in the top 2 positions, then Natavude will take the championship if he finishes in those top 2 places. So keep an eye out for that. Simon Chan as well, we just saw there in the green and black number 24, number 10 Porsche. Definitely was involved in an excellent battle yesterday. And we'll be hoping for more of the same today, starting from 6th in the GTM category. Last few preparations online now with 1 minute warning and engines starting. And we'll get a GT Symphony descending over Chang International Circuit for one more time here before the diesels take over for the super pickups.
And actually, my apologies, maybe a bit of a blunder there. Got Kentity Kasiri here in the GT4s, but in the GT3s it's Kantasak Kasiri, so get those names a little bit crisscrossed there. Hopefully that little gaffe can be excused. So thankfully, yeah, not pulling crazy double duties like that. But of course, we've got other cars here in this race to also keep an eye out for. Craig Corliss, Jalen Robotham, that Mark Mustang there that we just saw eyes on for a moment there, starting 3rd place in this race today. Saravut Nafik, that Lamborghini Super Trofeo that has had moments of strength, but also at the same time it's had some moments where unfortunately it's had issues. As we have the formation lap underway here for the rolling start race for these GTM GT4 cars. Not long now until we see another 60 minutes on the clock and the final 60-minute race of our weekend here. Welcome back to the Super Series by B-Quik as we go racing at the Chang International Circuit for the Est-Cola TSS Supercar GTM and TSS Supercar GT4 presented by Ademitsu. As if you haven't seen it yet, or have just tuned in for this category and you haven't want to know what the track looks like, here's how the Chang International Circuit plays out from the top down, Reece. And it's very much also a track of two halves. Very much a power circuit, sectors 1 in the first half of sector 2, and then we get into a track where you sort of need to be more mindful of your tyres and having your grip underneath you here, as with the Ventus F200 dry weather slick for both categories of GTM and GT4 on track here today. Once again, as usual, at least the control tyre will mean it comes down to the team and the driver more so than the tyre.
Yeah, indeed. And all season long, the drivers will be hoping that those control tyres are able to mesh well with the chassis of their machine. Subtle differences between a lot of these, especially in the GT4s. Regardless, the number 25 Ferrari challenge car with Superkit starting the car. Driving with Kitapol there on pole position. In second place, the 17. In third, Craig Corliss and Jalen Robotham in the Mustang. Saravut and Afik in the second row, with Natavude starting in fifth place. He's going to have a lot of work to do if he wants to try and take that championship crown here in the final round.
Yep, there's a couple of different permutations to all of that one there. We'll talk about them as the race goes on, as we now file through our GT4 field. It's 17 cars total here, with pole position there was actually back in 8th place outright for Muhammad Nakib Norazlan, who we saw racing back in Thailand Super Compact earlier on today. So he's had a bit of a breather, but back and racing here to do double duty this weekend. And our last couple of cars here, Torn, Warren, Kachorn, Erwin de Smit. Do not remember the number 95, one of our championship contenders in GT4. Watch out for them. Try and make their way forward. And the final car, number 44, Pujarat, they're going to round out the field by himself in that Mercedes AMG GT4. Well, I'll get their instructions in a second here to file up 2 by 2, Reece, and then we can get underway to break down that championship a little bit more, at least in GTM. There's only 2 cars that are in it for the championship. In fact, here it is on screen. 163.5 points for Kitapol, and Superkit plays 156 points for Natavude. They are the only 2 cars that can fight for the championship. Natavude also has locked out GTM AM class subdivision. And there's Kennedy Kasiri, P1, the 2 drivers in the number 95 for Prakun and Warren. They can fight for the outright title, as well as Hayden Haikal and Peter Hackett. But it's going to have to be a big day for them to close things up. Round the final corner we will come. We will see the red lights on the gantry here, Reece, and get ready for a start. But they've got to form up here out of the final turn and get ready to go as they get ready to put the hammers down. Lights are out, foot to the floor. We are racing here, and the GT4 pack is absolute bedlam. In 4 wide on the approach to T1, nearly 3 wide with the GTMs in front, but it's crazy there for the 4s as they make their way through.
Goodness me, clean start, thank goodness, for the GTM category. The 25 already skipping away, with the 17 now having to try and keep that 77 Lamborghini behind them. That number 77 got a 5-second penalty yesterday for track limits abuse, so they need to be careful to keep it within the white lines here, but they'll definitely try and get it alongside the Porsche coming out of turn 3. A very good start for Superkit there in the Ferrari, as it looks like, easy does it, Craig and Jalen in the Mustang. They're going to have another go at the podium from here in that number 8. It seems like it's a battle for second at the moment, with the Lamborghini diving into the braking zones.
Try and get that car set up, maximize its potential there. That PSC Motorsport Super Trofeo, we've seen it be strong, but at the same time, we've also seen it be definitely on the struggle street at times as well. It's sort of a car that has its peaks, but it has big troughs as well, although compared to that, then you've also got that Ford Mark Mustang from the guys at Corliss Race Engineering. Unfortunately for them, that thing sometimes runs well. Unfortunately, it has plenty of occasions where it will retire undesirably. As you listen to the roar of Ferrari V8, Porsche Flat 6, Lamborghini V10, and a Crate Motor V8 there, top 4, as they stick together and complete the first lap of this 1-hour event. Headlight flash there from, that is a Afik behind the wheel at the moment at the 77 PSC. I mean, he wants past Tassinapol to go after you, racing, but wobble through turn 1, runs out over the exit turving there and hangs on a P3 for now, but Jalen Robotham smells blood in the Mustang.
He certainly does. Jalen's been looking for a result this season. Unfortunately, you're right. Yeah, that car retired yesterday, that number 8 Mustang. He's going to try around the outside of turn 3, but with the way the track widens up on the way in, very difficult to get the move done on entry. Maybe on exit it'll work out for him. But for the time being, Lamborghini and the Mustang look very well matched. Is it going to be around the outside move for the Mustang? He is going to be slightly ahead at the turn in point, but he might have to yield to the Lamborghini, which is not willing to give an inch.
Yeah, and just taking preservation here at the start of the race, it seems. Fair play indeed. Is look after that car, see if he can get it better than. We have seen outside moves work through turn 4 if you're on the racing line, but when you're side by side like that, you'd have to be very crazy coming under brakes, and I think at this stage, probably best to just settle in, and then you can go for it in maybe a couple of laps once the car is fired up and the tyres haven't gone too far as well, I guess, is the other thing to keep in mind, because they have to be fueled for the full 1 hour race. The only exception is the Ferrari 488 Challenge out front, since the fuel tank is literally incapable of doing so. And means that these cars are going to be quite heavy here to start this race, given the amount of time they'll be spending on full throttle.
It was almost a move there by Jalen Robotham, making his way into the final corner, but it looks like a poor exit for the number 77, and Jalen might go for it here at turn 1. He is ahead. And up into third goes the Mark Carr's Mustang. The Lamborghini, though, has a slightly better exit off the turn. Might be able to go for the dive. Well, Robotham had to deal with a defensive car on the inside. Now it's his turn to take up that role. Sticks middle of the road, forces the Lambo to take the long way around. And for the time being, stays ahead. Apex speed is good, and he's able to get the power out. But this little exchange has allowed the number 73 of Kamika Tasanapol to break free and potentially try and chase down that 25, who's absolutely flying at the front of the field at the moment. 138.9 is the fastest lap thus far. But fastest Sector 2 time actually belongs to Jalen Robotham at the moment. So that Mustang could be moving a bit further forward as time goes on.
Yes, that is a fair point to make there. I was just trying to also crunch some numbers as well to sort of expand some information on the situation. And I think I've done that one there. Because basically, for example, in GT4, as I said, the championship there is a little exciting. Although critically here, this is looking very good for Hayden Heikal and Peter Hackett to start off the race in the race lead. The only issue for them is the championship leader is sitting in 4th place, which means that he's only gaining 4th place. It's 18 points. Not quite the 19.5 he needs to that car to upset the championship. It would mean that they could slot into 2nd place, given that Prakun and Warren are sitting way down the order. They're 14th in the combined results and currently in class. That puts them actually 2nd of the AMs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th in GT4.
Indeed. Well, into turn 1, the GT4s come. The start was certainly frenetic in that category, but they've sorted themselves out nicely as we turn our attention back to the GTMs. And look at that, Jalen Robotham is right on the back of Tasanapol now. That Mustang is looking very pacey in the opening stages here, and could he go for the move coming into Sector 2 is the big question. A Ferrari continuing to skip away, but the Porsche, you can see it's just a little unstable over those curbs. It's able to keep up some really good pace, but the Mark Carr's Mustang just seems to have a much more stable platform right now.
Sure does. Not using as much curb as well, though, also perhaps influencing that decision and observation, I would suggest, because it looks like for me a little bit tighter on the way in. Does use the apex curb nicely there, turn 8, and the inside opens up to turn 9. He's alongside there, Jalen Robotham. It's a spot we don't always see moves, but it does work quite well if you get a good run through turn 8. Place made, 2nd is his. Now, look how much he clears out through 9 and 10 as well. All of a sudden he's got Robotham 2 car lengths on Tasanapol.
He's driving the wheels off that thing right now. That number 8 is flying. I can't wait to see in clear air what kind of pace he has relative to the Ferrari, because if he can match that kind of pace, goodness, we're going to have one heck of a race on our hands. That lap time just then for the Ferrari was a 138.9, and Jalen set a 138.8 on that lap despite passing that Porsche. So we've still got a big race on our hands here as Car 77 gets a warning for track limits. That is the current 4th place Lamborghini, continuing their track limits woes from yesterday potentially. Meanwhile, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Lexuses moving along very nicely. The 38 and the 24 making their way on through. Remember, Natavude is in that 24 and is second in the championship for GTM. He needs to win and have the 25 finish third or lower at least to take the championship from here, as it's on for the lead in GT4. Toyota Supra to the top, but hello. Hayden Haikal not afraid to extend the track way beyond the curb to try and protect the position.
Yeah, because don't forget, this is 7 championship points.
Oh, he's squeezing.
Big squeeze for Indeed as they come into the sweeper, and Mohammed Nakeem Norris, that's going to cross him up there through the turn 4 flick. And I think for Hayden Haikal, whilst he wants that class lead so he can hang on to maximum possible points, so he'll take it back anyway. Oh. Bangs it out through 6, barely on the road, and then slow through 7. Watch out for the Supras. They're going to swallow him up here, up to turn 8. This is just being... It's great racing to watch, and as a result, actually, it's going to be the 2W Zoomies car, not the championship contending 2W Zoomies machine. But out of all of that, it's Nanin in the 58 to first. Mohammed Nakeem Norris then holds second, but Hayden Haikal, in his attempt to hang on to that one, drops back to third, and Kantadi Kasiri, class leader in the championship, is now there in 4th, and will be looking to say, thank you very much, Hayden. You've made my life a lot easier when it comes to the championship battle.
Wow, not afraid to get the elbows out, these guys. That's your top 4 in GT4, covered by only, what, half a second or so? This is crazy racing early on. We're only 10 minutes into this race, not even that. We've still got a long way to go here and a pit stop. How much more is this battle going to continue on? Well, the Supra of Nanin currently in that first spot, and he's trying to break the draft here from his fellow Supra, plus the 2 German cars running up behind them. I suppose you could call the Supra a German car. It's based on the BMW Z4 at this stage. Oh, hello. That is Jalen Robotham in the lead of GTM. We've missed that pass. That is very interesting indeed. That Mustang has come here ready to fight tooth and nail. Well, for Superkit and Kittapole, they do they don't have to really battle hard here. As long as they still finish second, they'll still be able to take the championship, and they enjoy a good advantage over their other championship contenders. But we'll talk a bit more about that later, because this battle for GT4 is far from over. Nanin at the wheel of the bright blue 2W Zoomies machine. Gonna have to keep an eye out there for Mohammed Nakeem and Hayden Haikal. What can the number 18 do as well? Championship leader of Kantadi. They're going to gain some more advantage here as the Supras go side by side through the last sequence of corners. And it looks like Mohammed Nakeem might just have the inside line for the final corner here. Jalen Robotham wants to try and take advantage as well. The 18 weaving around trying to find a way through. And oh my lord, Hayden Haikal trying his best there to get the run, but it's getting a little biff and barge now, Dan.
It sure is, Reese. I mean, these guys are giving absolutely nothing to each other. As a result, it's this super compressed top 4. You've even got, you can see there, more cars starting to arrive on scene at this rate. Anatol in the Team NZ, Aston Martin, and P5 might be able to make an appearance in all of this here shortly, based on the fact that he's lapping about a second a lap faster, nearly a second and a half faster than all of these drivers here, because of how fierce they're scrapping each other. As the 2W Zoomies 58 is in so deep, trying to hold up Haikal. Can't make it stick, slides it through 3, and Haikal says the door's open, I'm taking that back, you aren't stopping me now.
That was a beautiful pass there from Hayden Haikal. He took great advantage, was able to keep up the mid-corner speed, which is so important at that turn 3 hairpin. Mid-corner speed is equally as important down here. Well, Mohammed Nakeem currently has the advantage in the lead, but we've seen how much Hayden Haikal can pressure him. If he's able to make up that gap, we're going to see this battle come right back together again. For now, that number 18 Porsche of Kantadi Kasiri is starting to drop back a little bit, actually. He's starting to fall into the hands of Graham John Dowsett and Anand Thorne as the safety car is out. What's happened here?
That's the thing. I'm trying to understand what's happened, because according to our timing, no reason for a safety car to have been deployed. There's no cars, no cars missing on our tracker. There is a transponder issue for Natavude, but it has already been updated with a message from timing and race control. It said it was coming straight back in.
So why did it come out?
In the first place, that is the mystery. We may have to ask, did we miss something? Because, yeah, from everything I can see, there's no car stopped. We haven't seen a car stopped on track. And there's a... So that's fascinating. We'll see if we can ask some questions and get some answers. And for you folks, because this has caught us by surprise too, as you might be able to guess.
Yeah, I am confusion. In any case, that's going to reset the battle for the GTM lead. We saw Jalen Robotham getting past the championship-leading Ferrari there. And after fighting his way through on the Lamborghini and the Porsche, now these cars will be together once again. We'll be forced to get into a rhythm there. Simon Chan is looking pretty good there. And actually, you know what? I don't know if it's a transponder issue for Natavude, because that 24 is nowhere to be seen.
Oh, good point. It was running.
Yeah.
Now, I swear I've seen this have some transponder issues, but yeah, true.
Yeah, it happened yesterday, I think. The transponder issues. But
yeah, GTMs and now the GT4s lining up. Here's Natavude. We're on board. Actually, this is on board with Natavude right now. So still going, but he's now actually... He's dead last. According to our transponder, and this actually makes sense, I think that's the 59 2W Zumi Super in front. Natavude is last of all the cars running in the race.
Okay, so this just makes things more...
An update from James Taylor in Race Control Reese. This Lexus stopped, and he got it refired right as they called the safety car.
Oh, wow. Okay, right. Well, at the very least, you can be assured that Race Control are keeping on their toes there. It was the correct response to bring out the safety car if there was a car stopped on track. I suppose, timing and fate dictating that the safety car would come straight in. Meanwhile, the green flag is out, and we're going to get this race restarted right away. Bit of a confusing start to this one. What that has done is it's meant that Natavude is basically out of championship contention completely. I don't think there's any way he's going to be able to make his way back up to his GTM compatriots.
Yeah, it's going to be a miracle and a half, because you've got to pick your way through this GT4 field, and there's only about 2 or 3 seconds a lap in it between the best GTMs and the best GT4. So the field spread isn't all that much. And what it does do, though, is it brings a couple of drivers there in, well, resets the GT4. Hayden Heikel, second attempt now for the race lead. The second phase of the assault for the race lead here. And tries to, look at that, miss the apex in the middle, cut back for the apex late through the hairpin at turn 3, and he is on the back bumper of Mohammed Nakib. Nora's land on the run towards turn number 4. That long shot of them working their way up the straightaway here. Fight there for third as well between Nanine and Akantadi. But no changes at the very front of the order as they head into turn 5 on this restart lap. And they've got to watch out for Natavude. They're trying to pick his way through to boot.
Yeah, Anand Thorne in the Aston Martin up behind as well. He was, he'll be really appreciating that short safety car intervention, because it's allowed him and his teammate Graham John Dowsett to make their way up to the back of this front pack. So there could be a chance at a podium for Graham and Anand Thorne. Meanwhile, Hayden Heikel starting to fall under quite a bit of pressure here. This is going to be an interesting fight for sure. Nanine currently still at the wheel of the number 58, and he's trying his best to get the move done. That 2W Zumi Supra not afraid to go for those moves. As you see at the final turn, I think that might be a tad too deep. He's going to go sailing past the apex, and he's going to lose potentially 2 positions here. Anand Thorne having to take avoiding action on the exit. Is there any way to go through? He's going to get squeezed to the inside as the number 24 comes on through here. Remember, that's not necessarily for class position there. That is Natavude, championship contender in GTM. Remember, he stopped to bring out that safety car. So now he's just finding his way through the GT4 pack.
Yep, and that also really hurt Anand Thorne, because he would have tried to get a past him, but he's got the 24 machine storming up the racing line in approach to turn number 1. And whilst all that's been happening, Hayden Heikel's had an absolute bit of a shocker to finish his lap off and stuff. And crisscross there. Indicator came on there for Cantony. He said, go to the left, go to the left. But Nadavude wanted the right-hand side, but he will power by there. And now some clean air with just one GT4 left for Nadavude to negotiate here. As Candidly Kasiri will take second place, or challenge for anyways, into turn 5 off of Hayden Heikel. Can he get the job done? He's in front there as we go to turn 6.
That is exactly the move that Cantady wanted, and so he will consolidate his championship lead here, back up into second place. But the battle is far from over. All of our GT4 top 4 have been willing to get those elbows out. They've been willing to challenge each other here in these early stages. We've only just gone a quarter race time, and this is the state of GTM right now. Jalen Robotham is driving away from the rest of the GTM field, and the battle is on for third place between Tassanapol and Afik in the Porsche and Lamborghini respectively. For now, just spreading out a little further, Simon Chan falling off the back there in the Porsche in the background, just making his way out of turn 1. Any moves to be done? Not necessarily at this time. It looks like if you want an on-track battle, GT4 is where it's at.
It would indeed appear to be so. And also note there, lap times showed up on the tower. Nadavude, despite having to try and cut his way, Nadavude's best lap time in this race so far, 1 minute 40.6. It's actually not too great. We're seeing some of the best GTM cars, but they're lapping right behind what our GT3 cars were doing in that race we've just had. So that's the interesting thing here is with these cars. This mix of, well, the Mark Mustang, which is a purpose-built endurance car designed for racing long formats, but then a Ferrari Challenge car, Porsche Cup car, Lamborghini Super Trofeo, all of these kinds of one make model racing machines. All trying to, but all carefully balancing each other pretty well, you have to say, and not far off supposedly more advanced GT3 machinery. As race control has been busy, first of all, it's been not just warnings for track limits, which have gone to about 7 or 8 cars. A final warning has now been issued for the 77 of Afik in that Lamborghini for exceeding track limits, and now a 5-second post-race time penalty to the number 19 as Sudapong and Grant in GT4 for continuing to exceed track limits. So unfortunately that's a car that's now already done pushed the limits way too much, it seems.
Yeah, indeed. Running down in 13th overall, 5th in the GT4 class. Well, now it looks like the number 24 of Nadavude is clear of our GT4 field, and they can resume battling. We'll keep an eye on the lap times here. Looks like a 144.7 for our GT4 leader, but my goodness, Hayden Heikel setting a 145.1 and a 144 for Cantady in the number 18. So that Supra leading the field has not had the best of laps there. Meanwhile, little pass attempt here from Nanine on Hayden Heikel. Maybe a slight bit of contact there, almost banging wheels through the hairpin. The outside exit should belong to Hayden Heikel, but he's going to get squeezed to the inside. This is not ideal here for Hayden if he wants to have a run here at further up the podium. Is this going to be an outside move for the Supra? No, Heikel's going to fire it down, and yeah, watch out for the Aston indeed. Ananthorn trying to get it done on the inside, but he was blocked right at the end.
The continuing assault here by Nanine on Hayden Heikel. Look at the Mercedes wriggle around when it's offline, then it's compromised through turn 7 as a result. Can Ananthorn get to the inside here and make a move? No, hip and shoulder side by side. Mercedes first way. There's the door open for Ananthorn. As, dust on the road, they fire off the track. 2 for 1 for the Team NZ Aston Martin.
That's a beautiful move there from Ananthorn. He was able to take advantage of all of the scrapping there between Hayden and Nanine, and now they are awarded with a fantastic little podium place there as the 58 tries again on Hayden Heikel, and they really bang wheels there, and it looks like the suspension's broken on the Supra. I saw the front right wobbling a little there. I don't know if that was counter steering or not, but it didn't look healthy.
Let's look closely here then, Reese. As you said, if that's now a mechanic... Oh, that doesn't look good.
Yeah, he's wobbling. He's wobbling. Oh, no. Well, it was an optimistic dive at the final corner. We'll still have to wait to see the full story here coming into the hairpin. It's difficult to tell from the external angles. I mean, we've seen the number 58 isn't afraid to get the tail out, especially on the exit of this corner here. But, yeah, I think they may be okay for now.
That angle didn't look good, Reese. That angle looking back up the track, that front right looked caved in and cambered the wrong way for a road car or a car racing. Basically, the top of the wheel now looks like it's angled out above the bottom of the rim, which means that it's going to have basically no cornering because it'll be leaning on the outside edge and rolling over as we get this split action view. The top, the second, third, fourth in GTM is alive and well, whilst this fight in GT4 takes a bit of a breather as we now assess how bad it is for that 59 to... Oh, there he goes. He's dropped off big. So where's he gone? Has he gone off the road?
Maybe he's pulled off to a marshal's post. I'm not too sure. Either way, trying to go up the inside of the final corner with Hayden Haikal, who is one of the staunchest racers in the entire Thai Super Series circus. It's only going to end one way, it seems, and that is out there for the 2W Zoomies car. At least that's what we're thinking at the moment. Nanine is nowhere to be found on the racetrack. He's fallen all the way to the bottom of the timing tower. I think that's day done.
And now the $1 million question is just going to be, well, does that mean the car's been able to pull over in a safe position, or we got a car close to the racetrack that may necessitate a new safety car? There is parked there by a marshal's post way off in the background there. So I think we might be safe to continue because the timing and scoring shows no indications of yellow safety car conditions. Oh, big wiggle there for a fee.
Again, it's that dust on the track there. I don't know where that dust has come from, but it's caught out more than one competitor in the last few laps.
Someone's had a big moment down there, or somehow run it super wide. They've brought a whole bunch of stuff back to the track. And Afik there went for the ride of his life through turn number 8. Drops back to 4th place behind Tassinapol. The car pointing in the right direction still. And for these drivers here, they've just beaten the pit window opening for the line there. So they're going to have to go around another lap before they can switch drivers. That may not be a bad thing, all things considered. We'll have to wait to see here. Next time they get to turn 8, how's the track looking compared to what we've just seen there for 2 laps in a row?
Well, the pit window is open, so after all of that chaos, we're going to see a little bit of a lull as the drivers reset. The first car to come into the pits is actually Mohammed Naqib in the number 39, which was leading the GT4 class. So in he comes here, and we'll hand things over to Amer for the final run to the flag. For the time being, it looks like a couple more joining them. Satapond in the number 26, and we also have the number 59 coming in as well.
So the answers are GT4 drivers and teams going to switch things over. So there's some new tyres. Actually, that might have been quite a new looking tyre there going on the front corner of the Toyota Supra there at Wingham Motorsports. As the number 26 out of the B-Quik Absolute Racing Garage will get Erwin de Smit out of the car and Satapon will jump aboard. There's the still running 2W Zoomies Toyota Supra. Has made it round. Sean will hand over to Andrew. But our GTM cars all staying out for the time being, it seems, although the way they're pounding out laps, that might change in pretty short order.
Yeah, certainly should. And I'm always amazed by GT4 tyre changes there. Of course, these cars aren't fitted, it seems, with the single wheel nut there. No wheel guns or anything like that. They're literally just putting the individual bolts there in the wheels as our first GTMs come in as well. That's Simon Chan and Natavude making their way into the lane. And actually, it's been a really good pickup from Natavude since he got free of the GT4s. He actually has caught up to the back of the GTM field. Whether or not he'll be able to go for the podium places is another matter entirely, but he'll get a moment to rest. Yeah, he's looking to play, isn't he?
Very, yeah, I think that was pretty much a brand new left front tyre going on for Nada Rude there. Although, let's see there, they're taking a little longer than I would think with the being aligned there. As Simon Chan, that's pretty new looking, although maybe run in once to scrub that tyre of any shiny, brand new up on the cars. Hello there. Playing with something there on the car. That's the exhaust.
Is that the exhaust? Yeah.
And a spare wheel gun going around to the right-hand side of the car. Finally gets old tyre off. You can see here, it's actually not ideal for the Tour de Gazoo Racing Thailand team. Attempt with Simon Chan. He's sit here, he's chill. All we need to do is wait for the all clear to head out to the pit lane and not exceed and not be under the minimum pit stop time. Okay, there we go. All tyres finally changed on the Lexus. Just maybe a little more stressful that it took a little longer than expected as our first cars in GT4 with their stops complete start cycling out, although I'm seeing some issues for the 39 Wing Him Motorsports Toyota Supra of Mohammed Nakib. 3 minutes in. I think I've just said that and he's literally headed out of the pits.
Okay.
It was an ultra long stop, don't get me wrong, but he's now showing he's on an outlap. In fact, there he is there, just crossing the pit exit now.
Right, so potentially, I don't have the information in front of me as to what their minimum pit stop time is, but regardless, that did seem abnormally long for the 39 that was leading the way in GT4 when they came into the pits. Get those tyres warmed back up and away you go. Back to the second place battle here in GTM. Can't even see Jalen Robotham in the number 8. He's absolutely flown away from the rest of the field. In fact, he is leading by 9 seconds. That is an incredible gap that Jalen Robotham has pulled out there. It has to be said, you know, if that car didn't have so many reliability issues, they'd probably be out there winning almost everything if they could keep up that kind of pace.
They can based on Jalen's pace. Yes, not to rag on Craig Corliss as much, but there is the second driver factor that we have to keep in mind. So that will be important to watch out for because their pit stop time is the same as Super Kit and Kittapole. So any time here and now on the road is what the gap should roughly be when they come back out of the pits. So by the way, I do actually have found the document. So for the GTM cars, minimum 90 seconds from pit entry to pit exit, with various adjustments depending on the FIA driver gradings of the drivers involved, plus of course our success compensation time. For our GT4s, 2.5 minutes pit entry to pit exit before we add driver pairing and success compensation.
Right, so you mentioned that the 39 was in the pits for about 3 minutes, so I think that more or less checks out.
It needed to be, yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, it needs to be in there for 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
All right, so everything's good there for the number 38 then.
Yep, right on the money, 3 minutes and 20.
39, sorry.
Yeah. Mohammed Nakib, Norez Land, and Amir Harris Jeffrey apparently have been classified as silver rated, FIA silver rated drivers for both of them, so it's 40 seconds added to the minimum time, and because they finished second in GT4 yesterday, plus another 10 seconds for good measure.
Righto. Everything is going as it should be then. The 25 Ferrari, I think, is coming into the lane as the 44 also jumps in of Prutirat. Single driver, so he can just chill and sit in the car. There is the number 25 behind them making their way in. This is going to be significant for them. Remember, they finished 4th yesterday because they didn't put enough fuel in the car during the pit stop. This is the only car in the field that has to take fuel at the stop. And it's a very small tank, being a Ferrari Challenge car. So, keep an eye out here. They'll be monitoring the fuel levels, watching that like a hawk, and making sure that they'll be able to get to the finish this time.
Might be a case here of just, well, got the two operators on the fuel drums, get as much fuel in as they can for that one there. And also, there's special regulations for that one, for this car here being the only one refueling. No other work permitted there on the car in the middle of taking a refuel. And saying that, with the minimum pit entry to pit exit times, plus any success compensation, as well as the driver pairing compensation, usually is plenty of time to get the refueling done, then change tyres afterwards. It's the 38, the sister Lexus heads back out to the track, so Chris now aboard instead of Manapong. And that there, championship leader, going to do a driver swap there. So Kantanika Kasiri, his work is done. Now relies on his co-driver for this weekend, Vutakorn, to bring it home in the AAS Motorsport number 18 machine. And hopefully for him, still win that GT4 championship. And saying that, looking pretty good given the number 95 2W Zoomies Porsche Cayman, that their race is P2 in the GT4 championship. Has definitely been not quite there. As see our last couple of cars coming into the pit lane, they might be able to eke one more lap in, but to be sure, they're all going to come in here, it looks like, Reese, and get this pit stop checked off.
It looks like it. The Mustang in as well, and there's Craig Corliss waiting for the opportunity to jump into the car. My point still stands from before. There may be a pace difference between Jalen and Craig, but that number 8 is a fast car that nonetheless has had some reliability issues. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Craig here. Jalen has given him a car that's in the effective lead of its class. So let's see what he can do once he's strapped in and out of the pits.
Tyre change is also at work down here at the Corliss Race Engineering pit lane. Looks like maybe a little bit of dust and debris on that tyre, so I think not fresh tyres going on board the number 8. Yes, it is indeed the number 8 Corliss Race Engineering marked Mustang. The last couple of adjustments in the cabin to make sure Craig is strapped in, and they will head out of the pit lane, passing by 100 seconds, 40. For that car, they need to be in the pits for 1 minute and 53 seconds, so they've got a little bit more time before they want to roll away and get to the pit exit. As there we go. Number 36, Hayden Heikel out over the Mercedes GT4, looking to potentially snag a championship win. And it's time for Peter Hackett to jump aboard that number 36 machine, as they've come in basically the last possible opportunity to do their driver swap race.
Yep, very last, and Hayden, I think they might have elected to keep that car out just to try and get some clear air in now that once the GT4 leader came out. There is Craig Corliss emerging from the pits in the Mustang and in at the effective lead of GTM. Looks like there's going to be a change here. The Ferrari passing the Lamborghini there. Kittipol now at the wheel of the Ferrari as the pit window is finally closed and all of our competitors have completed their stops, I imagine. Well, it is still the number 8 in the lead of GTM, and in GT4 Aston Martin has found themselves in the lead as time goes on, but they are currently in the pits with Peter Hackett and Hayden Heikel. So let's see what number 38 will be able to do to find their way past, and it looks like the 38 Lexus and GTM finds their way back past them as well. Still waiting on the timing to update so that we can get a full picture of what is to come in the final 24 minutes.
We'll see some positions shuffle around at the sector markers, as there we go. Pit service is wrapping up for Hayden Heikel and Peter Hackett, although this is the thing, is the GT4 stops, they are so long, and for these two, this car here, to be precise, the number 36, has to stop for 2 minutes and 53 seconds. So they still have to time this so they don't pass the pit exit for another 20 odd seconds, to put it all in perspective. So they've got to wait quite a while here before they can start rolling down the lane towards that exit there.
Quite some time to wait. Well, the race continues on here for the number 17, who's just come out on an outlap. Remember, that number 17 was battling for the podium places in GTM just before the stops. They've come out in 6th. it's not ideal for them as the final stops are completed in GT4. And it looks like Graham John Dowsett and Peter Hackett find their way out of the lane here in the Aston and the Mercedes just in time for the Porsche, I believe, to arrive on the scene. Let's see who wins the race here into the hairpin. It is the number 18 that...
That's the 95, actually.
No, it's the 95, sorry. Yeah, the 95 that will move to the lead of GT4.
And yeah, importantly there, this is the class lead there.
Yeah.
There's the pace differential I was a little worried about for Craig Corliss. After the work that Jaden Rothman did, Kittapole here has monstered up to the back of him. He's coming out of the pits, and it would appear that... Oh, there you go. Craig's actually going to completely hand it over. He's aware that his race is not with Kittapole today. So with 22 minutes to go, your championship leader in Supercar GTM retakes the class lead. And now has got a fairly clean bill of road, it seems, to get ahead.
Yeah, I think the silver lining here for Craig Corliss is that there's quite a bit of time to the next car. It's about 7 seconds or so from what I'm seeing, or 5 seconds rather, to the next car, the 77. But keep an eye on the lap times here. 1:43.1 for Saravut, who's taken the wheel of the Lamborghini there. So let's see what kind of times will be set by Craig Corliss for the next couple of laps. And I think with the pace difference, it's almost a certainty that the Lamborghini will get up to the back of him. Whether or not he'll be able to pass him is another matter entirely.
I think that one's a done deal, Reece. I'm seeing here that with the time difference in Sector 1, where no passes, no traffic have been involved, Craig is 1 second slower than Kittapole in front and Saravut behind. And Sector 1 is literally start-finish line, turn 1, and before you hit the brakes into turn 3.
Yeah, you can see that the pace is clearly different there, so as long as they can avoid any further penalties for track limits, remember the 77 already has a 5-second penalty hanging over their heads. They can avoid any further of those, then looks like they'll be guaranteed second at this point.
And it's all coming together quite nicely there, you'd think. And Natavude, he's actually ripping some really quick laps. In fact, fastest car last lap by several seconds. In fact, he's the only driver in the GTM field that last lap did a 1:40. Everyone else was 41s and beyond. And in fact, we'll watch here for the latest lap time from Craig Corliss versus the drivers here around him. I actually want to see this because so Natavude's back down the road a bunch too to 1:40 last lap. That lap there from Craig Corliss, but it should update on the tower. There you go, 1:48.1. So unfortunately for Craig, he's in a different postcode when it comes to lap times here. Although he will,
he's not afraid to.
He'll cut Saravut off though. All right.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, it doesn't matter the pace difference if you're racing in the same class and you're ahead at the turn-in point. You have a right to defend your position whether you're on the outside or the inside. So have to wait a little longer there for Saravut to get the move done.
Try and put the power down there out of the turn 3 hairpin. Both cars getting a little wriggly as they rely on the rear tyres to maintain the grip. So Natavude should catch up here and be able to contest for third and clear for third without too much fuss. But it still won't change a thing with the championship. There's your top two now for GT4, it seems. Prakun versus Andrew, and change for the GT4 lead there as Prakun gives that one up without too much of a fight there.
Isn't this interesting? The top two are GT4 AMs. And GT4 Pros, third and fourth. I thought that was curious to see. AM cars doing quite well here today.
Part of that might be the driver classifications.
Yeah.
Okay, taking advantage of the 38 Lexus there, cutting through on the 59 Supra in front.
Did you see that slide for the Porsche? Goodness gracious. They're only just holding on to that. And Peter Hackett rapidly approaches. We'll see him pop into frame there in the background. Not too sure where Graham John Dowsett is relative to these guys. He's another second or two back. The pass was indeed made, so keep an eye on the pace here. Peter Hackett, a 146.3 on the last lap compared to 40, well, he's running about 1 and a bit seconds faster than this top two at the moment with all the battling that they've been doing. And worth noting for the number 36, they've been given a black and white flag, a warning for driver conduct. I'm not exactly sure what triggered that response from race control, but it seems like that Mercedes is going to have to be careful going forward.
And that might have to do with some of the robust defending, maybe going too far, or maybe there was some blocks that we didn't quite catch earlier, or maybe it's a case of the way they've been using and abusing the track limits to try and maintain position in the racing order. But in the grand scheme of things, this is looking like it actually might, championship-wise, might swing the way of the 2W Zoomies, number 95 here on screen, with Woodakorn. He's got good pace, and that number 18 came in, based on you seeing their last lap times, faster than everyone in GT4 by anywhere from 2 to 4 seconds. So he's quick, but he's currently sitting down in about 6th in class. Yeah, he's 6th in class, and that's not going to cut it when the 95 is sitting 2nd in class. He's up for 18 points. That number 18 needs another 2 spots minimum to be in a position where it can hang on to the championship.
Yeah, not ideal.
Natavule is caught up to the Super Trofeo Lamborghini of Saravut, meanwhile.
Yes, and past him as well. So, I mean, I was saying earlier with Natavule being behind even the GT4s when the safety car came out. Remember, he was the car that triggered that safety car by stopping on track. I went out there and said it'd be impossible for him to catch up, but I'll eat my words and choke on them, because Natavule is absolutely flying right now. Still got that number 25 in the lead solidly as, oh, here we go. 4 GT4 cars into one corner, as we saw earlier. And that number 39 is looking as racy as it ever has.
It has indeed, but critically, that's 2 spots gained for the number 18 since we last saw them on the timing tower and talked about them. P4 now on the road. It's plus 12 points. And if I'm not mistaken, that would be enough to prevent the 95 from winning the championship if they stay 2nd like they are currently. And based on what we're seeing in the standings, never mind though, the 39 hasn't finished with them yet. It's a Mayor Harris Jeffrey behind the wheel of that car. It is indeed. Takes a spot back, so back to P5 for the 18 machine. And that would mean now the championship flips to the 2W Zoomies 95 car in GT4. So that one position right now is currently determining who wins the GT4 championship.
Right, so keep a close eye on these battles as, uh-oh, the number 8 pulling into the pits. We saw this happen yesterday for Jalen Robotham. This time it's Craig Corliss who brings the car in, and it looks like the technical gremlins of that car continuing. I don't know what's going on down there in the pits, but nobody looks very happy down there. Meanwhile,
on for 2nd.
And here comes Peter Hackett, trying to find his way past Prakun in the number 95. Bit of a late defense there from the Porsche Cayman. Manages to pull it up to the apex, but leaves the door inside.
Oh!
And oh no, there we go! Contact! Peter Hackett gets into him.
I think that's blocking the right rear on the Porsche.
Yeah, looks like it. It's sagging a little bit.
That's huge.
Oh no. That's championship implications, surely.
Mm-hmm. You bet it is.
Oh dear. Well, Peter Hackett tried to do the same thing that Hayden Haikal did towards the start of the race, sneak up the inside, but the Cayman wasn't willing to give the position up. And now that looks like rear right suspension damage, at least for the number 95, and they may have to bring their way into the pit lane very shortly. Regardless, now the Mercedes might have dealt with a little bit of damage as well. They've just fallen behind the 39 and the championship leading 18.
Yeah, that's huge. That knocks the 95 out of the championship hunt. Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, it's gone.
Limp at home. And try
Tyres rubbing against the guard.
Yeah, there's no way they fix that car up, because that's not a tyre that's let down. That is a suspension that has failed there from that hit. I get, as you said, I get what Hackett was trying for there in the 36 machine, but just wasn't close enough. And the door was shut enough, I'd say, that it was going to... I think that their guard now rubbing on the left front tyre of the Merc. You have to be careful. That doesn't cause them a tyre puncture or failure. In fact, I think it is starting to rip up the edge of the front of that front left tyre. An update from Race Control, Reece. They have seen that. They have looked at that, and they have immediately slammed the 36 Mercedes with a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, very quick decision by Race Control there. And, well, if Peter Hackett can even make it back to the pits if that tyre doesn't last, then that will be a horrendous end to the event for Hayden Haikal and Peter Hackett. It is on, meanwhile, in GTM for third place. That's Simon Chan getting up the inside here of Saravut at the final corner. The Lamborghini has to take to the curb. Careful of track limit violations. Have a look at how much damage there is to that right rear tyre. They're going to have to open that thing up, get at the suspension, see if it can be fixed, and get the car back out there to at least see the checkered flag. Oh, wow, man, see that.
Good lord. In fact, they reckon it's okay. They're going to send that back out on just a brand new tyre. So, you know, with that kind of a rim damage that the car observed, you know, maybe by some miracle, the tyre's taken the entire brunt of the hit. Although,
it looks like it might have.
It's fine. They're tinted up with the electric with the electric drill. They don't need the hand crank. So they're going to send him back out and see if they can. And I guess it makes sense. They're in the championship hunt, although, by my observations, they're now a lap down on their competitors, so they had to take it nice and steady back to the pits there. As looking now at GTM drivers, Simon Chan now ahead of Kimik in two Porsche Cup cars running this weekend.
There's the drive-through there for the 36 completed.
It's inside of 10 minutes to go as well. The route here, Reece, and then for Kittapol, slightly slower than that of Uday, but enjoys a 13.5 second margin to the 24 Lexus at this stage. Nothing crazy, just need to make sure they have the fuel, make sure they've got the fuel on board, and they can bring it home. Although did lose 1.4 seconds on that last lap to the hard-charging Lexus man.
Indeed, very hard charging for Natavude.
Oh, good sign.
The number 8 is back out on the track there. Craig Corliss managing to bring the car back out. I was afraid that there would be some unfortunate technical gremlin with the car. Whatever it is, it has been resolved. And now Simon Chan, it seems, is on a bit of a late race charge here, catching up to the number 17 with Kimik at the wheel. Remember, that number 17 is the car that won yesterday. It's been a bit of an interesting turn of pace from that Porsche, now being stalked by its brother, so to speak. There is Natavude, meanwhile, the number 24 Lexus on course here to secure second in the championship by finishing second on the road today. Remember, it's still 8.5 minutes remaining and anything can happen. Reminder of the championship scenario. The 25 currently leading. If they finish first or second, they will win the championship regardless of where the 24 finishes. In order for Natavude to win the championship, they've got to win, and the 25 has to finish third or lower. So it's a slim possibility with the pace and seeming reliability of the Ferrari at the moment. There is still that question of fuel hanging over our heads here. What we can do is wait.
Another 1.2 seconds taken out of the Ferrari here by Natavude. So looks like he's going to go after potentially snatching the race win regardless. Compared to, as I said, pace consistency from Natavude. Just get this here on the timing screens. So that last lap of 142.0 for Kitapol versus the 140.8 from Natavude. But the best lap times recorded by those cars. The best time was recorded by Superkit in the Ferrari on a 138.9. So there's near over 3 seconds of time swing there at the moment compared to best versus current. Whereas Natavude's best time is a 140.2. He's only 0.6 off his best time in the race session.
That's crazy consistency.
Shows you there where his speed comes from. It comes from giving up a little bit early on and then being able to deliver in the back end of the race. That's the battle for third on the podium. Now 2 Porsche Cup cars, the Kimmich on that last lap, a 1 minute 40.5, fastest driver on track versus a 142.2 for Simon Chen. So unless that suddenly changes, that's unlikely to mix things up. And yeah, big trouble.
Oh no! That's the 95 that's gotten into the wall.
Well, if the championship hopes with scuppered Reese, they're now sunk.
Where is that? The final corner?
That's at the final corner, right before the start-finish line.
That's in a tough spot.
Yeah, it's buried. It's past the apex, so cars should be slow at that point. The question is, can they control that under a local yellow? Can they even get that car recovered in time with under a safety car procedure? I'm not sure.
Well, it's right next to
Yellow's
pit
on the start
entry.
finish straight. I think we might be going safety car, Reese. Stand by for confirmation. But a yellow after the sector. Or after the corner there. Safety car on pit exit.
There we go. Oh dear. Okay, well, at the very least, the 95 should be recovered quickly. It is right next to pit entry, so they should be able to get a recovery truck out there, get it back in short order. I hope that this is going to be a short safety car period and we can get some kind of sprint to the end here.
So the GTM Championship has just come alive.
Yes, it has.
Natavude will be on the back bumper of Kitapol. Is currently averaging 1 to 1.5 seconds a lap faster, as is Kimmich. If that Ferrari drops out of first or second, Natavude can win it from... If Natavude gets ahead of the Ferrari and Kitapol here...
And stays ahead of the 17 as well.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Is Kitapol needs to stay in front of Kimmich, but he doesn't have the lap speed from the last couple of laps to do that based on what we've got. The only way this Ferrari's going to have to hang on by minor miracle of an ultra-late restart or no restart, maybe. It just really depends. We need to see shots of how's the recovery going of that car. Giving says right by pit entry, so there will be recovery vehicles nearby. But how fast can they get it recovered? Don't forget that once the timer hits 0, then we start the last lap next time around. So we have to wait for the clock to strike 0. But yeah, there's Kitapol. Natavude third in line. Are they going to also move the GT4 out of the way, or is that going to have to be traffic they have to negotiate as well? Oh, the permutations, Reese.
Oh, there's so many questions flying around our heads at the moment. This is going to be a crazy finish if we can get this back under green flag conditions shortly. As I saw cars coming through the last turn a few moments ago, I saw some telltale tire tracks. I think the 95, I don't know if it might have been contact or a simple mistake from the driver, but it looked like it sort of overcorrected and slid into the wall, coming out of the final corner there. Don't know if it was caught on replay or not. Regardless, fact remains, we are under safety car for the 95 crashing, and their championship hopes in GT4 are completely dashed. At the moment, it looks like the GT4 championship is in the hands of the number 18. And there's not much that the 36 of Hayden Harkull and Peter Hackett can do, because if they were to win the race, then the 36, the number 18, would have to finish 8th or lower in order for them to take the championship. There is the driver of the 95, I think, out of the car. Good to see that that he's okay. Now we turn our attention to how much longer this safety car period will last.
Yeah, I'm now waiting for the message. They're coming up in the turns 6 and 7. I get the feeling they have to leave it for safety car one more lap, and at the pace they're doing, they could almost hit 0 and it would be a one-lap sprint. That's what I'm a little worried about based on what I'm seeing on the clock. Unless they're backing the field up here so they can call this one and make it a 2-lap race. There's a couple of stragglers in GT4 though that might cause a bit of an issue with the desire to do that. And they're coming up to turn 9. There's no way we go back green this lap. So we're going to have a one-lap sprint here, ladies and gentlemen, after the safety car returns to the pit lane if it can. So get ready to hold on to your bootstraps, because this is going to be a wild ride. Kitapol is slower than Nadavude and Kimmich behind him. He needs to stay at least in the top 2 on the assumption Nadavude gets ahead after the restart. If Kimmich passes Kitapol on a restart, and so does Nadavude, Nadavude steals the championship away in GTM.
Yeah, and that is, of course, if Nadavude is able to... Well, there you see the tyre tracks there at the bottom of frame. That's exactly what happened to the 95 there. Yeah, basically, Nadavude is focused on getting to the lead and hoping that the number 25 is demoted to 3rd or lower. The entire field has been brought back together as a result of this. We saw how tough the racing was in GT4 early on. They were fighting tooth and nail for every position. I get the feeling we might see more of the same here at the end of this safety car period if we go back green.
Yeah, it's just a question here. I mean, they've got now, obviously, basically another whole lap at safety car speed to make sure that everything's cleared up there at pit entry. We haven't seen a message from race control saying that they're going to finish here at the end of this lap currently. So the main thing we're waiting on is on a message confirming if the track is ready to restart, in which case it will be a single lap sprint, as I'm now just waiting to see when the timer hits 0, because we are seconds away. It hits 0 right about now, folks. So as they exit turn 3, clock has hit 0. The standard rules are, once the timer hits 0, we then do one more lap. Will we get the restart that would be needed for the championship to potentially be flipped on its head? Or are we going to have to call it there? Because the other thing to keep in mind, of course, is that we've got to worry about time certainty in terms of getting the next race started and keeping the whole schedule going as well.
Yeah, we are running a very busy weekend here at Chang International Circuit. All of the Thai Super Series categories are present. And, yeah, looking at that event timetable that we were given, it is absolutely packed. So, yeah, any delay by 5 or 10 minutes is going to throw the whole schedule out of whack. There are only 2 more races to run today, but the goal is to have them run to the prescribed time at the prescribed time. So, waiting for word from race control whether they'll bring the safety car in. They're approaching the end of the lap now. If they were to end the safety car period now, it would be a very late call.
But we have seen it happen before. But again, I'm still not seeing anything, and they're about to enter, well, we're well into the final sector of the lap. Final sector begins between turns 6 and 7. I get the feeling, folks, given the requirements around the timing, lights are still on the safety car. and the fact that my clock no longer says final lap or time remaining, it says waiting for leader. I'm now thinking, folks, that Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Ferrari has been saved by the buzzer. Well, they were leading in a comfortable margin, but let's see here as we round the final turn. What do we have awaiting us here, folks? Is it a checkered flag? Is it a final lap board? Because the safety car's staying out on the track, so are we just going to be finishing? And look, yeah, they're still recovering the car.
Yeah, the recovery vehicles are still there. Man, that car is buried deep in the wall.
And there it is.
Very difficult. There it is, final lap. We are going to finish under safety car here for GTM and GT4. And that's secured it for the 25.
Just when you thought that potentially their championship hopes might be under threat, they now get a lap to confirm it here. They also have to make it around and finish the race. And hopefully not like what happened yesterday. But for Kitapol and Superkit, getting out in front at the start of the race, they got out in front after the pit stop, I should say, because they got hunted down by Jalen Robotham. Unfortunately, issues for Craig Corliss, as well as a pace difference there between the two drivers in that Ford Mark car Mustang. So they will circulate around one last time at cruising pace. And it also means that finishing third in class, Vudakorn behind the wheel currently, but it will mean for Cantadi Kasiri, Team AAS Motorsport secure themselves the GT4 Drivers' Championship there at the end of this one in about 2 minutes or so time.
Yep, a lot of time to prepare for a big celebration across the start-finish line there. And I can't imagine the feelings in the 25 and the 18 right now. It's not often that you can just cruise home to a championship victory as they finally wheel the 95 away. One of the cars that was in championship contention in GT4 until they crashed. We're still not sure exactly what happened to them, but those tire tracks through the gravel trap tell some of the story as to what happened to them.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate way. I guess the only thing you can say is for them, it's a bit weird to say at least in this circumstance, Reese, but their championship hopes weren't scuppered by that particular incident that put them in the gravel, you could say.
Yeah.
As weird as it is to put it that way, I'd say it's a sort of a weird consolation prize to say that it wasn't. If it was an incident all by themselves, it wasn't. They weren't the ones who did that to themselves.
Yeah, indeed. Well, into the final sector, just about, for our full field of cars, minus, of course, the number 58 and the number 95, two retirements from this race, and the 58 in very unfortunate circumstances, getting the suspension damaged when Hayden Haikal made a huge dive in the final corner. And that particular car's hopes come to a close for this season. But this is the run then to the final corner for the bright yellow Ferrari. Spectacular looking car, super fast car. It didn't quite go well for them yesterday, but today has worked out. And they are your GTM champions.
And also to put a note on that one too, it means that for Singer Motorsport Team Thailand, they secure both the GT3 Drivers' Championship and the GTM Drivers' Championship with their two entries this year in those two categories. So that is a pretty darn good round of success for them there. And I think also there's a possibility they might have secured the team standings over in GT3 as well. So that has worked out very well indeed for those drivers. And as we said, for AAS Motorsport, Cantadi Kasiri takes home a championship there, finishing fourth in the class. His two competitors, unfortunately, falling by the wayside by virtue of quite literally banging wheels with each other at the end of it all. But your podium as they came across the line, Superkit and Kitapol in the number 25. Then Avude has to settle there for second, and it's Tassanapol and Kimmich rounding out your podium there. And for Natavude, whilst he can't win the outright GTM Championship race. He will come away well and truly the undisputed GTM AM subclass champion of the season. In fact, he was the only one of two GTM AM class cars this weekend. Kachorn and Andrew, they actually come away your GT4 race winners ahead of Mohammed Nakib and Norris Land and the Mayor Harris Jeffrey. Pardon me, forget one there, and also on the GT4 podium, Vutakorn and Kenta Kasiri, of course, to round things out there. And actually, from over there you go, see the best lap of the race came away to Jalen Robotham, 137.984, and think about it, that's only about 2 seconds slower than a full-fat GT3 machine around here, Reese. So, unfortunately, not quite the fireworks that we were hoping we might get there at the end of it all, but nevertheless, rounding out GTM with a solid race, and with that comes some highlights.
Indeed it does, and plenty to dissect from this race indeed. Yeah, a bit of a weird one to end off the season. We had a sort of false start safety car period for the number 24, which stopped on the racetrack. And that safety car only lasted a single lap before we got back to racing. And ultimately, the safety car had to come out again. Here we go then. Let's review the action here from the final race of the GTM and GT4 series, part of the Thailand Super Series. All of these drivers were hoping for something here today. And my goodness, the GT4 field in the first few laps was just incredible.
Yeah, absolute madness. It was busy there in GTM, but GT4 was something else. As you can see there, actually a bit of a bad run for Nanavu, I think, in the 24 machine. Very conservative on the opening couple of laps there. Now lead sort of settled in as 4-car fight as Jalen Robotham then started picking drivers off one at a time at the front of the field. First the Lamborghini, and then it would be a Porsche after that. But here's some of the scrapping we saw. No, pardon me. Here's some of all that fighting in GTM as Jalen worked his way forwards up to second place ahead of the Porsche there, Tassana Bolt. This was some of the GT4 scrapping you got to see as Mohammed Nakib, Nora's Land in that Wing Hin Motorsport Toyota Supra trying to fight with Hayden Hucko. You can see, look how hard he was pushing that car. So much so that he has runs like this where, again, turn 7 completely compromises it, and as a result fell back up the spots. And then we missed the actual move for the race lead as Robotham did that. There you go. So that's footage we never quite got to see. So it stopped on the run to turn 3, I think, there, Reese.
Yeah.
On the left-hand side of the track. And then he, as we heard from Rachel Joel, got it refired right as they called a safety car.
Indeed he did. And then the battle resumed here. This was the move here. It was actually a dive from the 58. I miscalled that. It was the 58 trying to get back past Hayden Haikal. They banged wheels on the way in, and that unfortunately destroyed the suspension of the 2W Zoomies Toyota Supra, and they had to retire from that incident. Then we had our pit stops come around, and we didn't have anything go wrong for anybody in the pits this time. The number 25 was able to get back out there and had enough fuel to finish the race.
Of course, a bit of waiting period in these classes of cars, especially when they don't have driver changes to do. But even then, with the driver changes, it's not too much of a rush to get your stops done. Even much so, you can see our GT4s having 5 wheel nuts able to get their tyres changed relatively comfortably. All the same, it's all hands on deck in the pit lane with member helping out with the driver change. And you saw there, Reese, that was our leader in GTC coming into the pits there. And we were wondering if maybe he could hang on, but unfortunately for Craig Corliss, didn't have the speed to go with Kitapult and moved aside there without too much hassle to allow the Ferrari back to the race lead. And we thought then and there that might have just done the championship for him quite nicely indeed. But we kind of forgot about the GT4 category by suggesting everything was all in shape there. As Nanavude continued his charge there to try and pick up. As, had to give up the race lead on the track and then issues in the pits. But here was the big one in the GT4 championship fight.
Yeah, Peter Hackett getting into the side of the number 95, and that completely destroyed the wheel rim, which then deflated the tyre, and so the 95 had to tour back into the pits. Fortunately, it didn't look like there was much damage to the suspension, but you know what? The 95 is the car that we later saw in the wall, and you know what? Potentially, there may have been some suspension damage lingering on that car, which might have caused that crash.
Yeah. possibilities that we don't know for certain, but probably a fair shout. And then we were wondering if we'd get a safety car restart, but unfortunately the car was still trapped in the gravel there by pit entry. So for Singer Motorsport Team Thailand and the number 25 is Supercole, Kitapole and Superkit. Sorry, pardon me. They walk away with the race win and the Drivers' Championship as a result. And of course, as I said there, Kenji Kasiri coming away as your GT4 Drivers' Champion at the end of that one there. Looks like I'm going to speak to him here first, it seems, as part of our post-race conversations. And with that one there, it concludes our 1 hour long races, but we still, as you said, Reece, have 2 more races to go here, and perhaps some of the more iconic races of the Thailand Super Series roster. If you've been waiting for them for a couple of hours, you need not wait much longer. It is almost time. Give it about 15 minutes for Thailand's Super Pickup to make its return here on the racetrack to finish up the weekend here on a Sunday.
Indeed, we're going to begin with the Division 2 race for Class C drivers, and then the Division 1 race for Classes A and B. It's going to be spectacular. For now, though, Goody in the pits, having a chat to the winning drivers, and looking forward to seeing if there are going to be any of these interviews conducted in English, so we can see a few perspectives from this race.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think here when it comes to... We're talking to Kenji Kasiri as part of our GT4 podium. I'm trying to think other drivers on the podium, so I don't think we had anyone. But we will keep an ear on it just in case I've completely flubbed that one out. The good news is that they got that race finished just in time that our Class C pickup drivers, they are out on track in terms of the pit exit opened up a moment ago, and they're heading around to the grid. So everything. So Goody's going to walk his way across here. So there you go. In the meantime, there's the action starting to build up on the grid once again for our next category of cars.
How do you feel?
English here. Here we go.
I think we had the pace to win the race. Yes. Unfortunately, the safety car came out where we were catching the leaders. But all in all, that's how racing goes. Sometimes it's your day, sometimes it's not. The car felt good. The team did a great job with the strategy. I think even with the extra 15 seconds from second place yesterday, we did a very, very good job to stay up front.
แน่นอนก็ค่อนข้างยากนิดนึงนะฮะแล้วก็สิ่งสำคัญพยายามไล่ตามผู้นำนะครับจนรู้สึกว่าวันนี้ประสบความสำเร็จโอเค successful today
Yeah, successful day, but yeah, hard-working day as well.
Okay, and you?
Yeah, same thing.
เหมือนกัน
Same thing. The team worked very hard.
ครับ
Lap times are really good. It's a shame that we didn't get to fight for the win.
Yes.
Because I think both me and Ame knew the potential was there. So a bit unfortunate, but that's racing. We live another day, we fight another day.
โอเคก็คือแน่นอนนะครับก็ทีมงานที่ทำงานกันหนักนะครับแล้วก็ต้องการที่จะสู้เพื่อชัยชนะอยู่แล้วแต่ก็ทำดีที่สุดนะครับก็อาจจะเสียดายนิดหน่อยในเรื่องของการเป็นแชมป์แต่ไม่เป็นไรวันนี้ก็คือดีที่สุดแล้ว Congratulations again โอเคครับและแชมป์ของเรานะครับสำหรับรุ่น Thailand Supercar GT4 นะครับกับทีม 2W Sumi Congratulations
ครับขอบคุณครับ
ครับสวัสดีครับคุณกระจรเจรวนนท์นะครับคุณอดุลเรยวิจิตรนะครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับผมสำหรับในวันนี้
โอ้ดีใจมากเลยครับได้จบที่1 overall นะครับสำหรับ GT4 class นะครับก็เรายังเป็น AM class อยู่แต่ว่าเรายัง
So I think there, Reece, actually a little bit of an observation here from Amir Harris Jeffrey and Mohammed Akib Norazlan that we actually kind of missed amongst all the action in GTM as well as others there. They reckon they were on with a chance at the GT4 race win, but unfortunately denied by the safety car there.
Yeah, I mean, that car was always fast all the way through, wasn't it? Battling for the lead with that incredible action in the opening laps. So that car certainly had the pace under it. I'm not surprised to hear that in the end.
Yeah, but I think fair comments there as well, as I said. They did what they could. And yes, they got denied by the safety car today, but sometimes you win some, sometimes you don't, and you just got to move on to the next one.
Yeah, exactly. And in this case, the next one is going to be 2025. We're going to have plenty of extra action to bring to you next year, hopefully, with the English commentary. Thailand Super Series absolutely going off this year. Some fantastic races all through the season. And I'm only looking forward to next year for our GT categories.
I mean, yes, 100%. We're curious to see who can join the fields in GT, but also, Super Eco, Compact, and Pickup being the bread and butter, as it were, almost of the Thai racing staples, and almost a symbol of what some of the racing that is available as well. So, yeah, at this stage, commentary arrangements are unconfirmed yet for us and the English broadcast. So we'll have to be sorting that out over Christmas and the New Year. But we do have a bit of an idea of how the schedule is planning at this stage. But once again, I think it's 5 events. We won't spoil too much about that one, I think, at the stage, because, of course, that could all change in due course. But expect the Chung International Circuit here, Bunsen Grand Prix, and Sepang to all feature at this stage. I don't see those changing all too much based on the racing heroes. That was there you go, Kimik and Kantidi Kasiri there, finishing 3rd in GTM, and here's Nadavude coming home there in 2nd place. And you can see here, Reese, maybe partly why he's classified an AM driver, is clearly, whilst he might be older gentleman amongst the racing field, certainly still got a fair bit of fight in him.
Absolutely. I mean, the way that he was running down the number 25 in those final few laps before the safety car, it would have been interesting to see if he could really fight for the win. He was certainly given half a chance because we still weren't sure whether the safety car would end and we'd actually get a green flag finish. But unfortunately, we were denied that. 2nd in the championship, though. Big congratulations to Natavude, because that was really a stellar drive all through the season.
Yeah, without a doubt. Very close there indeed. Yep. Final podium going to go there. Yeah, to Kittapole and Superkit to finish off the interviews here. And so, yeah, just leaves us with the pickup trucks, and it's a whole different host of drivers that we'll be seeing out there in that one compared to our GT drivers and teams. We do see some crossover between GT and Compact Eco usually. I think there's like maybe one or, in fact, the only driver we're expecting to see a crossover would be Jalen Robotham over in Pickup Division 1 to finish off tonight, if he has been able to get that truck out there and running. Actually, look at the results from yesterday's race. Might be able to get a read on things for that one there, because missed out on the trucks last night, Reese, and they usually do pack a bit of a punch.
Oh yeah, they certainly do. Packed plenty of punches yesterday. We had actually a rather big crash in the Division 1 race that resulted in a completely destroyed intercooler for one of the trucks, and for one of our international competitors, a big hit in the side that I was worried might have bent the chassis. I'm not too sure if that has been confirmed as of yet, but hopefully we still see our full field back on track for the final race later this afternoon.
I can see there 5 trucks failed to finish 1 lap.
Yes.
Or maybe it's 3 trucks failed to finish a lap and 2 trucks only made it 1 lap before they crashed out of that one there. Well, what we might do here, Reese, is we'll take a short breather and press pause on our voices, but we'll keep the feeds rolling here from the Cheng International Circuit as they get ready for Thailand Super Pickup Division 2, and we hear a little bit more of the pre-race stuff from some of our drivers here in this category.
ในสนามได้นานกว่าคนอื่นคนอื่นพังหมดผมเลยได้มาเป็นคะแนนไปอยู่ที่1ผมประทับใจบางแสนมากที่สุดเพราะผมอยากได้ถ้วยที่บางแสนแค่นั้นเองครับประทับใจบางแสนมากผมก็โอเคครับผมทำเต็มที่แหละครับก็ประทับใจทุกสนามนะครับที่ได้ทำการแข่งขันครับผมก็ยังคิดความคิดผมก็ยังเหมือนเดิมนะถ้าเป็นไปได้ผมก็อยากอยู่คลาส C เหมือนเดิมเพราะว่าขึ้นไปข้างบนมันแบบเรายังไม่เก่งพอที่จะไปหรอกแต่ก็อันนั้นก็เป็นเรื่องของอนาคตอันนั้นเป็นเรื่องของอนาคตอีกทีนึงครับ ครับแต่ตอนนี้ก็คือถ้าถามผมอยากอยู่คลาส C แต่ก็ต้องดูกันตามเกมอีกทีนะครับผมอาจจะพังก็ได้อาจจะมันเกิดขึ้นได้หมดทุกอย่างครับมันไม่มีอะไรบอกได้ครับ
โปรเจกต์ผมอาจยังอยากอยู่ที่เดิมครับผม ยังไม่อยากขึ้นครับผม
เดี๋ยวผมปีนี้ผมไถบางเมงขึ้นไปก่อนเลยเพราะเขาอยู่มาหลายปีแล้วผมไถเขาขึ้นไปก่อนเลย
สลับกันครับผมถ้าเขาอยู่หน้าผมจะดันเขาเข้าเส้นชัยไปเลยครับ
ฝากเชียร์ผมด้วยครับยูเป็นริ้วเบอร์ 54 ครับอภิชาติฟาร์มไก่ไข่จะบูเท่าแก่น้อยครับ
ผมกิติพงษ์นิพาพันธ์นะครับหรือบางมินนะครับเบอร์ 18 ฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับผม
เอาละครับคุณผู้ชมครับมาชมกันต่อนะครับสำหรับรุ่น Thailand Super Pickup Division 2 Class C นะครับแน่นอนว่ากฎของการ Reverse Grid เนี่ยทำให้ผู้ที่อยู่ในอันดับที่ 1 ของเมื่อวานนี้นะครับไปอยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทที่ 5 และที่อยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทที่ 1 ในวันนี้เนี่ยจะเป็นอันดับ 5 ของเมื่อวานนะครับนั่นก็คือปกรณ์ธรรมโชตินะครับบางต้าไปดูกันครับว่าวันนี้เขาจัดหนักขนาดไหนนะครับตามผมมาเลยครับสวัสดีครับโอ้ยเหนื่อยวิ่งไกลมานิดนึงเป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับสนามนี้สนามสุดท้ายแล้วครับ
เป็นสนามที่ตั้งใจมากครับ
ครับ
ที่ไปจบการแข่งขันในปีนี้ครับ
ครับ ไม่จบแล้วฮะ
อยากให้จบครับ
อยากให้จบ
จบสวยเลยครับ
แต่แน่นอนวันนี้มาเห็นเต็มที่สโลแกนตามหลังของเราต้องจัดดักวันนี้จัดดักไหมครับ
จัดเต็มเลยด้วยครับ
ครับผมฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ก็ขอฝากแรงเชียร์นะครับเบอร์ 12 นะครับ
ครับ
เบิร์ดเหม่งโปกาลาดครับ
ครับ
ครับผม
ขอบพระคุณครับเป็นกำลังใจให้นะครับ ไปดูกันต่อนะฮะที่ 4 ของเมื่อวานวันนี้เลยมาอยู่อันดับที่ 2 นะฮะไม่รู้เกิดอะไรขึ้นกับบังคนนี้นะอันนี้บังมินนะฮะกิติพงษ์นิพาพันธ์นะครับเป็นไงบ้างครับบังมินครับ
ครับผม
เกิดอะไรขึ้นกับเมื่อวาน
เมื่อวานนี้รถเกียร์มีปัญหาครับ
ครับ
ครับผมเลยทำให้ได้แค่ประคองครับ
ก็เลยประคองเข้ามา
ใช่ครับ
แต่ก็โอเคอยู่ในโพเดียมเมื่อวานซึ่งแต่วันนี้แก้ปัญหาเรื่องเกียร์เรียบร้อยแล้วใช่ไหมครับ
เรียบร้อยแล้วครับ
แน่นอนก็มีข้อได้เปรียบในเรื่องการออกมาอยู่ใน
Welcome back, everybody, to the English stream of the Thailand Super Series. We've only got 2 more races to go for the 2025 season, and they are in the highlight category, in our opinion. Super Pickup. We've got the Division 2 race coming up in just a few minutes' time here for C-class drivers. And man, these races always go off. We ended the yesterday's action in the night in these machines, and it was a very entertaining race for sure. Looking forward to more of the same here in the brilliant afternoon conditions here on the Thai Super Series YouTube and also the Speed Cafe YouTube channel here in Australia. It's myself, Reese Gardner, with Dan Yeaman alongside me. And Dan, this is certainly going to be the highlight of the weekend. We really love these things. The racing they provide is insane. Love watching the drivers muscle these machines around.
There's something about a car that doesn't really look like it belongs on a racetrack. Fitted with semi-slick tires, it doesn't even have all the grip that it could possibly get. And then being told, go out there. Did you just like... Did you got power window? I swear you just put that window went down on us whilst we went up to the car there. And power window on that truck still.
Oh, that's amazing. If that is indeed the case.
Because, like, they're stripped out, clearly. Like,
yeah.
Like, they've clearly gutted the cabins for most of the bits and pieces, so they are lightweight. But, like, 99% sure that window was winding down. I don't think he was cranking a handle to get that window down for us. And that there was the 58 of Super Moncol that we were watching there for a second.
Indeed. Absolutely love these machines. You know, the fact that these things have pretty, I'd say, notably free aerodynamic regulation as well. The teams put out all sorts of crazy solutions for aerodynamics. They've got dive planes on the front of these things. They've got all sorts of styles of rear wing. Some of them have, you know, just a single rear wing like that with a couple of struts in the middle. Some of them have multi-strut rear wings, double plane rear wings. Some of them even don't do away with the door for the tray. I mean, every time I look at these things, I just think, what? But at the end of the day, when they get up to speed, the racing is what we're here for, and it's always fantastic.
Yeah. And that's the main thing, as you said, with the trucks that are tricky to handle. There's also all the particulars, the other little things like, they can take a bit of a beating, which always helps, it seems.
Yes.
But also bits like the other particulars, like the drivers have to manage their trucks, don't, and the one it's so unique to this series that you have to be careful of how much smoke you're emitting out the exhaust systems of these trucks. Like because of the fact we're using modified diesel engines, and rather than full-blown motors. So it's been a while since we've seen this tire, but here it is again, the Hankook Ventus RS4 semi-slick. We've been on the F200 slick tires for most of today's categories. In fact, we haven't seen the semi-slick since Super Eco, and that was the first category of those. So we're bookending the racing action today here with semi-slick categories, and it just adds to part of the puzzle, because it means part of the pie is, yeah, they can't brake late, they can't get on the power cleanly, they have to be very mindful of how they run these things here. As we have a look here at the grid here, Pakorn from Kittapong, Akachat, Saranyu. Now I want to note his Saranyu there in 4th place, championship leader coming into this race here tonight. Suradet, Kitasak, Tassanai, Korekpong there to round out your top 8. Tirasak, Nudapong, Supermonkol, and Arun to make it top 12. You need to watch out for Kittapong. I think it was actually just said he's a moment ago. He's the other driver in championship contention. Wudachai 13th, Krid 14th, Bataya 15th, Akalak 16th. And also noting here, we had quite a few retirements from yesterday's race. Got to watch out for that. Promote, Arnafap, Pichai, Rust Up, making it your top 20. And we should have ourselves just a handful more trucks in Somnuk and Itasak. So 22 Class C starters here, Reese. Based on what I can see in the results, the 54 Saranyu, your championship leader, going into this race, he should be on. In fact, there we go. Wonderful. We've actually got the points graphic, just as I wanted to do it. So 83.5 points leads 78.5 points. Now, based on that, if Kittapong wins and Saranyu comes second, I'm seeing a count back in favor of Kittapong on race wins for the season.
Yeah, only a 5-point margin.
And they're the only two in it, because everyone else apparently, third on down, it's an absolute stinker, and they're still in the mid-50s on points. So it's a 2-horse race for the championship in Class C trucks.
That's exactly how we like it. Nice and simple. Put at least a couple of positions in between you and your rival, and you're likely to take the championship from here. Well, they're moving forward then to the starting grid. It is a standing start in these trucks. So look forward to seeing a giant cloud of dark diesel smoke descending over the starting grid here as they get things going. Oh boy, lap one's going to be magnificent. The run into the hairpin is always a place to watch. When they get into the twisty second and third sectors, you're going to be seeing quite a few trucks going beyond the track limits, whether it be in a battle or from just making mistakes while the tires are still cold. Is exactly what we love to see. And what a way to end off the Thai Super Series season, to see all of these drivers in the trucks strutting their stuff around Chang International Circuit.
Indeed. Just now got to wait for the last couple of trucks to pull into positions here on the grid. And by the looks of that, there might even have a couple of drivers who aren't on the grid and might be taking a pit lane start here as well. So Not long now, folks, and we will wait to see the marshal on the left-hand side of the circuit there give us the green. Indeed, there it is. Wait for the 5 lights now to come up on the gantry here. And of course, just like in Formula 1, when the 5 lights go out, we go underway here for Thailand Super Pickup Class C. There goes the smoke. We're underway, and goodbye the rest of the field, bar the first, 3 rows.
Yep, you can't even see the back of the field from here. Have a look at the number 18 of Kittipong, already going for the lead, coming into the first corner, but Pakom is going to defend round the outside as they come onto the back straight for the first time. All over the place the trucks are. Just got to try and get into line, secure your moves, coming into the turn 3 hairpin. Saranyu, it seems, has made his way up into second there. He's just made the move there on Kittipong around the outside into the hairpin, but will Kittipong be able to come back? No. Saranyu up into second place and already going for the championship lead with a very wide line on board with the number 54, our championship leader. Let's see if he can get Pakom into the second sector.
Well, it's going to be good. Hopefully we'll get a few angles of this today in this final race here. Let's see how Saranyu, and look how much... I love this too. Look how much steering they have to put into these trucks.
180 degrees? Are you serious?
For a left-hand flick. Looks like they've got the factory steering rack still in these things.
Oh, wow. I love these things. Oh, looks like someone might have gone for a spin just then before we cut away. I'm not sure who that was exactly, but into the final sector just about. This is Kittipong, currently second in the championship, but if he's able to match Saranyu on points, he will win on countback. Again, you see just how much lock they are putting on the steering wheel. That's more than you'd put in for the Monaco hairpin in a Formula 1 car, and they're going through these fast-flowing corners. It's insane.
Yeah, it's just a car class. It doesn't sound like it should work, but it does.
Oh boy, it does.
As first lap complete, and then watch them now all fishtail out of the final corner with no traction available to them whatsoever.
Oh, wow. All right, lap 1 complete. And it's the number 12 in the lead as things stand. Pakom Tamachoti with Saranyu joining him there in the battle for the lead. Looks like he might be sizing something up here as Kittipong looks on from behind. It looks like the lead will be going for it here. That's a really good run down the back straight for Saranyu. He'll be up the inside into the turn 3 hairpin. Will he be able to get it done? Delays his turn in a little bit to compromise the number 12 as they go on through. Championship leader now in the lead of the race. Oh, hold on to it, mate. That's going to lose him second place as well.
And who else too but the driver who's still in this championship fight, Kittipong. So there you go. P1 to the championship, P1 and 2 on the road. And just remember this. If the 18 finishes in front of the 54. The 18... Oh, that's Carl. That's a truck loose in the background.
Oh, God.
Nudapong has gone for a big dive and the gravel's buried him. I get the feeling we might be going to a safety car here to arrest that, because that looks like that was half a tyre deep in gravel. Slow run through the middle of the lap for Saranyu as we go to the replay to see number 50 lose it by himself there, and I believe we're about to go to a safety car intervention. See, look how deep it's buried. You are getting that truck back out of that one there. The live pictures will go here. Saranyu leads. I think he might be safe. We're just waiting for confirmation. Is the safety car being deployed here? As we've got on board with the van in second as well. He powers past though.
Ah, just as the safety car comes out. Okay, so race control might have a couple of things to say about that. Not sure exactly when the safety car was called there relative to the actual move. We'll have to wait for confirmation on that. Regardless, everyone slows right down here. And one thing that I had noticed about safety car periods in this series is when they do come out, the trucks slow down to a crawl. This is like normal public road street speeds here in Australia, and I presume in Thailand as well. There we go. That's the position changed once again there. So
confirmation there. Okay, I was going to say, because I was a little worried there based on the way he dropped back big time there in the middle of the lap that maybe something was wrong. No. just once we got out of 9 and 10 and 11 there, he just saw the safety car boards and flags early and backed off.
And Kittapong going for the move, probably thinking that the race was still green, but then has given the position back there. And, you know, these trucks may have a good amount of ride height, but even they cannot escape the gravel trap when they're buried that deep.
Yeah, that was a lot of gravel there, to note indeed. First message for race control in this for this race is a penalty, and it goes to the number 26 truck of Tassanai, 5 seconds post-race for jumping the start. So bit of an oops there for the driver who's currently scored as in 7th place. And also a note from race control, they are going to still have a look at that passing under the safety car as it was called. I get the feeling they might be willing to say no further action given that they're back in the order they were before the yellow was called.
Yes. Maybe that will mitigate any further penalty, but we'll have to wait and see. The safety car period shouldn't last too long. The number 50 of Nutapong Churchu that had an unfortunate lose and then an overcorrection into the gravel trap, already out of the gravel itself. So very quickly towing that thing to a safe spot, and I'm sure we'll be able to potentially get the race back going again as soon as the next lap.
Yeah, you'd think so. As I'm just also doing some more permutations on the championship for you to digest here. And just sort of process that. So, because of the fact that this could go to a count back on a tie on points, and you're looking at the number of race wins this season, and Kittapong is in the box seat with more race wins here in Division 2, and the Class C drivers here of Thailand Super Pickup. So basically for Saranyu, just run through, go for Saranyu, it's a bit simpler. The only way Saranyu can finish behind, well, is presuming they stay up the front. If they both fall down the order, then it's murky mouths, and I don't want to go there just yet. Let's say they finish in the top, up the front of the field. If that happens, Saranyu must finish 3rd, and Kittapong finishes 2nd. That's the only way Kittapong beats Saranyu, but doesn't end up winning the championship. If he wins the race, he wins the championship. That's a no-brainer. There's another option for count back where they tie on points, is if Kittapong finishes 2nd and Saranyu drops back to 4th. Otherwise, yeah. If it's a win, if it's the other way, Kittapong wins outright on points, finishes 3rd, and Saranyu is back in 5th or lower. I'll leave it at that because we're about to go back to the restart here, Reese. It's time to see how we go here as we admire statue there. I believe that's on the outside of the track there towards turns 11 and 12. And your top two absolutely break away from the rest of the field as they try and put the power down. And don't forget, H-pattern gearbox, so you got to work a clutch and make sure you get your revs all matched up neat and tidy with 9 laps to go here on the restart.
At least one truck there going very wide off the circuit at turn 1. That was the number 12 there of Pakon Tamashote. But already a large breakaway for Saranyu up in the lead. A bit of a defence behind for 4th spot. That's Agachat trying to keep Anupup Sriklang behind him. And to keep an eye out for the 77 as he took that very wide line on the way out of the hairpin. There's already a run happening here for the number 34 of Akachat Miprom. He'll try and find his way past Pakorn on the way into Sector 2.
Back out there on the box.
Yeah, very wisely backing out, I think. Oh, yeah. Whoa. Okay. Looks like that's the 77 going for a big slide there. Almost the same thing that happened to the number 50 to bring the safety car out.
And nearly gets taken for a bit of a trip there at the exit of the corner. Turn 5 for good measure. That might have been Tassanai in behind them, or will it be Kitasak? I think it was Tassanai did. But yeah, we saw that there. Actually lost it well, so on the very start of the turn in. So
yeah, some over rotation.
I mean, obviously it's an empty tray in the back of this truck, so there's not a lot of mass over that rear axle as a result. So it's just a case of, yeah, slammed the brakes too hard and got too much mass, weight on the front end, and then the rear end's like, I'm free. Seemed to be the case anyways.
Here comes Agachat to find his way past Pakorn into the final corner, but unsuccessful. Got pinched to the inside there. In a very tight corner like that, often being on the outside is better. Allows you to straighten the vehicle up a little sooner and get a better run down the straight. So for the time being, it's going to be Agachat falling back into the clutches of Suradet and Anupap. So down to turn 3. This battle will continue. Already a great recovery from Anupap here after his massive slide off the circuit there. Can't quite find a way to the inside of turn 3 though, but you can see just how unstable the rear end is. And when I see stuff like that, I think no wonder they have those big honking wings on the rear of these things.
Not that it's doing a whole lot of good for them. And also things like, as you said, the fact they have to put so much steering lock into these things to make them turn. Like, they've got to lose so much of their speed, even with a wing and a diffuser. For some of these trucks, you notice some of them have actually got little diffuser kits on the rear as well. Yeah, they clearly want all the help they can get, but it feels like to me the amount of speed they have to scrub to get through the corners kind of negates a bunch of that aerodynamic assistance.
Yeah, to say nothing of the square front ends of a lot of these trucks. I noticed, I think it's a D-Max further back in the field that basically had no front grille at all. There's just a big gaping hole in the front of the truck where you can see through to the intercooler. So plenty of interesting solutions being employed by the teams here to get the best out of these machines, but the battle's still on with coming up to 7 laps to go. The 77 falling off the back of the podium battle. Pakorn versus Agachat coming into the final corner. And that looks a little bit deep for the number 34. Agachat might not be able to pull that one up. We'll see when they come back into frame. Yeah, a bit messy there on the exit, but looks like he's gotten the position.
Well, they might give him a warning for track limits for that in that case. As just having a look at times here as they come across the line. 157.5 for your race leader, 157.8 for Kirapong in second. So that gap holding steady-ish at 1 second. And a 157.0 for Agachat. So there's your fastest truck on the road in third. And also packing one of the best top speeds into the speed trap here before turn 3. 208, 6 kilometers an hour that time by. The actual best I've seen so far, 214 from Arnefat, but that was back on lap 4 apparently, or lap... Yeah, because he did 199 only. That's 215, sorry. Somnuk Hyuntam back in 9th place to 79.
Super Mongol's best speed is 216.
Never mind. There's your best driver in Thailand. I mean, we're talking single kilometer per hour here, trying to find the fast ones. It's actually interesting to note here that Kirapong, second place truck on the road and doing decent lap times, has a best top speed into the trap at turn 3. Oh wait, no. That's
losing 2 spots. He's looking a little slow there coming into the final sector, and there's a problem there for the 35.
Suradet Sanjinder has dropped down the order. That's on the exit of turn 6, because that's the MotoGP long lap penalty loop. That's just outside of those turns, so he's on the asphalt runoff. I was just a little worried there for a second, because with Kirapong dropping spots, we wait to see. Is that a momentary thing? Did he just have a misshift, or is he had to? Because the other thing is here with these trucks, apparently adjustable boost controls and the like, so you can play around with how much power. Because look at him there in a straight line, he's getting muscled by there. It's going to be Arnefat taking 4th place off him.
Yeah, down into the first corner, then wind on the steering and try your best to control the rear on the exit. So important here for the longest straight on the circuit. I don't know if he's pressing any buttons on the wheel, or if he's just resting his hand there, because it doesn't look like there's I see maybe a couple of buttons there. Regardless, number 18, not looking the paciest right now. There's definitely a reduced rate of speed in that thing. He has fallen right off the back of the top 4 now.
Speed through the trap into turn 3, only 178 kilometers an hour. As I see a yellow flag flashing up there on the approach to turn 4, I think we've just gone safety car for the 35 trap there out in the exit of turns 5 and 6. And indeed, yeah, look at that there. Saranya's backed off big time, and Akasha has to get on the anchors to not run up the backside. Yep, yellow flag's out there on the back of the electronic flag displays here. So, and that's exactly why, because that's parked out literally in wide open runoff there. So no surprises that for Suryodet Sanjinder's truck, we need to reset the grid once again. To the safety car we will go. But that also means we're chewing into our time allotment for this race, because they're lapping at around 2 minutes a lap. And the more laps in the safety car, the closer we get to the 30-minute time allocation we have for this event.
Yeah, with lap times running around the 2-minute mark in these things, a 12-lap race will take around 24 minutes. But with now 2 safety car periods being added to this race, with lap times going around 4 minutes, I think, yeah, we're pretty sure we're going to go time certain after this safety car period, but we'll have to wait and see on that. Fortunately, this safety car period shouldn't last too long, because the 35 of Suryodet Sanjinder was yes, out in the runoff, but quite close to the opening in the wall for the access road, so they'll be able to get a recovery vehicle to him pretty quickly. And they won't have to get him out of the gravel trap as well. That's another plus.
Yeah. Oh, truck peeling off into the pit lane. It's not either of our 2 championships.
Itisak in the 30.
Indeed. All right, so issues there, it would seem. But we'll see if that gets recovered. So there you go. Safety car will collect the race leaders now. The question is, how fast are they going to go here on this safety car lap? Do we... Well, I presume we're currently 5 laps to go. We were 5 laps to go. After Saranya crossed the line on this particular occasion. Probably do this lap plus another. So we're looking at possibly, if we can get them all in, a 3-lap race to the finish. We only have another 9 minutes left to get in 5 laps, including safety car time. So this will be, I think, if we get back green and we this lap, 1 more lap on the safety car and restart, we'll get all our laps in. If any more safety cars happen, then we are going to be cut short.
So that's the state of play. With coming up to 5 laps to go when we cross the line next. For the moment, Saranya putting on a champion's drive here in the number 54. Got to the lead quite early and has consolidated it. How much of an attack will the others put on him here? You have to remember that Kittipong in the number 18 was losing pace just before the safety car period came out. Will he be able to get some of that pace back when we go green at the end of this lap, we're hearing?
That we are indeed. So, never mind all that chit-chat about how much time we're going to lose here under the safety car. We're going to get this one stack them, rack them, and let them have at it once again, because there you go, yep. The retrieval process, quite quick and easy there indeed for a car trapped near an access point, now well behind the fence. Get ready to go in. So, less than 7 minutes to go now. We are going to need to have these guys push on. We 4 to go at the line. Will they need to cut 1 lap off the remaining laps? And for the drivers who have had to back off, that's probably a good thing. Because that's the thing, I think, is managing temperatures and stuff in these trucks certainly seems important, as well as boost levels and the like. So, for a couple of drivers here, namely Kittipong that we ride on board here with right now, Reese, what can he do now with a lap catch getting... Oh, hang on, truck pulling over there.
Is that the 77? That was Anafap that had the indicator on and was blending past. I did note that the top 4 here were a little bit far ahead, so I think there might have been trouble for the 77 of Anafap as the race goes back to green.
And Anafap
already
dropped out of the top 4, yes indeed.
Yeah, Anafap is likely out of the battle here. I see him all the way at the back of the field there. That's not ideal. But out of turn 1, the drivers come. And this time Saranu has a lot more pressure behind him with Agachat trying to go for the lead into turn 3. Wait for the braking zone. Not very powerful brakes on these trucks, and you got to deal with the tires as well. As has he even made it into the pits?
That's I think up around turn 11, I suspect. He's off the racing line, but that's pretty close proximity to the racetrack. So yeah, that could be a big problem.
That's pit entry, I think. The actual pit entry on the outside of the final corner that he stopped at.
All that too. We'll have to try and get a better angle of it here. So, good news for Saranu on the restart lap. Personal bests in the speed trap to turn 3. As a second truck off at pit exit.
Oh no! Well, I think we're definitely going to have to go time certain now.
There it goes. Safety car boards re-engage. And for the drivers, we stop the racing. So that's the number 1 truck of Akaluk Tahom, who I saw on the race results document, did not finish yesterday's race either here. So, disaster. Oh, that's...
Oh, yeah.
That's Kittapong.
Rubbing guard for Kittapong. Was there contact, maybe?
Then again, he's off the road. Is this something a bit more serious? Because if it was a guard, I would think he'd try and make... Yeah, it's hard to tell at this point now. That smoke... Oh, no, there it comes.
The engine's gone. Oh, no. Disaster for Kittapong in the final round. He was in contention for the championship, but he's going to have to try and crawl that truck over to the access road. Oh, that is looking terrible.
The motor has gone up in all kinds of black and white smoke. And, well, that's an ideal. So how's that? 2 trucks, we think 2 trucks retiring. Well, actually, we have to say all 3 of them have retired mechanically there. And unfortunately, folks, that's going to end any championship battle because, yeah, it doesn't matter what happens now. Saranu will be your series champion. He can literally retire now. And it won't make it. There's another truck pulling into the pit lane. They're dropping like flies. It's Korekpon in the number 9, one of our few Mitsubishi Tritons in this field. And I think, was that turn 11 or was that pit entry? It might have been pit entry there. No surprises there. So I'm convinced that's turn 11.
Yeah, it looks like probably the exit of turn 11 because the MotoGP pit entry, or the alternate pit entry that comes off the second last corner. I think that's where he came to a stop.
Try to do a bit of roadside diagnosis on what's gone wrong with the 18 machine.
Yeah, fortunately, the smoke has abated, but absolutely heartbroken Kittapong there, finding his way onto the scooter to be taken back to the pits, back to his team for a debrief. Man, can't imagine how it feels, fighting a hard season all the way through and knowing that you'd be in championship contention in the final race, only to have your truck give up on you like that.
Yeah, that's definitely a bummer, because the fact there we thought there might have been a potential for some championship stoushes. As an update from race control, we only have about 2 minutes remaining in this session in terms of the race, the scheduled race time, but we will get a restart at the end of this lap. So we've got another 2 laps scheduled, but I think time-wise we may be forced to only run 1 more lap and skip the green and go straight to the white, if we were talking in NASCAR terms.
Yeah, indeed. Well, the number 54 gearing up then for his potential parade to championship victory. Saranu waits for the safety car to pull off after the next couple of corners, but it's still going to be a big fight for second on back. I think Akachat versus Pakorn is going to be the battle to look out for, a battle for P2. Can't count out Tassanai and Kitasak in 4th and 5th either. The field spreads out quite a bit after the first couple of laps, but hey, now is the time to get things going again. The safety car pulls into the lane. The trucks are already up to speed. And the number 54 will lead us away here for potentially the final lap of the race. Hasn't been confirmed yet, though.
There's a possibility that they're going to let this run 2 laps. So it might be a case of the fact that we also started a tiny bit late, and they're going to allow that to spill over there. So we will get the full 12 laps in despite 3 safety car interventions here in Thailand Super Pickup and our Class C races. It's down we go. Towards turn 3 for another full speed attempt. 216 kilometers an hour top speed from Pakorn in the 3rd place truck, but challenge for the race lead as Akachat goes outside. Can he go inside? No, Saranu protects the middle of the road. Unless that means a run with the power on the outside. Nope, still about half a length back as they exit the hairpin and make the run to turn 4.
Yeah, the Isuzu D-Maxes at the front of this field looking supreme coming into the 2nd sector. Gently does it through the sweeping left and then defensive from the 54. He's firing that thing right to the apex to try and keep the 34 behind him. He may have the championship in hand now with his rival retiring, but he still wants this race win.
Gonna have to put in some strong defense and find a good run. He's wide on the extra 7 though. So he's just half a length ahead though, and that just keeps him in the lead. But it does say to me now Akachat's truck strongest over the course of a whole lap. As head down towards turn 9 here. Keep an eye on Pakorn and Tassanai. Will they close up for a duel at the end? Because as I said, last time past the speed trap, best speed recorded in the race was by Pakorn. Although Akachat not too far behind at 215 kilometers an hour. The Saranu, the biggest problem, he was nearly 20 kilometers an hour down on Akachat in that 2nd place truck. Big fishtail out the exit at the final turn. That's going to keep Saranu in the lead here, but less than 3/10 in it at the start finish line. One final lap of the Chang International Circuit for these drivers is left. And through turn 1 we will go. A little pinch front brake from Pakorn on the inside there as he tries to get through the turn. And now vulnerable to Tassanai out the corner exit. Will Saranu be vulnerable to an attack as we approach turn 3 here? The final time these drivers will make this move in 2024. Doors open, Akachat wants to lead.
Yeah, a little bit squirrely on the way in, and he goes for it, has the position. Will Saranu fight back? He'll try and go for the over-under on the exit. The 54 is struggling. Sorry, the 34 is struggling on the rear end. Saranu, by contrast, is looking supremely planted, and he's going to take the lead back round the outside of the next corner, and the position is yielded back into the lead. But there's a few more overtaking opportunities in this part of the circuit.
Yep, definitely made sure to maximize traction out the corner exit. The question is...
Oh, he's going for it again!
Yep, up the inside at 6. I was just going to say, is Saranu got no grip in the rear left, or is he trying to protect it for something right at the end of the run? Is big run wide there from Akachat as he tries to now maintain that position. Pakorn's in this here for 2nd place as well as, there you go, yep, chucking in all the steering lock up at turn 8 as well. Back to 3rd gear for the run to turn 9 here. Try and get the truck planted. Try and drive out with as straight an exit as you can, it seems. And then run to the line here. I think they can afford to exceed track limits, but they're all being quite generous with them there, it seems, in terms of staying within them. And the one final turn remaining. And for Akachat Mir-Prom, it looks like he's just done enough to take himself a race win to round out his season. A bit deep, though. Can he get it pulled up and exit? Saranu finally gets a bit of a happy tail skid on. Oh!
Ah!
Did he get it?
Okay. I think, yeah, he finished ahead. Wow, okay. Akachat completely running out of pace there. I think he might have missed a gear on the run to the line.
I think so too.
Wow.
Race winning margin, 0.140 seconds, folks. We saw it in the Super Compact yesterday, and the Super Eco today, and once again, one of Thailand's homegrown series dealers. Let's watch the margin here. And there it is. Oh,
he took that in the final, like, 3 meters of the race. That's insane. What a way to cap off a championship for Saran Yu.
Came into this weekend as tied championship leader, scored more points yesterday, and now a race win today to be the undisputed champion of Thailand Super Pickup Class C. And that is a well-deserved result there, I would suggest. Had himself 1 win, make that 2 wins now, 2 second places, and a 3rd place as well to go along with it. With, in fact, scoring points in every single race. Critically, the important thing there was that his competitor in Kittapong DNF'd the first race at the Bang Sen Grand Prix weekend, and also DNF'd here today in the 2nd race in that. They're making all the difference despite having 2 race wins. The Saran Yu's 1 before today.
Indeed. That is the season of a champion right there. And I mean, going through all those numbers, it just goes to show how crazy the racing has been over the course of this season in this Super Pickup category. Well, Saran Yu, cool shades on, as a champion does, taking the win in the final round of the season by a mere 1.5 tenths of a second over Akachat, and 3rd place Pakorn there, with the rest of the field coming home some ways behind them at the end of that safety car period. The best time belonging to Akachat there, 1:57.067 is the pace that had to be beaten there today.
Yeah, he sure did. But unfortunately, it's just, as it looked like, we're fairly confident. You can have the pace all you want, but if you miss a gear shift like that at the very last corner, that's going to bring it all undone for you there. That's the I guess some of the tricks and the bits and pieces about these cars you have to keep in mind as we watch them now bring the trucks in to the at least the top 3, or bring them in here to the pit lane for their podium presentations. And we wait to hear for the highlights package, and there goes the music that I was hoping to hear. And we'll get those highlights here from probably our most energetic, chaotic race of the weekend, I think. Well, unless what you saw yesterday in these trucks was any different. But critically from there, starting in 4th place, had to get ahead of a championship competitor, Kittapong. Made sure to do so. Well, she got up into 3rd there, whilst Kittapong was out hunting for the lead, but then quickly on the attack was Saran Yu here right off from the get-go.
Yep, took the lead pretty early on and was able to hold on to it through the 3 safety car periods that we saw today. And plenty of flinging out of the rear end of these trucks. There's a lot of torque and a lot of power produced by those diesel engines going through those treaded Hankook tyres. This is what brought out the first safety car of the event, the number 50 of Nutapong, finding his way into the gravel trap after a huge slide coming into Sector 2. Fortunately, was very quickly recovered, and we got back to racing after that. And well, you see the 34 there, the eventual 2nd place finisher, fighting his way back up. And the next bit of drama that we saw was for this one, the number 18, very late on. This is the 77 having what turned out to be the first of some pretty large problems later on when the 2nd safety car came out, just pulling to the side of the circuit with some kind of technical gremlin. And the number 35 was what brought out the 2nd safety car period. At the end of the safety car, we had 3 of our trucks come off the road. Very big smoking there for championship contender in the number 18, Kittapong. And that is how his season ended.
Unfortunately, it was not to be. And despite the time concerns, we would get the full race distance of 12 laps in the books. And for Akachat there, had the speed. The door was open there into the hairpin at turn 3, but that was a bit of a play there by Saranu to then get a really straight exit and power out the other side as a result. It worked for him to start off here and get ahead before turn 4, which is probably the first important step, but then wide through turn 5, door open at turn 6, and for a second there we thought Akachat had done the job. And as he angles in for the hairpin here, well, not hairpin, but the final corner, runs deep. Bit of a slide there for Saranu, but the slow-mo shows it all. All of a sudden, no drive whatsoever as he got right to the finish line. And for Saranu, gets himself a race win to round out a championship win. That goes along with that there as well.
Yeah, very exciting end to the race here as now Goody's about to have a chat to our championship winner and our race victors. And man, what a final race of the season for Division 2. All it takes is one missed gear. And I think that's the reason why we have such a push from motorsport fans to get rid of the sequential and paddle shifters and what have you and move back to the old school H-pattern shifters, because they can really affect the racing, as we saw.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I totally understand why, drivers would like to see H-pattern gearboxes exist, especially, I guess, in lower-cost motorsport competition. I can accept there's a place for them in higher level and more technical competition. But, yeah, the fact that it puts something back in the driver's responsibility, that they've got to get their shifts right and get the clutch in the right amount. If it's if a gearbox, it needs the clutch to actuate properly. And so, yeah. A category like this, the categories like Thailand Super Compact and Eco, although there's a mix of gearboxes in Compact, it seems to be a bit of a very much bespoke mix of cars there. Maybe it's a little bit different in Eco, where it's a bit more all consistent. Yeah, these are the kinds of categories that a bit more simplified, more road-going components where they can take the abuse of being on a racetrack, which, as we've seen here in Thailand Super Pickup, they sometimes don't. Not so much gearboxes specifically, but various things, unfortunately, can come unstuck in these trucks. As Goody finishes up the interviews here, finishing up with Saranu, it's a race win, championship win. Be curious to know, should we come back to broadcast next year? We certainly hope we will be able to come back and broadcast next year. Will we see someone like Saranu, who wins the championship here in Class C, be promoted up to Class B and have to race in the bigger field, which I can tell you, if you thought 19 trucks in Class C was enough, we've got 33 trucks awaiting you, folks, in the Class AB Division 1 race that is coming up next and will be our final event of the day. They've just been released from the pit lane, and we're expecting a green flag in just over 10 minutes' time racing. Well, as I said there from the race results, there's a lot of damaged trucks that we saw, on the race. Actually, let me have a quick look at those results again. 24 classified finishers, and then another 9 or 8 drivers. 8 drivers did not finish, so that's 32, and a 33rd truck that did not start the race. So, timing has them all up on screen. I guess we'll have to wait and see if they've all been able to make it out to the track.
And we'll find out very shortly as proceedings conclude for Division 2, a deserving champion in Saranu. And with that, I think we can jump to a very quick short break as it's time to get things ready for Division 1.
90เลยครับ90คะแนนมั้งฮะ90คะแนนผม75ทาน25เป็นไปได้ครับต้องแช่งมันนะครับใช่ครับผมก็เกาะตัวกันไปเรื่อยครับประทับใจไฟไหนก็คือสนามแรกชนไม่จบสนามหนึ่งจะมีปัญหาครับแล้วก็บางแสนจบที่1สนามหนึ่งแล้วก็จบที่5สนามหนึ่งบางแสนก็สนุกครับชอบบางแสนครับชอบบางแสนเพราะบางแสนได้ที่1วันใช่ผัดกันคนละเลสผัดคนละเลสปีหน้าครับปีหน้าเห็นเมื่อกี้กติกาที่แจ้งมาก็หนักหน่วงพอสมควรครับเปลี่ยนใหม่หลายอย่างใช่ครับก็มีทั้งเวทน้ำหนักลดเพิ่มอีกแล้วก็ปากเทอร์โบลดลงมาอีกจะพยายามทำให้ดีที่สุดครับอันนี้อยู่ที่สปอนเซอร์ครับใช่ครับอยู่ที่สปอนเซอร์ครับดูสปอนเซอร์ว่าเขาขึ้นมาที่เราสปอนเซอร์ไหนตังดีก็เอานะฮะใช่ครับก็มีเหมือนมีนะแต่ไม่รู้จะมาถึงหรือเปล่าถึงเปล่าเผื่อมั้งเนี่ย ไม่รู้จะมาถึงหรือเปล่าครับ
ครับก็นั่นแหละครับก็ผมคิดว่าถ้ายังเป็นอีซูอยู่ที่ผมใช้ ผมว่าก็ยังตกลงมาไม่เยอะครับ หมายถึงว่าความแรงครับที่ลดลงมาครับ
ก็ตอนสุดท้ายอ่ะแช่งให้เมสจอดก่อนตอนนั้นมันครับ
แม่ผมมีของดีครับแช่งไม่ลง เฮ้ยอย่างเงี้ยจอดเดี๋ยวต้องสู้กันก็อ่านเกมครับ
เขาแช่งแล้วเขาแชมป์อยู่แล้ว
ลุ้นกันเพราะว่าอาจจะมีคนอื่นขึ้นมาอีกอาจจะไม่ใช่ผมที่เร็วที่สุดอาจจะมีคนอื่นที่เร็วขึ้นมาอีกอะไรเงี้ยครับก็แล้วแต่เกมว่าอาทิตย์นี้จะเป็นยังไง
เอาละครับคุณผู้ชมครับมาชมกันต่อนะครับกับการแข่งขัน B-Quik Thailand Super Series นะครับสำหรับรุ่นสุดท้ายในวันนี้นะครับนั่นคือรุ่น Thailand Super Pickup Division 1นะครับคลาส AB ซึ่งแน่นอนนะครับเมื่อวานธนพลชูเจริญผลเนี่ยเป็นแชมป์นะครับของสนามที่แล้วนะครับแล้ววันนี้ตามกฎของการ reverse skid จึงทำให้เบส
And with that short break and listening into a couple of drivers there from the field here in classes A and B, the Thailand Super Pickup, it is time for them to get ready to race. We are 10 minutes away from the start of this final event of the weekend to wrap up season 2024 as well. And Goody will now do his rounds of the grid, looking to chat to a couple of drivers here at the front of the field, such as, I believe, your pulsar here, Nutnuch, Wong Somboon is up front here in the number 93. One of our Class 9 drivers, Class A drivers, sorry, Class 9. It's a 9 in the car number, that's not a 9 in the class name. As I make an absolute meal of that one there, Reese, apologies. And one of the things I also want to note here, this is one of the races here this weekend where the championship has already been decided, I can see from race results. The number 15 at Tanapon has came into this weekend 25 points ahead, and well, you can only score 20 points for a race win. He then proceeded to win yesterday's race by only half a second, but when you win and therefore you score maximum points again on top of everyone else, that was the Class A drivers, the overall drivers championship, which obviously is A and B all combined there sorted. So for our drivers in Class A, which is your green car numbers, there is no drivers championship there to fight for. Maybe some minor placings we can have a think about. In fact, there might indeed be between Nutnuch and Superchai. Although having a look at things, if I can actually find them on the results list from yesterday, and that'd be because Superchai down in 23rd, so didn't score points. Nutnuch 5th place. Okay, so that gap will have opened up between 2nd and 3rd in class. Suwat, let's see, he was 4th before yesterday's race. He did not finish in the top 10, so no points for him. So I might try and run some numbers there on the points battle between Nutnuch and Superchai for you, Reese, whilst we get ready to go here. The other one will be looking at our point situation for the Class B drivers and their standings. Suwat in the 59 and Alonkorn in the 85, who are 10 points apart before yesterday. Let's have a quick look. Alonkorn actually winning yesterday's race in class, 3rd place outright. And Suwat, 59, had himself a DNF. That will have flipped the Class B drivers' standings on their head.
Oh yes, Suwat's going to be starting this race in 27th place. Meanwhile, Surachai up in on the front row, actually. 2nd place start for him. So I get the feeling it's going to be decided in the favour of Surachai from there.
Yeah, it said she swung a full 20 points. So the leader of the Class B driver standings is the 85 Alonkorn Saitung. Came into yesterday's race in 2nd, 10 points behind, but now going to be coming into this final race 10 points ahead. So what that will mean is that if he, Suwat would have to win the class, which means getting up to the pointy end of the field, because we do have Class B drivers starting up near the front today. In fact, literally on the front row for this race. And Alonkorn has to drop back to 4th in class. He's sitting 2nd out of... He's sitting in 3rd place, which is 2nd in class. And 4th in class is 9th outright. So our Class B drivers, they're spread thin at the top of the order. And as you said, if a driver like Suwat, 27th outright, would have to... a mountain of a hill climb to make his way back into the points contention.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Sandy Stuvik starting in that number 3, 6th overall, and 4th in the Class A class. He's got one of the more interesting looking trucks out there. Giant air dam on the front of his Ford. And speaking of blue trucks, much like the one Suvik is driving, the truck that had the huge side impact yesterday was the 41 of Jack Lemvard. And it looks to me like he's taken to the grid here, so that whatever happened to that truck, they've managed to get it fixed. The damage obviously wasn't as terrible as I feared it was going to, so we fortunately see him starting in 25th today. And for you Aussies out there, Jalen Robotham is taking part in this race. He is starting down in 29th place in truck number 21. We'll see what kind of drive he can put on, and if he can stay out of trouble, which is one of the more difficult things to do in this category.
Yeah, these guys here, they are they race hard. They are not afraid to bump and push each other a little bit in these trucks. And they are at times fragile, is one of the other challenges that you seem to have here. We'll keep an eye on drivers out. Jack Lemvart made some strong results at times this season, but I also have seen some pretty dramatic moments for him in the number 41 machine. Came in tonight, so if you look at just the Class A drivers before Saturday, was sitting in 6th, although note this, finished 4th in class in the first race of the season at Chang, and second in the second race at Chang. So good start to the year, but then did not start race 1 Bang Sen, did not finish race 2 at Bang Sen, did not finish race 1 at Chang for the second time earlier this year, and did not score points in the second race at Chang. And now add to that collision and another DNF. That is a very nasty 5-race no-point streak for someone like Jack Lemvard.
Yeah, certainly is. Hopefully he'll be able to stay out of trouble and pick up a few points today. Regardless, more still to come further down the field. Giatasak in truck number 55, starting in 15th place, and towards the midfield in both our overall and Class B fields. To the number 14 as well. Chayapun, he's finding himself in 16th place. It's all the midfield really that are the positions that I look at most intently, because they're the ones who are going to have to find their way through that cloud of diesel smoke on the initial race start, and it's usually around the midfield where we start seeing the big incidents happen. 3 minutes left until we can get this formation lap going. All the personnel making their way off the grid now. Moving further on down the field to Tanawat Suwanarat, down in 18th place. And they're absolutely, this field is absolutely packed. I love seeing how much of a turnout there is for this event. It's easily some of the biggest fields that we get in Thailand Super Series.
Yeah, without a doubt. Clearly, local born and bred racing, alongside compact and eco being probably the other classes that do come close on car numbers. But then consider this: Super Pickup is such a large category that we have to split it into 2 separate races, based on dividing the drivers up by class. So, I think, as far as I understand, the trucks are similar. There might be some slight differences. I may have to go and fact check myself on that before next year. But I believe I was under the impression, for the most part, the differences were literally in the drivers and how they were graded, more so than the trucks themselves. As our the broadcast team there down at the track, just going through as much of the field as they can before they're told to get off the grid. We're now all the way down with 23rd outright for Super Chai there in the number 7. In fact, we're actually walking our way down Oh, do we call this the left or the right-hand side of the grid, Reese? Depends on which side. It's even numbers. Well, no, sorry. Supercharge was 23rd. This is 24th for Ekasit. So, no, we actually are going one at a time, left and then right, as they like to do. There indeed is the repair truck of Jack Lemvard. He seems to be happy to be back out there today. So, let's see if he can have a better run of things. Although, as you said, starting way down the order, 25th is there we go. 1 minute to go. Time for most of the field to clear off the grid.
Yep, Anuat down in truck number 95 there. Starting all the way down in 26th position. Plenty of drivers here looking to work their way back up after a bit of a carnage-filled first race of the weekend yesterday. Remember, this is not just the final race of the day, final race of Thailand Super Pickup. This is also the final race of the entire season for Thailand Super Series in 2024. We've had it's been a real pleasure bringing you this English language broadcast. Thanks to Speed Cafe for helping to set all of this up. Ourselves here, usually aligned with SimSpeed TV, really found it is quite a privilege to be bringing you this. This is actually this year with Thai Super Series the first time I've ever commentated a real world motor race. I come from the sim world, as do you, Dan, and this has been a great introduction.
It feels kind of weird to me to say I have more real world experience than you by all of about 12 months, given the fact that I was brought in late to the virtual commentary game, but at the same time, it's a lot similar to what we do, given that we're working remotely. We only have the one. The only thing is we only have the one video feed here. We don't get anything else to work off of here. So it looks like we've got one onboard camera, and I think I saw the 59 car number up in the top of the windscreen, which puts us on Suwat, who's starting out his race in 27th. As of course, with the Class C drivers in their pickup trucks, we are on the Ventus RS4 semi-slick tire from Hankook. So I look forward to seeing how much sideways action we might get for these guys here. And it's time to run you through the full grid for the 8th, the final race in not just Thailand Super Pickup, but also our final race of the weekend here. And it'll be Nuch from Surachai, your front row, Class A and B. Then Alongkorn and Nantawat going to start off of the second row. Your champion-elect in Class A and the outright Tanapon will be in 5th. You'll Senny Stuvik to share that third row with him here tonight. Nanawut and Chinawut going to start 7th and 8th for this final race. Andrew Cronin and Charlie Pom going to start 9th and 10th, with Chase Chakras Parks and Danawat rounding out 12 cars out of, 33. We are not even halfway through this list. Jadaron, Chayapon, Kisak, and Chayapon that make it 16 drivers and back to 8 rows, and that's pretty much as good as halfway as we can get here. Then you get Chanon, Tanawat, Nutapon, and Varis to make it your top 20 here, Reese. And then it's Pirawat, Jaras, Super Chai, and Ekasit for the first 12 rows now. Jack Lemvard, Anuwat Manain, Suwat, and Song Sak for 28. Wasn't only a couple of drivers there who were looking to race for the Class B Championship. Got a lot of work ahead of them if they can do it. Jalen Robotham, our Australian driver here in 29th, with Karanouch 30th, Samom for 31st, Akialak 32nd, and Akasit, your 33rd and final driver, who we will be expecting to take to the grid. And yeah, confirmation there of the points situation. 20 points for a race win, and Tanapon has himself a 37-point lead. So it is looking very nicely there indeed. And you can actually see, perhaps if there wasn't a disqualification for Nuch in race number 1, maybe he might have still been in the championship hunt there.
Yeah, it all comes down to what might have been at the end of the day, and the battle for championship third will be interesting as well, as it looks like the 81 of Akasit is going to be starting from the pit lane here, all ready to go as the field lines up to take to the grid. Number 93 on pole position. And this is where we see some great variance in trucks. You know, in the Class C race just before, we saw majority Isuzu D-Maxes, maybe with a Chevrolet Silverado or two in the midst of all of that. But we've got some great variety here. We've got Ford F trucks in the midst of all of this as well. Ford Ranger too. but still largely the field dominated by the Isuzu D-Max. And there's still a lot of variation on bodywork. There's a few trucks here that don't run any rear wing. And there's a couple of them that decide to have a bit of a rear tray sort of thing going, like an old Group C car, which will certainly help them in terms of drag, at least a little bit. But now we wait for the end of the field to make their way to their grid spots. It's almost time for those lights to come up. Sun is beginning to set, both in the real world and on the 2024 Thailand Super Series season.
Indeed it is. So we just wait now for the all clear from the marshals there. Look, they go all the way back to pretty much the final corner. There we go. Green flag is displayed at the back. We now wait for the 5 lights to come on up, and then time for them to go out for the final time today. It is go, go, go for Thailand Super Pickup, Class A and B, Division 1, whatever you want to call it. And watch the smoke. In fact, we have to go to the drone cam to get a feel for the grid here. As into turn 1, your front row is still side by side. 3 wide for 4th place. Further on back there is Sandy Struvic on the outside there in that Ford Ranger. And now the run to turn 3 is a lot of trucks using the pit lane exit as additional racetrack.
Defensive for...
Oh, big lock.
Oh, that is a big lock indeed. That's the 24 that's going wide there of Nanthawat. I saw a message pop up. Oh, okay. Around the outside of the 3rd corner there. 15 of Thanafon losing out a bit on 2nd place for a few moments at least, but they get back into line by the time they get into Sector 2. Very aggressive turn in indeed. It is still on for the lead. I saw a message pop up on our timing that race control was investigating the race start. I'm not sure if anything is going to come of that, but regardless, something to keep in the back of your minds as they make their way through the twisties. And I think it just looks like a struggle for the majority of these trucks just to even get around some of these corners. Look at that. It's on for 2nd as well. Suruchai versus Thanafon, as the 15 has found its way into the lead.
Yeah, it looks like
the 93.
Yeah, Thanafon, he might have won the championship yesterday with his another race win, but clearly wants another one, which would mean that apart from a DNF at Chang, the first weekend at Chang at the start of the year, and finishing at 4th at the 2nd race at Bang Sen, he will walk away 6 race wins out of 8 race starts, so he can make it work. That's deep on the brakes. Hold on to it there, Suruchai. And the crisscross coming wanted for Thanafon, but he gets a bit of a skid out the other side of the final corner. We'll have to get back in line and try again another time, I suspect, as we get lap 2 and away. And defensive immediately from Suruchai to turn 1. I think that's actually just done what he needed to do, because it's made Thanafon there run all the way out onto the pit exit, or in between the pit exit and the racetrack there. Drivers you find here race in A and B, they're not afraid to push the track limits until the warnings start coming out in force. As 2 trucks into the pit lane early, that's not good.
No, that's Akasit Krian-Cornell and Jalen Robotham that have both made their way into the lane there. So Jalen's troubles this weekend just continuing there. Meanwhile, the leaders fighting as hard as they like over 2nd place at the moment. The 89 going defensive here. Can Suruchai keep our champion-elect behind him? No, he cannot. Around the outside goes Thanafon. That was a daring move, and he's overrun it just a little bit.
Yeah, bold move indeed, but makes it work. As trouble down at turn 3, the 59 machine. That was Suwa, who was actually in the midfield, and never mind, that's a little bit more than a bit of trouble. Contact, leaking fluids. In fact, that's actually straight out the intercooler, isn't it? So that's dumping all the water and coolant that truck's got. That truck's temperatures are surely about to go sky high, and for a while there he was sort of on the racing line. So hey, if you thought these trucks needed more of a slippery surface, now you got it.
Yeah, the question is, will the 59 be able to make it back to the lane? The 44 is out as well. Samon Mapaki there, having to jump out of his machine as the field makes their way to the final corner here. And the end of the first 2 laps in the final race of the season, and we already have multiple drivers with issues. And if that 59 can't get back to the pits, I think we'll have to potentially see a safety car, because there is a chance he'll come to a stop in a very difficult spot indeed. Well, Thanafon is chasing down Nutanuch for the lead, and it's on for third as well. Alon Korn trying to keep Surachai behind him. Look at how supreme on the brakes that truck is. And it looks like that's the end of it for truck number 59. Heavy damage to the front and out of the race, but we stay green for now.
We'll have to wait and see where that truck exactly ended up. I think that might have been down towards turn 6 or so, but there's your top two. They go, oh, that's the championship.
No!
Alex is going to go. No, sorry, pardon me, it's Nunuch. Buries it in the gravel. That's going to cause or force the hand of race control. Because as you can see, it's almost half buried up to its tyres in the gravel out there. Has he slipped on some of the fluid spillage? Or has he just lost that by himself? Either way, I'm seeing safety car on my timing screens, and indeed there we are, the back of one of the electronic flag displays says the safety car, so we neutralise another one of our super pickup races to an early yellow flag.
Wow. Absolute chaos in the first couple of laps here. And that number 93 of Nutanuch Wongsunbun, sorry. It's basically a mirror image or an exact copy of the incident we saw for the number 50 truck in the Division 2 race just before. Of course, some extenuating circumstances potentially. We'll get another look at this. So he turns in over the curb. It gets a little unsettled. I think he was just trying to get the power on at that stage. And the rear of the truck was still too light. So I don't know if the fluid on the track had anything to do with that necessarily. Regardless, he did lose it and is now out of the race.
Yep, and he'll be right disappointed with that one there, I'm sure. I mean, the only thing I think of is it didn't look too crazy of a run there into turn 4 by him. And I'm just thinking of the fact that we may have had some fluids down the road. Well, unfortunately, I've forgotten what truck it was that had crashed and was leaking fluids out its front on the run.
That's the 59 of Suat.
It was Suat in the 59, right, there you go. My apologies there. So, field neutralised. Also, I note that there's been some passing under safety car that race control are needing to look at. 2 jump start penalties have been issued for this race. The number 18. That's a very interesting. There's literally the truck graveyard now piling up at that particular spot. I think that's on the exit of turn 5. But I can't say for certain because the camera angle actually doesn't give away enough. Coming back to what I was saying, he's got 2 post-race time penalties now applied. The 89 truck. Where are they? Pardon me. I'm going to find them on the timing tower. Surachai for a jump start. And also the 25 truck, which is in the hands of Chase Chakras Parks. Black flagged. Well, sorry, 5 seconds post-race for jumping the start. As looks like maybe Marshall is there being sent out to clean the circuit.
I'd imagine they would have to.
Or at least
searching for them.
Check it out.
Yes. I think as long as it's not trailing through a corner, should be okay. Remember, these trucks do have treaded tyres, so they'll be able to force some of that out of the way with a few laps of racing action. But for now, nice and slow. Reset and get ready for the last 8 laps or so of this race. The safety car is going to be out for at least one more lap after this, I'd imagine. Such a packed field, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, it is, although when I see a puff of smoke like that, I'm a little worried. But maybe another truck's going to break down on us in the middle of the safety car period. Although I've not seen a repeat. So maybe it was just someone getting a little enthusiastic and pinching a brake.
That's Stuvik, actually.
No. Or is he just revving the engine a little bit as he comes out of the clutch?
Yeah, it's difficult to tell. I mean, the color of the smoke betrays that it might be engine oil that's smoking up there, but it only seems to happen when he's coasting along and occasionally blipping the throttle there. Of course, when these trucks accelerate, you see that really dark diesel smoke come out of them. For now, Stuvik's truck there, the number 3 at the bottom of frame, looking okay. Only really in the final sector that we saw those puffs of smoke.
Yes, we will presume it's everything we're managing, and we'll carry on here as was until we see somebody unfortunately have to bring it into the pit lane. So watch this lovely shot here of the run out of turn 2, and they head down towards turn 3 once again. And I do believe good news is they've got the trucks out of the way, and we can go back to racing. The safety car will be in at the end of the lap, and we will have a chance for 7 laps of racing to finish things off here. And the question is, are we going to see more of what we saw there in Super Pickup Division 2 and go for a repeat of safety car deployment? The other one that's going to be interesting for me as well, Reese, is how early will our race leader in Tanafon go? Because we saw it there in the Division 2 trucks, not afraid to go very early and almost catch the safety car before it had made it to the pit entry.
Yes, I have to think about that for sure. I think one of the factors in all of those trucks breaking down last race was the fact that all of this touring around under safety car, you're not actually getting much cooling on the engines. These vehicles are, of course, set up for racing, and so cooling isn't all that good compared to a simple road car bonnet loose there on the number 25 of Chase Chakras Park, so we'll have to look out for that one. But yeah, the drivers will be hoping for each safety car period to be as short as possible, because they don't want those temperatures rising. That can just cause further issues. We are now in the final sector of the lap, just about, and the safety car begins pulling away from the field. And you'll get an answer to your question very shortly, Dan. It seems that they're giving the safety car ample time to make its way back to pit lane.
Yeah, you say that. Nope, he's going. Yep. There goes out of turn 10 before turn 11. And it's actually going to catch a couple of these drivers out, I think, because look at them, they're stacking up behind Sandy Stuvik. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Another truck grinds to a halt at the exit of turn 6. That there is Ekasit. We will get a green flag over at the start-finish line, but for how long?
I wouldn't expect for very long. They'll at least find their way to turn 3 before I think a decision is made. But Thanafon out to a good lead initially, but every chance that that's going to be immediately eliminated. Truck number 7 is Super Chai now facing off against the 24 of Nantawat for 3rd place overall. And there we go. Out of the truck is Ekasit Namsangpa.
Yellow flag, the yellow flags were on the electronic displays there. And
who's he waving at?
I think he's waving to acknowledge that there, perhaps.
Yeah.
So, indeed, lo and behold, we get out of the hairpin at turn 3, and race control says, yep. We're going to have to park that one there, fellas. Once again, rack them, restack them, and get ready to try and restart again. And hopefully not have the trucks fall apart on us before we can get a race restarted.
So for the Division 2 race, we were able to get all of our scheduled race laps in. Following this pattern, already in our second safety car period of the race with 7 laps left, we have a time limit of 30 minutes for this race. So now we have to start asking the question whether or not the race is going to go time certain from here. One more safety car and we'll definitely be at risk of that.
Yep, that was the pattern we saw in Division 2. I just noting here we've got about 11 minutes before the scheduled end time. So it comes down to, well, exactly how late were we, if we were late on the race start. And with the fact that because this is indeed the very last race of the weekend, they will go a little longer to just get all the laps in because they can. I mean, there are, because yeah, the only things left here at the circuit today is scheduled in 20 minutes. The podium presentations for both Class C and Class AB combos. So to me, it feels, and also that we're finishing slightly earlier today as well than what happened yesterday. It's also important. I didn't get a chance to see it myself, but I was told that in that final race you guys had, it got awfully dark.
Oh yeah, we finished basically in the nighttime, and that was about half an hour's difference in finish time between yesterday and today. So just goes to show how quickly the night sky turns dark here in Thailand, very close to the equator. I don't think there's going to be much danger of the sun dipping completely below the horizon, but you can definitely see that the light is fading, and the lights may have to come on the circuit by the time we get to the checkered flag. We've been notified that the safety car will be coming in at the end of this lap. Fortunately, a very short safety car period. We'll have 5 laps to go scheduled when we get things going again. It's currently 16 past the hour. 5 laps will take about 10 minutes. So as long as there aren't any more safety cars, we're going to just be able to scrape in within the time limit.
Alrighty. You see here a couple of drivers. Sandy Stubik, some very aggressive weaving to try and maybe get some tire temperature in. A lot of the drivers, though, happy to amble along in a straight line. So I get the feeling we're going to have some cold hand-cooked semi-slicks here for a race restart. And that'll make things a little interesting, both the front and the rear of these vehicles as they try and get away. So let's be mindful of that there for this second attempt at a race restart. We are hoping we won't need a third, but I say no more, because clearly that could end up being a horrible attempt at predicting the future.
Yeah, we got to be careful as commentators not to run our mouths too much. Sometimes we make predictions that immediately turn out to be wrong, or sometimes we speak the unthinkable into existence. That is the great battle that we have amongst ourselves up here in the commentary box, the virtual commentary box in our case here, broadcasting remotely from Australia. The safety car pulls away from the field, and Thanaphon went pretty early at the conclusion of the last safety car period, and he's already gone again.
Once again, going to go for the turn 10 strategy of shock and awe and chase the safety car back to the pit lane. So once again, these drivers here, they're not willing to hang around. Get back to some racing speed well before the final corner, tip it in and put the power down, and you'll see that lap counter tick over from 6 laps to go to 5 laps as they get the green flags here. And I didn't see any footage of trucks pulled over to the side, as it's going to be Super Chai versus a long corner turn 1. Super Chai will take second place on the way in. Can he hold it down towards turn 3? I think yes, because the long corner there a little slow relative to Nuntawat on the exit of the first corner. Let's see how many moves we get down towards the hairpin here at turn number 3 on this restart lap.
I think Aloncorn may have missed a gear coming out of the final turn. That's what brought us momentum down. Now Nanthawat trying around the outside in the number 24. Late turn in, straighten it up, try and feed on the power, but then the oversteer comes in and he leaves a big number 11 on the exit of turn 3. Number 7 truck of Super Chai trying his best to chase down the champion-elect of Thanaphon, but I think he's pretty much gone now. His gap is out to 1.6 seconds, and he's keeping it well within track limits. He's just cruising out there at the front as everyone fights over the scraps.
So there's some drivers unable to keep within track limits at turn 4, throwing it in deep and hoping it sticks out in the marbles and the runoff, because that's definitely been a place where we've seen cars, especially these trucks, get loose. But for our front runners, as they then lean up through turn 7, try and find a little bit of grip and momentum. Also keep your eye there on the battle for 7th, Natterwood trying to fend off Sandy Stuvik, who's looking around a little bit to find a bit of margin for a position there. As top 4 have cleared away, then you've got in 5th place Chinawood, a little bit ahead of Nantagut and Sandy Stuvik. And then the next pack of cars is Andrew Cronin. Anawa up to 9th place, which is impressive to see because he had a very shocking race start. Now look at them, actually, that's 2 wide and with 1 more basically pushing in the back bumper. Headlights are starting to come on for our drivers as Jack Lemvard in the grass through 9 and 10.
Oh, at a very slow pace as well. I don't know if there was damage to the front of the truck there. But his season has gone very unfortunately. That is it seemed like that truck was recovering from a slide on the way into the final corner there, but no matter. Move on forward to Sandy Stuvik, belching out smoke down at the back stretch as he tries to chase down the 5 of Natterwood. Replay on hand here for... we'll find out in a second. Oh yeah, there we go. That was truck number 91. Well, 81, sorry, of Akaset, I believe.
I think it actually might have been 91.
It was the 91. Yeah, Jataron Emerald.
Because they lost 4 spots.
Yeah.
When they started the next lap there. So put that up in terms of suddenly dropping down the order a whole bunch.
Stuvik's falling under pressure.
He is indeed. Back to the live pitches. So in behind Sandy Stuvik, you have Anawat in the 95. Andrew Cronin there has just lost a spot to Tanawat as they've reached the sector 2 intermediate here on the circuit. And you can definitely now feel that the sunset is coming by the number of headlights the drivers are switching on to improve visibility as they make their way around the circuit. 3 laps to go when they next get to the start-finish line.
Yeah, still plenty of positions to be decided here. Cronin struggling a bit with oversteer there in the middle sector. We'll see if he'll be able to put the power down in a straight line. One of the few trucks out there that actually isn't using his headlights yet. You can see the beams hitting the racetrack and lighting it up. That tells you how dark it really is out there. It looks bright on the cameras because of ISO settings and the like, but I'm sure out there in the real world, it's starting to fade pretty quickly. Great exit from turn 1 for Superchai. He's going to try and go for second here as Aloncorn goes defensive.
I think straight line speed is in favour of Aloncorn because he's actually gaps Superchai there. I mean, look, it's either straight line speed or it's a missed gear shift. Oh, another truck's going to bite the dust. The number 16 machine, which is driven this weekend by, if I could find them, it'd be nice.
Akil Luknakkard.
Yeah, they actually buried several laps down. Hey, hello.
Whoa.
Superchai wanted the outside on Aloncorn, but got told try again somewhere else, and ends up sticking his right side tyres in the dust and dirt, and he'll dip his left side tyres in the dirt on the approach and through the turn 5 sweep. Turn 4 sweeper, sorry. So he's looking around, trying to get in the mirrors and be a nuisance, but it looks like Aloncorn's having absolutely none of it there, Reese. Out of the haircut on that occasion.
Yeah, certainly. He's looking to defend here, and I'll tell you what, that lead that Thanafon brought out coming off the safety car, it hasn't quite run away with it. You can see that he's driving a bit more conservatively than everyone else, looking to just bring it home at this stage, but Aloncorn and Superchai, despite their battle, look to be catching him.
Yep, I can tell you here, 155.862 for Thanafon last lap around. This is a 54.991 for Aloncorn despite Superchai's pressure. So that means watch out here for the next couple of laps as we're going to get 2 to go here. This time past the line is Stuvik now passing. or defending, I think I should say, from Natterwood. It says here he's gained the spot since the last intermediate, but look at the straight line Bauer. D-Max supremacy, Reese, not just in sheer numbers, but also apparently straight line speed.
Yeah, Sandy Stuvik's Ford just couldn't keep up coming down the front straight, and he's having to go defensive again for the number 22. Stuvik is falling down the order, and the pass is made there by Tanawat Suwanarat. Sandy's trying his best to hold on here, but he's been slipping down the order ever since the race start. He's going to try and take it again round the outside of turn 3. Evidently, corner speed is with Sandy Stuvik right now, not entirely keeping it within track limits, as the three of them are going to be super close here. There's no room for Stuvik to try and get through, as now the 22 alongside the number 5 coming into turn 4. Who's going to win the race into here? Neither of them really want to yield, but the number 5 has to back out.
I think maybe it was another gear shift moment, perhaps, because look at that, Sandy Stuvik now right, despite that makes it fairly long straight from the hairpin at turn 3. Stayed with both the D-Maxes there in front of him, and will also pick off Natterwood as well there as they make their way up through turn 6. As just like that, I also have just realised that we are now a lap and a half away from the race finish. And one of our next trucks to fall will be the 46 of Muthaporn Namjuk. So unfortunately, that will see him tumble out of the racing order and results. But to the line we come for the second last time in these super pickup trucks, and for today, and for the weekend, and for the year. I suppose I can't really go with any more conditionals there, as it's final lap of the race here in Thailand Super Pickup Division 1. There's a move there into the hairpin, right in front of Sandy Stuvik. Super Chai, hang on, how are you back here? Oh, trouble for Super Chai. He's pulling over.
Yeah. Oh, no. The number 7 pulls over right next to pit exit, where we saw the number 95 Porsche Cayman crash earlier in the GTM and GT4 race. Is that going to be a safety car brought out on the final lap? Surely not. It'll have to be local yellow.
Yeah, it'll rob everyone of the passing opportunity into that final corner. But yeah, surely now that truck stopped, they can leave that truck alone there on the track. And let the drivers race it out. And the problem is anyone looking for a move at the end of the lap is going to get there, and then it's going to not. They're going to try. They're going to get there and go, oh, I can't pass. Shucks.
Yeah, it'll be a big shame for this battle here if they can't decide it at the final corner. Sandy Stuvik a little narrow on entry into turn 4 there. Trying to catch up to the number 22 of Tanawat. There's not much else he can do here, unless there's a mistake from the 22. That's a big slide from Stuvik. He wants to try and preserve something from this race. Currently 7th spot. Can he make it into 6th before they get to the final corner where we presume that local yellow is? Meanwhile, up at the front, Thanafon starting to get caught up here. Oh, this could be a change here, but he can't make the pass.
I don't think so. I think I saw local yellow's confirmation of them further on back. So there you go. Oh, another truck parked off near pit exit. So as a result, Thanafon has made it there in time. And there you go. Yeah, truck off there by pit exit. I think it's going to lock out anyone from making a pass there. And the green flag, the green sector resumes right before the start finish line. So if you somehow could get a miraculous timing, you could perhaps get a pass done like we saw at the end of the Class C truck drivers. But it's not to be tonight, I don't think, for at least our top 10 by the they will all get through as they come out of the final corner, folks. And with that, your champion-elect is now definitely your champion with another race win to boot in Thailand Super Pickup Division 1.
Yeah, Thanafon Chucharonpon is your champion, and the celebrations already begin here, coming out of turn 3. I mean, what a season it has been from Thanafon. He has absolutely dominated this season. No one could catch him. He'd already won the championship the round previous. Now, It's just a cruise back to the pits, although it doesn't really look like a cruise from the pace that he's going. But that indeed is your podium. Thanaphon, Aloncorn and Nantawat, your top 3. And winning Class B is Aloncorn. Very nice to see.
Indeed. Second outright, but comes home pretty strongly there. You have Adam Watt there, second in class as well for Class B, and then you have to go back to 8th outright for Natawood for your Class B third place driver. So 1-1, 2-2, and then you get Chinawat 5th outright, third in Class A. So, and it's actually quite a bulk of the Class B drivers from Natawood in 8th through to Jataron in 13th. There's 6 of them in a row there, and then a handful of drivers towards the back of the field. But what do we have here? I'm seeing 19 trucks on the lead lap, 2 trucks, well, I think one truck finishing a lap down, and then from there, that's 13 retirements. So once again, attrition here in Thailand Super Pickup is unfortunately a little brutal, and it seems that it's hard to escape being able to get home in one piece. Hard to get home in one piece, almost, it seems like.
Yeah, that's the story of Thailand Super Pickup. As the field comes back to the pits here, we can go through our highlights and find our way back through what was a dramatic final race once again. Safety cars defining the action in the Division 1 race. It was a really good start from our pole man, the Thanaphon, taking the lead very early on. That was a brilliant getaway from Thanaphon there that you saw there. He just launched it off the line and away he went. But shortly after that, the trucks started dropping like flies. It was great racing here in the first few laps. Big lock up there from the number 24 truck as side by side in turn 3. Our first truck out was the number 21, followed by the 59 for a crash that we unfortunately did not catch, but whatever happened, it was intense.
It was indeed. And then our echo of the Class C drivers for the 93 there of, pardon me, Nutnuch, unfortunately burying in the gravel there with a spin at turn 5. More trucks making back to the pits with mechanical issues there, unfortunately, meaning we saw drivers dropping like flies. And then trucks failing on restarts there, like the number 2 truck of Ekasit, meaning that we'd get 3 corners and have to call another safety car immediately straight after there again. So it was a stop-start affair for a fair while. But once we got back racing, we saw the fight for second continue. Supertry having a crack at it there ahead of a long corner, but he would lose that spot later on in the race. There was a spin there for the, I think that still says 91.
Yeah, it is. It is the number 91, and then the number 16 with problems laid on in the Mitsubishi Triton. Bit of grass being taken for the number 7 truck, and 46 pulls off, and then the number 7 had some big technical issues there. Super Chai Kongman stopped at the end of the lap, and well, our leaders came around to take the checkered flag there. It was pretty close in the end. They were able to race to the line. At the end of the day, our champion capping off his season with yet another race victory.
8 race starts to walk away with 6 race wins, and your only other results are finishing 5th and a retirement, certainly making the most of that season there. So Goody will now chat to our podium sitters here tonight, and we might just listen to him to round out race and just see what the drivers say of the racing action. We have it on in the background because I guess whilst Goody's talking to wrap things up with the drivers, we are probably best set to start wrapping up and saying thank you to all of you watching along with us here, be it on the Thailand Super Series channels or speedcafe.com's channels, because second year that we've had the chance to broadcast here for the Thailand Super Series, and whilst I guess there's still plenty of things for us to learn and plenty of things that us, I can always say we could put in the to-do list or the dream list. Certainly been a great season to watch once again.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, I'm honored to be a part of it. Joined you guys at all the way back at Bangsan. That was many moons ago. And joining you for the unfortunate rain-affected event at Sepang, where we didn't get the race starts that we wanted. But this championship finale taking place completely in the dry, and we were able to get some brilliant racing action in all of our categories here for the final weekend of the year. And yeah, it's just been fun.
Yeah, Chang delivers without a doubt here in the Thailand Super Series. And yeah, from everything from our Thailand Super Eco, even up to our TSS Supercar GT3. Obviously, we're certainly hoping we'll see some slightly bigger grids in those GT categories in the due course. But even the fact that we have our GTM and GT4 combination, the news that GTC will be advancing to a 1-hour competition. So we'll be hoping to see a few more cars there. Although interesting to see how that will race, given it's we have some. I mean, mostly the cars in GTC these days are not GT. We do have, because we had previously had some GT4s run in the Sprint GTC series. So you could just see, will they be integrated into the GTM GT4 field, because they can maybe sort of fit in there. But again, these are all questions for next year, which unfortunately we don't have the answer to. We are hoping we'll be able to return to you all for next year as the English broadcasters once again, and continue to work on a few things, and hopefully, if that does happen, also have a few surprises that we can bring the way of well, pleasant surprises for us, and obviously then some good news for you, the spectators and viewers of this broadcast. But I mean, yeah, I'm trying to think. Bunsen is special and unique and really cool to watch. And also the fact we had new support categories returning, well, new for us. But Porsche Career Cup Asia, for example, coming back to Bunsen, which it has done in the past. That was pretty cool, although that was an interesting one there. Drivers there perhaps a little unfamiliar with the track, perhaps we could say.
Yeah, indeed. Bunsen, a very difficult circuit indeed, and whenever the next round of the Bunsen Grand Prix is, if I'm not part of the crew here, I'm definitely going to be watching it, because I fell in love with that event pretty quickly.
It's safe to say, Reese, I think there'll be a place for you on the commentary team, as long as we keep getting the nod to help out in doing with that. So I think it's safe to say, as Goody wraps up here the podium interviews, I think it's safe to also say our final thanks as well. So first of all, to you, Reese, thank you for joining us as commentary this year. Also to my fellow commentator Scott Rankin, who unfortunately couldn't be with us here to finish up the broadcast tonight with other commitments in the virtual world, as it turns out, and also needing to give his voice a tiny bit of a rest, because he's been a busy boy as well on the microphone this weekend. To Jay Kennedy, our usual virtual producer, who frees me up to normally do just commentary, but he's had other broadcasts to worry about as well. Then to Kun Pat at Thailand Super Series, a big thank you for helping coordinate our broadcasts for you this year once again, and we hope you've enjoyed the work we've been able to put in for you here in 2024. As we say goodbye to the Chung International Circuit, a shout out to speedcafe.com as well, of course, for helping support getting these broadcasts in the English language underway. We hope we'll have some new, we can share news next year as the racing calendar is confirmed for Thailand Super Series, as to whether we can be part of it continuing, and what our presence will be in that race. And then I think to also shout out all the sponsors really quickly here of the Thailand Super Series, which I do have for us. So to B-Quik as the title partner, as you may know, of B-Quik Thailand Super Series, and otherwise the Super Series by B-Quik. Great to see them also active on the track, as well as making this series possible here this weekend. Also to Toyota Gazoo Racing, we see their cars out, and they're busy here in Thailand as well, which is awesome to have. Escola and Idemitsu, you see them, of course, sponsoring several of the TSS supercar categories, and to our control tyre supplier Hankook, great to see them aboard once again and delivering a good racing tyre, I'd have to say, for sure. Also got things like Tech Pro barriers and ETS Racing Fuels and DZE Flag for being big parts of all the racing possibility here and all the things that go into it. Also bring them up here on screen for you all, folks. And I'm just going to quickly make sure I get a copy of this up so I can see them all clearly, because there are a few small brands down there and I don't want to leave them out before we wrap up here for this broadcast here today, folks. So bear with me 1 second. Apologies whilst I go and get those up for us here on my screen. Just a photo file, please. I believe it's PSC Starch down there on the bottom row, alongside next to Pano Revo, ECU Shop, Inane Online, and think that's his S63 project, but I'm going to have to fudge that one there a little bit there. So my sincere apologies to any of the supporters and partners to the B-Quik Thailand Super Series if I've got those wrong there for you all. And also, of course, yeah, a nod to all of the other media partners there on the right-hand side of screen, broadcasting for Thailand, Malaysia, and beyond. Here in Australia, of course, and owning the German and Chinese broadcast feeds here in 2024, expanding the reach of the Thailand Super Series, and Racing Spirit, the organisers of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series. My name is Daniel Yeaman, and on behalf of you, Reese, Scott Rankin, Jay Kennedy, and all of us that have made this English language broadcast possible this year, thank you all very much for being part of our audience here, folks. It's been great to chat with you via the TSS YouTube channel on our broadcast this year. We hope we'll be back in 2025. Look forward to the news from Thailand Super Series as to the official race calendar next year and when they will return for another year of racing action. Until then, have a happy Christmas and holidays, New Year, whatever it may be that you celebrate at this time of year. And we hope to see you back in 2025 for more racing action from Thailand here when they get underway in the middle of next year. Until then, thank you all. And good night from us here in Australia. Good day, morning, wherever it is in the world you are. Stay safe, stay happy, and we hope to see you around another time soon, be here with TSS or perhaps somewhere else in the greater wide world and web.